Start to see this fight for A main control. PaperX do a lot of really cool things off of Jing's clear to control on.
But this time they're actually using it to pivot immediately.
Oh, bhai. Sorry guys, late.
Missed the first couple of shots in the first round, but he's not missing that one. He doesn't miss that one either. With the leer up high, he swings back down and takes care of Jing. You start to see the numbers go so heavily in favor of Liquid. Remember, it's just pistols. You see it on your screen right now. Sheriff's a shorty, and well, the headhunter that's been the main problem point for PaperX here.
While on the verge of being thrifty, there's still so much room to work with here for PaperX. Bankai's all the way in the A site, but the thing is, he's not going to find himself a kill. He'll find himself the site.
Hello guys.
He needed kills in this instance.
I mean, they both have Spectres, and they're both very healthy too. You can tell a bit paranoid here.
My bad. Ruko.
No idea of where Liquid might be.
And usually in the first two games, Liquid wasn't really finding much with a couple of Sheriff buys or Shorty buys. But this is a whole round that they're potentially about to take.
And the key here is overwhelmed. They did manage to find those two Spectres that they got off of the kills, but the key here for Liquid is overwhelmed, given the gun situation. 𝘼𝐼 is going to get CC'd up. A flash to try to delay, to buy some time as 𝘼𝐼 swings around. One's already fallen. The smoke off leaves 𝘼𝐼 in a brutal spot, and 𝘼𝐼 gets two. How has he gotten this far? He's outnumbered, though. And Scream Sheriff cleans it up at the end.
That was dangerous for Liquid after having such a strong advantage. They tried to swarm, but there just wasn't enough bullets to actually trade the kills efficiently there. Either way, they come out with the round. They come out with the thrifty win right off the bat. After a solid pistol idea, but not getting there on the execution. The second run will pay dividends, though.
Shots from 𝘼𝐼 already crispy. And again, we mentioned they went a little sideways in the first round, but I do think 𝘼𝐼 feeling himself is so pivotal to Liquid's success. We talk about Scream a lot and Navarro a lot for good reason.
Okay,
but when 𝘼𝐼's on, Liquid is scary.
I think this is the biggest difference for them. Starting at LCQ was him going full time on that chamber. Here's an eco attempt from PaperX. Just a one-way, and 𝘼𝐼's on top as well. So that's going to get just slapped back.
Yeah, it's not twice that Forsaken tries to take a wide angle and try to take some space, and 𝘼𝐼's there to greet him.
Normally, you'd actually have somebody from PaperX trying to bait Forsaken to take that peek. But it does feel like that's something that's been missing this event so far.
PaperX against second place in Copenhagen, likely not expecting to find themselves in this situation. Elimination still in groups.
Sorry to.
But it seems like PaperX language is just the right time.
Bankai's again.
Filthy shot.
मेरे को लगा WhatsApp मेरे को आके बोला WhatsApp.
Again overwhelmed.
उसके बाद properly देखा WhatsApp.
Guys, third round.
Oh, WhatsApp मतलब.
Remember,
Please
PaperX just had a thrifty round win.
Me and Popaji and Zephy is here.
No charges left. Now 𝘼𝐼's upgraded a weapon. He's still in Mind Freak's hands. Spike is going to go down.
2v2 now this time. Look at the approach the Team Liquid is taking, though. Slow from 𝘼𝐼, but 𝘼𝐼 immediately on the flank, and they just saw him inside of B.
No, Mind Freak has no stars. 𝘼𝐼 just got a flash.
Also, 𝘼𝐼 just smoked A long. So that's another bit of misdirection. 𝘼𝐼's not going to opt to actually use that smoke to his advantage, though.
इसलिए मेरा prediction को मैं
तो क्या prediction दिया है?
Creeping forward.
Liquid.
5
Yeah,
HP.
2-0-2-1.
You look at him funny at this point, he's dead. The flash out, 𝘼𝐼 cleans up 𝘼𝐼. He had no idea what hit him. Mind Freak on the swing out. Got into a 1v1, and 𝘼𝐼 clutches it out for Liquid. A 4K to give Liquid the lead.
Players भी prediction किया ठीक है Popaji.
But it took a lot of damage there, Doug.
Navarro और 𝘼𝐼
And remember, that was an eco from PaperX after they lost the second round.
prediction तो कभी सही नहीं हुआ.
So who knows what's the situation going to be like? Is PaperX going to be at advantage economically? We'll see. Great shots from 𝘼𝐼. And the double pinch here, 𝘼𝐼 completely blind when he was going for that swing, but he goes for it anyways. And that puts Jing in a great spot to get that kill, even though Team Liquid wasn't shooting back.
ये map पे किसका PaperX नहीं हाँ Liquid का है.
And it is somewhat of a broken buy here for Liquid. They're going to force up all the way. 𝘼𝐼 has his tour de force, so this should be just fine. Here again, the flash from Jing. And they're waiting out the utility being thrown. This could catch them. Look how far up 𝘼𝐼 is.
And he's got the room, but to pave the way, too. They try to spam through and clear it out. It's just so difficult when you can't see a dang thing.
His rendezvous is really far up as well, though. So as soon as that flash comes out, he should be okay. But Scream's here. He might want to stay.
Let's go, MP.
He's playing on a knife's edge, man. You saw him step just on the outside of that rendezvous range. Now back into it, the flash.
bhai, itna
He takes
utility
it
now,
away.
bhai.
We weren't expecting Scream here, though. Looked like he did a little bit of damage, and then it's going to satchel to safety.
Itna time क्यों ले रहा है shoot
Movement as
करने
well
में?
from Scream. Not the angle you expect him. Falling back from sewers, maybe falling back from long.
You saw they just had to heal Forsaken back up. He's got no armor left, so he did take damage off of Scream's engage.
Walking back down, 𝘼𝐽𝐿.
Oh my god.
Oh, what a fault line.
Oh, but the cloud burst is
Nice.
so good!
Nice.
Nice! Everything! And now Benkai on the swing clears that 𝘼𝐽𝐿.
अच्छा setup
But
था.
Scream has not been dealt with yet. The showstopper up top as he tries to get
Oh.
past the Seekers.
No, go.
And it's all delay.
That just slowed him down so hard. The problem here for PaperX, while they're sprinting to the other side of the map, they've only got 30 seconds left. They're going to commit towards that C side, and they should get this down. Team Liquid's not recognizing that because of the pressure Jing is putting on right now.
Yeah, at a best case scenario, he gets a kill on the way out, but he's a sacrificial lamb at this point. He got what he wanted for. Has a chance to get a second to Paranoia. They still have no idea. They still have no idea.
Not even rotating, and Jing says, yeah, I'm going to just go ahead and take these fights anyways because I can.
2 massive kills out of him.
Game sound
And
कम
now
कर दिया,
Scream's
कम
in a
कर
spot where he's, oh, what the heck do I do?
That's a PaperX classic, too. Just leaving a player there, and Jing with the confidence to do that. You heard him in the teaser talk about facing up against Scream, and it was kind of like, yeah, I think I can take him, even though he respects him so much. 2-2 to start things off, and PaperX look much
Hi,
better
Papaji,
right
I'm
on
back.
the onset
Ravikant
that they
bhai,
did
welcome back.
in
Kaise
either
ho?
of their series so far.
Popa supporting PaperX gotcha. Yeah, bro.
At best here, Scream's able to preserve that weapon. Yeah, and that was the only real challenge that was thrown his way. So he's going to carry that forward. See how much more Liquid can muster up.
It's not going to be much. A couple of sheriffs, maybe a guardian, something like that.
And remember, it was in the previous round that 𝘼𝐽𝐿 used that tour de force, so it's not like they have that to work with.
Oh,
Yeah.
इनके पास gun ही
Didn't
नहीं
get a
है.
single kill with it. But PaperX did do a good
FTW
job
for the win.
neutralizing him.
Wow.
And I thought that for a second, 𝘼𝐽𝐿 was going to stay with Scream as he
Oh,
drove
timeout
the
already.
में जाके.
Shit.
But I do like the
Arre
decision
वाह.
from Scream to take a couple pot shots. He got a dink and then
किसका
cut
time
off.
on liquid?
And 𝘼𝐽𝐿 knew that that
नहीं,
was
tech
the
के
case.
शायद.
This fight was really good in my mind from Team Liquid, but PaperX
Oh,
was
shots.
which we already saw on the pistol to that aggression is solid. Just escaping. Not only were they already running away, by the way, from the showstopper, just cautiously reapproaching that and scaling back sewers.
Looks like we have a delay here. As soon as we figure out what it is, we will let you people know.
Ay, ay, ay.
But again, tied 2-2. 𝘼𝐽𝐿 starting off exceptionally well. We've already seen the Reyna make plays. We've seen Jing, as we just mentioned in the previous round, do some outrageously dirty things on A. Now he has that Empress.
River
on,
or
and we'll see if he
Prime?
chooses
River.
to use it here soon.
You are forever.
Yeah, it's always
You are very good.
super interesting to see how PaperX is going to approach these anti-ecos.
अच्छा.
And we are back into the game. So
चलो live live.
there's a couple
PaperX का
stingers
ये कॉम
purchased.
बहुत weird है ना कि मेरे को लग रहा है.
And the theme so far has been Team Liquid trying to find
हाँ,
the
गणेश?
space to go really aggressive.
हाँ और क्या बोला? पापा?
PaperX का
You
ये
saw it in the
कॉम
first
थोड़ा
First round,
Absolutely right.
weird है
last
ना
round.
कि मेरे को
नहीं,
लग रहा
They're
है.
just trying to
अच्छा
find out where
ये लोग
PaperX
last time
is
भी यही
and
खेले
going
थे.
right to them. And I think that might be a
रेस
okay
डालते हैं
approach
but
given that
जिंग रेस में उतना
if you can burn the
comfortable नहीं
utility
है
out for
मतलब.
PaperX here because they
ऐसा
have the two
लगता है मेरे को.
duelists.
वो रेना में अच्छा
You're not
खेलता
gonna
है
have
और
as much later on to execute.
Rest से
This one's
comparison.
much faster for Forsaken. Look, it's only 𝘼𝐽𝐿 here. And PaperX might have gotten a beat on that.
And I wonder if they were expecting something aggressive too, because you see the gravity well set up. I think they maybe were expecting 𝘼𝐽𝐿 to be a step.
गोविंद
up or
भाई आप
something.
तो
Either
कुछ
way,
बोलो ही मत.
Yeah, 𝘼𝐽𝐿 watches that happen and has to back up.
क्यों भाई?
And don't forget too, you should
नहीं,
always
वैसे
expect
बोला.
here the fault line from Nevera, and it wasn't there this round.
Still
भागो
has
ये
it.
अच्छा है भाई रेना और जेट.
Still
ऐसे
alive.
साथ
There
साथ
was
में
that
जाते
fault line that we
मारते.
were just mentioning.
Just heard him get in the cage though, so they know there's somebody close sewers.
Oh no, 7 bullet. Oh no, nobody help.
Dealing with him.
𝘼𝐽𝐿 may
वो
be
लोग भी
trouble
clear नहीं
here.
कर रहे भाई
Oh, but
angle.
Mind Freak on the
आराम
swing.
आराम
Never mind.
You see the trap wire just on the outside of Link. 𝘼𝐽𝐿 from up top, but the Cosmic Divide is going
Let's
to
go
cause some trouble.
MP.
Is there a gap from the peak? There is!
Oh, there was! I thought it would be too
Let's go
narrow.
MP.
Forsaken tries to go up 6 HP.
So good. अरे क्यों नहीं गया पैरोने के साथ? What the fuck?
And he's just waiting.
चलो
on
अभी
the other
मुश्किल है
side. You
जाना.
see this. The knife out there from 𝘼𝐽𝐿. We've seen that happen way too many
भाई
times.
इसका
एक
सिर्फ
kill
traffic
मिलेगा.
क्यों है?
Really
पूरा
bad
round
for
निकाल
Jing.
देगा.
Oh, there are too many targets. Way too many targets.
Oh.
Scream cleans him up. Benkai down in hell. Does nothing.
भाई
इनके क्लासिक के साथ क्यों खेल रहा है?
Liquid take the lead back.
And that is now another lightish buy
जी,
from Liquid that they
क्या
pull
बोलता हूँ
out and win against the buy from Paper
लाइक
X.
वाइक नहीं करेंगे लोग भाई लाइक कर दो
Like
the
subscribe
stream
ठोक दो
That
भाई।
is huge. Again, just responding tit for tat.
chat
And that again, remember at
हल्का
the
सा
beginning of that round,
ऐसा देखते रहते हैं ना
Jing
मोबाइल में
pushed
ऐसा देखते
or
रहते हो
Forsaken pushed out
ऐसा
long A.
ऐसा
They
ऐसा
kind
टैप
of
कर
figured
दो
out
अगर
potentially
पीसी पे
Soulcast
खेल
is
रहा है
going to be
ऐसा
here alone, and they execute while he is there alone.
Godzilla
Yet
thank
somehow-
you bro
You have
पोपा जी
Navarro
इग्नोर
back
मत
in
करो।
time
अरे
to
अजय
give
भाई
the
कहाँ
fall. You
इग्नोर
give
कर रहा हूँ
him
मैं?
so much room.
बड़े
and
लोग हो गए भाई
retake.
अभी पोपा जी तो फुल
Starting
Thank
with
you
Yampi
for
with
coming,
2
bro.
kills
Love watching
is
your-
insane
Thank you,
in front of that
Shivaji.
Cosmic
बस
Divide.
दो
He's
बार
actually
कर
out
दिया
now.
लाइक दो बार मत
I mean,
करो
the second one probably should have never
दो
happened.
बार में डिसलाइक हो जाएगा
Either way. You mentioned the op in the
नहीं
hand,
डिसलाइक भी
Yuppie,
नहीं
sure
होगा
enough.
लाइक रिवर्स हो जाएगा
Take a look and see what he can do.
1.5k watching 600 likes हाँ भाई
Spots ahead of
क्या
Navarro.
कर सकता हूँ
And that's it for now. So they don't
Yes,
feel
please
comfortable
like to
about
see.
going into garage or going in towards C.
They're going to face the op.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, by
Oh,
process of
MP again.
elimination, maybe, but there's no like solid cue for them to understand that the op is here, that Yumpie's here.
Cage is good though, but
But Yumpie's better.
oh
Soon as the
Come
cage
on,
goes
Yuppie.
down,
nice one more
Forsaken
from
follows
backside
too.
from
The
backside
Lear out and Yumpie gets the third.
Oh,
The
that's
fourth
good.
right before him and he lands it.
Oh,
A prime
that's
gaming
epic.
flawless for Liquid.
and that's exactly the type of round
Oh,
you finally
my
want to
settings,
shut
my
Paper
settings.
X down. When they're going back and forth.
Popa
Just
ji.
a ridiculous
my
round from
settings
Yampi.
my settings
Oh, ridiculous.
Yeah, my
Half from
settings.
Yumpie.
मैं और
So
यम्पी
far,
सेम
it's been
सेटिंग्स पे
monstrous.
खेलते
This
हैं
again
Acha.
has been the most pivotal change in my
Same
mind.
resolution,
Yes, Scream
same
went
crosshair.
crazy at LCQ. But Yampi moving to full-time
Whoa.
operator, full-time chamber,
भाई
has been
कोच भी खड़ा हो गया भाई।
so good. Liquid
खड़ा हो गया?
finally
Coach?
committing to it.
हाँ।
And
Oh,
the
timeout
great
call.
thing
Timeout
about
call
it
किया।
is
Wow.
it gives him consistency.
सही है रे,
Playing
button है रे,
entry
timeout
roles
call करने का,
side
अभी
by
मालूम पड़ा
side
मेरे को।
with Scream, especially when it comes to these defensive sides. They're sharing
Not
their load
same gameplay by
completely
gameplay भी
equally,
same
and
है,
Yampi's success rate is so
इतना एक दिन
good.
दिखेगा प्रॉपर्ली जब
A
सब
13-3
सब
start
चीजें सही
for the
रहेगा
chamber from Team Liquid. Absolutely outrageous. Scream is playing very well as well. You were just highlighting
ऐसे ही मारता हूँ
those two.
आपसे भूलो मत
And
जो
it
भी हो
just
जाए
seems like as much as Paper X maybe have found something of what was going on towards A, Yampi just totally flips the book on him and just obliterates them.
effects,
And
yeah.
remember, that was a gun round for Paper X, right? Like that was not a pistol round, anything like that.
Make
that
me
was
mod.
good against
क्यों?
good.
What?
Liquid is
Hey Rossi
absolutely
brother,
the economy
how
team,
are you? I'm
and
good. I'm good.
Paper X
Varun, how are you?
at
Varun
this
Kaushik, what's
timeout
up?
decides how to
ये क्या
proceed
हो
with
रहा
their
है भाई? ठीक है, अभी तक
tail
फर्स्ट
end
हाफ
of
है।
this first half.
पोपा जी
what
predictions
chances है?
बोलते
It's going to be difficult.
अरे 2-1 जीतेगा पेपर एक्स तो देख।
Specifically that. The
ठीक है
desk
पोपा जी अगर नहीं
is
जीता
talking
तो क्या
about
दिला
how
रहे
to deal
मेरे
with
लिए
Yampi's op.
और तो रिवर्स हाँ
You have
दोनों
the
तरफ
Reign
से
of
बैट
Flash,
होना
you have the
चाहिए, एक तरफ से
Trailblazer,
नहीं।
but not much
हाँ
else.
ठीक है मेरे लिए
और मैं
Celestial
बैटिंग
knife
वेटिंग
दिला
नहीं
दो
करता, सॉरी। ये
नहीं,
देखने का
दिला दो,
You
अरे।
don't have the double
Professional
initiative tools
esports
that
player
Liquid
is
does,
like-
for
हाँ
example.
अरे पैसा थोड़ी बेटिंग कर रहे हैं हम इधर
You
नहीं
have to take
खाना
the
खिलाऊंगा,
pace
खाना
to
चल ठीक
him.
है।
अरे
And
दिला
you
दो
saw
ना
what
मेरे को
happened
खाना
when he
नहीं
tried.
चाहिए स्किन दिला दो इन गेम स्किन मैं आपके लिए कुछ दिला दूंगा
मेरे को भी
You
भाग।
often see rounds like
बच्चे
that,
तू
you go,
भी
okay, well, but can he
तू
do
भी
that?
दिला रहा है क्या सेट
Right, is he
सबको
going to be
फिर?
able to consistently
No,
land a
no,
4K
I
by
don't have
himself on
money to
A?
buy a battle pass.
With the
You're saying
opposite
that.
Watching
thing
from
is,
Bangladesh.
it's on
Thank you.
these stages that players like Yampi deliver, and they manage to do so consistently. So you're right. Do you really want to go at that again? Scream with the
ओ
satchel through
भाई
the smoke,
स्क्रीन भैया
feeling some pressure. A really good
ये
paranoia.
सब
I think
करेंगे
that hit
तो
everyone.
उसके मार देंगे वो लोग
Either way, D-Man has to get out of there. And they give up the site.
got the spike.
And we'll get knives actually online
सिंबल
here for
सिंबल
Forsaken, so
टीम्स
this
दे
is a very
सिल्वर के आगे
doable
पुश
round here
करने के लिए ना हो पाए
with the
जितना
time pressure.
आपसे सिल्वर से आगे ना हो पाए
Forsaken has
बता
to go
रहा
big here. He's been very quiet
अरे,
in
मजाक
this
कर रहा
round
था,
so
ठीक है।
far in this map, and he
मजाक
continues
कर रहा था
to get out of every round with nothing but a whimper. Yampi's still holding it up, understanding there's someone playing their cover. He knows it's there.
Let's go,
There
MP.
it is, the swing out from
Flick.
Navarro to try to provide some cover. Jing and Forsaken both go down. The spike with the fuse comes through, and Liquid gets a 5.
Maverick
ऐसा मत
actually gets
बोलो मजाक
two
करे मजाक
as the win banner's up.
They have so much money though. I mean,
I have
Scream's at
Celestial
74,
Life,
now
take
83.
mine.
And the
Take
important
my
part
account.
too is right, they
भाई
didn't get the
chat
op out of the hands.
chat सच में
That's the
पूछ
one
रहा हूँ
that you
ठीक है
might
सच
have
में
wanted
पूछ
to
रहा
go
हूँ
for it.
मेरा
At least
स्टोर
he
में
gets a couple
सेलेस्टियल
of
नाइफ
old
आया है
swords
कोई दिला दो प्लीज
going
अभी नहीं
down with
पूछा हूँ ठीक है दिला दो
क्या Celestial fan ना?
Right now, Peripherals needs to find a
fan.
way to
अरे मेरे पास
actually
है
दिला दो
कौन
भाई
सा?
पोपो जी
advantages in these rounds with the
इसमें
form of these first
भी
duels.
knife drop करने देना चाहिए.
Right
फिर
now,
तो
it's
public
definitely
पूरा
not going their
time.
way.
No, not at
अरे
all.
knife
It
देना.
hasn't
अरे
been going
knife
their way in
देना.
the first two series.
पोपो
too.
जी
Leviathan
दिला ना
is pummeling them.
Celestial ने
Overall,
दिला
this
तो,
tournament,
दिला,
Paper X
दिला.
has only gotten 43%
दिला दे बस.
of first
भीख
engagements.
हाँ भीख है
That is very
दिला
poor
दो.
for Team Black. Paper X
हाँ,
will
और
start
भी यार,
playing
वो
with their
grumpy.
safe ninja.
I mean, a far cry from what we've known them to be.
चलो ये Byron very important for PRX actually.
Maybe that's what's missing, right? As you look at this Paper X project throughout the tournament, you go something
The
feels
C
a
काम
little
करेगा
off and
भाई.
not quite as
She'll
electric as
be
they were
around
in the past.
13-5,
Maybe
I
that's the
guess.
issue. It's tough to say. Either way, they find themselves
Did
down
he
3
take?
rounds here in this opener against Liquid.
Just
B जा
attempts.
रहे हैं guys.
Liquid is giving them nothing though.
DT strong है भाई PRX
And
का.
there's 3 players here. The breach for all is
Oh,
already
started
here.
it.
And it was all told from the beginning.
अच्छा
Right? As
सिर्फ
soon as
अकेला.
Mindfreak puts the 2 smokes down
Oh,
on the
shit.
links, they drop the
Push
Holy
by thanks
Thunder
for
and they just
becoming
walk
member
right into it.
of bro.
That was such a good read by Liquid.
यार खेलता रहे Genesis.
It's just a trade
Team
though, so
Liquid
now
and
Paper
Citadel.
X is able to spend the remaining time of this round, which is only 40 seconds, to start
4K
working it.
paid 4K में मेरा
But
पूरा
I fear
घर
they
चले.
might go right back into Yampi here.
भाई कॉम्प से
Yeah, he still
कंट्रोल
has
लेना
that.
इनको बहुत मुश्किल है.
इसको नहीं bro. इनका कंट्रोल है इम बैटल.
They just spotted
हाँ
two.
ये
सही
battle
है
है भाई.
Really
मेरे
good
को
play
अच्छा ही
from
लग
Team
रहा है
Liquid.
इनका कॉम्प.
Very heads up, but misinformation now
मैं
because
भी
they are
बोला
gonna hit this
पोपा
B
को
site,
रहना
but
दो रहना दो.
still,
और सब
knowing exactly where they are,
शुभ गेमिंग
knowing
सब.
how much time they have left, Jing.
Welcome
Has to be able
welcome.
to
आप
relieve the
ascendant
pressure
हो.
and he can't. Doesn't find the kill on Navera.
battle जीता
Yampi's
नहीं
still on A.
अरे पोपा जी इनका शूटिंग
And
मैं
the question
बताता
is,
हूँ.
does he try to push in
PRX
alongside
का
Navera?
shooting
Does he
कैसा है
slow
ना?
down? You've got Mindfreak who's already
Like,
playing back in window.
तू
Look
जब
at
भी
him
देख उधर
expecting
क्रॉसर
the
शेक
back
होता है
flank
थोड़ा.
for so long.
हेड लेवल पे रख के क्योंकि
It's not
they
coming.
won't let bullets go anywhere else other than
Does
head.
he have something on site? I
और
don't
तू
think he
बाकी
does.
प्लेयर्स
All
को
the
देख
stars they
सीधा
use, it's just tripwire
ऐसा
zero.
बॉडी पे रख के
So
सिर्फ
there's
मारता
nothing
है
to
सिर्फ
pull him
क्लिक
off the
करता है
defuse.
तू
They have
देख.
no utility.
तो कभी कभी ऐसा मिस हो जाते हैं when they are moving.
What they have is Mindfreak. And Mindfreak
इसको देख इसका
goes
अलग
for one.
शूटिंग
Not
है
even
PRX
a
में
second.
बाकी लोग
Navera
से
on the tap,
इसका
Divide
अलग
from
है
backside gets a third.
Mindfreak का.
Dima's left alone, and Dima falls.
ये देख इसका भी. तो
That is a
PRX में
super cautious
Mindfreak
round from Team Liquid.
दवाई और बेनकाई का ऐसा
That decision
इंस्टेंट
to be
ऐसा नहीं है
so
लाइक
slow there.
आराम से जिधर पोजीशन आएगा मॉडल पे क्रॉसर रख के मारता है.
हाँ.
बट फॉर सेकंड
I do have to commend Navera.
को
Great
कैसे
utility
बताओ?
here, but they only get a trade from
रिप्ले
that.
में दिखाता
So,
हूँ
setting
अगर
up a
वो
trap
दिखाए
play,
तो ऐसा थोड़ा हिलाते लाइक उधर ही कंट्रोल रखते भाई ऐसा फर्म ग्रिप
that
रखते
well,
हैं
and then
उधर
also
grip पे.
Paper X to be able to pivot
वो
after
कभी-कभी miss
losing
हो
the
जाता है.
information battle.
समझा मैं.
And Divide coming up huge on the site. They knew exactly the
इसको फ्लैशी
extremities they
बोलते हैं.
needed to
फ्लैशी
hold,
नहीं है
and they
गाइस
did it.
फ्लैशी नहीं. नॉट फ्लैशी.
Yampi still with off the peak. out
फ्लैशी
from
का
the
बात नहीं
doors,
कर
but
रहा हूँ.
that's
रिप्ले
not
आने
where the
दो.
pressure's coming
दिखाता
from.
हूँ आपको.
He's already
स्लो
wanted to
मोशन
be
में दिखाता हूँ
backside too. You
क्योंकि
see the pings
I've
on the
been
main
focusing
map.
a lot to
Really
learn
idea
right
of
तो
where
मैं
he's set up
स्लो
right
मोशन
now.
में देखता
And
हूँ
off of that,
फाइट्स.
they go away.
Soulcast and Scream.
Soulcast is in such a raggy little corner. He's going to look past
Shaky है, not shaky है
past the
Monster.
flash and look right in the back of Forsaken's head. Now the neural theft through
ये
the
game के
4v4
बाद-
remains on the site.
ये
Scream
game के बाद
still
मैं
here,
आपको
satchelating
दिखाता
away
हूँ.
to safety as his brother shows up for help.
I'll show you two types of
Navera quick
shooting.
on the side.
Different type of shooting.
शॉट मारा है.
But Scream has already fallen. Navera following up, doing a bit of the same as Jin continues to
Oh,
take over.
Jin.
This round has been all his.
Just responding so well to the utility thrown out there. Navera trying to peek by himself though. Ill-advised against Jing of all
टपा टप
people.
टपा टप.
The team is here. Yeah, they do, and it doesn't
भीमा
matter.
सिक भी टपा टप.
Oh,
Benkai with the bullet between his
मत
eyes.
देना जिंग.
Falls Yampi with the op.
अरे पिक कर बे
Close
बाबा.
by. And the money. Balla.
मार देगा
Right,
पिक
they're gonna
करेगा
go
तो.
for this. They're outnumbered. Scream putting it. Raggy angle.
Oh,
Jing either way.
Recon
Crossfire's
Reyna so
too
good.
good.
Let's go.
That just fell apart for Liquid.
Yeah, it did.
There
बस
was
तू कब
the
खेलेगा
setup
ऐसे
on
रहना
long
पे
A
यार.
where Soulcast
भाई
was
दो
trying to
रेना
hold
दो
it
बता
together.
रहा हूँ पापा जी.
And
रेना
Scream's
दो
not
आप अलग
fighting with him at
कॉन्फिडेंस
all.
है रेना में
I
शूटिंग
don't
मारने
even
के
think
लिए.
they shot the Lear. Because Soulcast
हर
looked
एक
away
दूर
when
होगा.
he tried to kill Forsaken. It was still there
God.
for sure.
And I wonder if the cage was maybe obscuring it or something. I don't know. It's something.
Breach पापा.
But then the follow-up, right? Navera's trying to flash for Scream, but there's a Trailblazer. There's so much pressure for him when he's inside that gubby. Little bit of
रेना तो पापा
miscommunication
जी
there, and then
खेलेंगे.
to overcommit to the fight, to stop the
Alright, I'm
spike.
good. How are you? Asana kind of aim right.
Forsaken has been down.
Bro,
I'll show you guys.
I'll show you guys after this game. I'll show you guys.
The truth is,
जितना मैंने observe
feast
किया
of
हूँ,
famine,
जितना मैंने
right?
try
If
कर
he
रहा हूँ.
continues to warm up, if he continues to have rounds like that, he can take over the
जो भी
game.
नया है एक
You know,
हल्का
as
सा
you
like
kind of
और
look down the
subscribe
roster,
दबा
you go,
दो.
who's going to be the one to stand up against
भाई
Yampi?
copyright
750 लोग देख रहे हो 300. हाँ रे मेरे को भी कॉपीराइट आ रहे हैं गानों का.
Bro, see how much is the knife?
Jays, Ying
I
and
don't know,
Yampi.
Sanat. I think 2.6
They are dominating for sure.
K, I guess.
Jing with a couple of
2.6 K, I guess.
kills at this point.
It's the same Forsaken
And
who was
sure, there
banned
was
no,
around,
bro.
you know,
That
the
Forsaken
round
was
he lurked
Indian.
into C-Link. They still netted
2.6
that
K,
round, but
2.6 K, yeah.
maybe because of the space
क्या
that he's
2.6
creating.
K?
There was the round on
Knife
A as
Celestial.
well, where he's just ripping apart the slow rotation from Team Liquid. And these are the things they just discussed in the timeout.
INR? Yeah,
Emil
yeah.
is going to have to bring them
2.6.
back to their senses
2.7?
here.
Ah, okay, okay.
It's only been 2 in a row for Paper
Yeah
X
guys,
right now.
basically that is
So it's not the end
some
of the world.
change, you know.
But before this, it kind of felt like they had
जेब में
control.
इसका 10 गुना पड़ा रहता है.
Ah, देखो.
Yeah, and that no
Low.
longer feels to be the
Papa ji.
case at all. Good tour de force used.
Two catch.
Mankai's committing both of his cages in front of the Opera here. So you could use these not only to give misinformation, are we actually crossing at this point? But he can also put it back up for them to fall out.
And it's not a misinformation this time. They are indeed crossing forward.
Guys, sensei is here.
Trailblazer should spot him. He tries to stay as long as he can. They've got the Cosmic Divide.
Oh, MP!
Oh, this is a cool actually play through the wall.
Yampi.
Oh,
Still
bhai,
here.
acha executive, bro. What the fuck?
Still.
So odd.
Yeah.
They have a
Okay,
triple
but
peek
you look-
through eventually.
Oh, that nade.
This is all misdirection. The way it's lined up, you have no idea if they're entering through B or through C and if they're going to rotate
There it
away
is.
or what they're going to do. But what they do
Oh,
is they
bhai,
cut noise
1 second
and they
no one will
stay.
expect.
And Yampi does too. But Navera trades it back. 45 HP, a gravity well on his feet, and he lands a shot onto Defy anyway. Ying on the swing.
let's go, Jing.
Soul Cash trades it
Oh
back.
my
He gets a
God,
second
Nivera
on the
so
round.
bad.
Liquid get to
निवेरा ने
6.
बचा दिया भाई round.
An
think-
odd
My
idea
game stuck.
to wall themselves off, give them a little gap so they
Check
can
GP,
peek
check
on
PayPal.
multiple different
GP.
surfaces. But it just doesn't give them the space. And
Guys,
actually,
मजाक तो नहीं कर रहे ना मेरे पे.
fixes an issue
एक
Team
एक
Liquid
रुपए
has been
बेच के
having,
बेइज्जती
right?
मत
Which is
करो, ठीक है?
getting these
Oh,
rotations
Shaurya
here on
Gupta,
time,
thank you for the
which is
100.
not overcommitting.
Thank you for the 100.
fighting
Ayo,
and
V,
holding.
thank you.
Everybody's here
Thanks
in
a
time.
lot.
Soulcast is ready
NA.
to fight.
NA
Scream
क्या
is
है?
ready to
मैसेज
fight.
में NA क्यों लिखे हो?
Yampi's ready to fight.
NA क्या है?
And the flashes were all
He
used
said nah.
already.
No.
So it's unique,
Kick mail.
but not super well thought out. At least in that instance. Tried to keep him guessing outside of the timeout.
Check Insta, check Bitcoin. नहीं नहीं, तुम लोग troll कर रहे हो.
Now quiet round out from Paper X. They still have enough to
Oh क्या?
my goodness.
Whoa!
Liquid. Or the Liquid feel like they're 3 steps ahead of Paper X right now.
Oh, in this round specifically.
Check bank account. भाग.
Vera right there. Just ready for it. And we have to start looking as well. Forsaken down in this round. Divide
Check
down in
door,
this round.
check your
2 big
closet.
tools.
I'll check
Forsaken
my-
and space clearing. I know he's not been having a great game so far.
They smoke out the... Oh, gosh, I thought he was going to hit
Oh,
that. Benkai
how?
called for where that trap
Oh,
was.
let's go. Benkai
Drops
gonna get
his
this
mind
kill,
freak,
bro.
drops the smoke on
How
it.
is he alive?
Just at the right time.
Bro, 1 HP है भाई. ओ 1 HP. अरे ulti commit कर दिया bro 1 HP मारने के लिए.
He has 7 HP. Surely, if you can get past this, you can stay alive.
Oh my god.
More damage being inflicted on the opponents.
Oh my god. Can't believe they're losing this round.
They're just dueling.
Never mind.
It's gotten down to a 2v2. Remember, Benkai's still alive.
Bro, 7 HP में round निकाल देगा ये.
भाई ये क्या है ये?
Smoke.
पक्का feeling कर रहा है भाई.
Benkai tried going.
अरे, never mind, mind freak
Now
है.
Mind Freak outnumbered.
It's the M controller meta, guys.
And the showstopper.
He's going to face. Wow.
I respect it. I respect it. Scream patient. Scream shoots the sidestep, and it's not enough. Mind Freak cannot dodge the explosives in his lap.
That
भाई,
patience,
इतना-
bro, that patience.
इतना ढीठ Mind Freak भी भाई.
Magic there.
Mind freak deed नहीं है भाई.
7 to
सही
4.
खेला.
Starting to
वही.
be a really good
अरे पर
lead now
Prowler
for
और
Team Liquid.
इसमें Hotman
I also
स्पॉट हुआ
think-
तब तो थोड़ा छूट जाता.
in the half.
Almost time
Economically,
खत्म हो गया था ना showstopper
Paper
का.
X broken for the last
हाँ
round.
वो है actually हाँ.
It's going to be a rough buy.
Vera.
Look at that peak with
4:3 supremacy.
Prowler from
अरे
Soulcast.
बेचारा line of
Just
fire में मर गया था
destroys
भाई.
them.
अरे रे दवाई unlucky bro.
Nice kills, блядь. Умница. Good job.
Very well played out from Liquid, and again, they find themselves 1 round away.
5वां round निकाल दिया अगर Paper X ने तो फिर भी
Nothing
chance है.
else.
हाँ
You
7-5
mentioned
good
the buy
off
on the
है
side of
Peripherals
Paper X. You're right, it's not great.
ऐसा कॉम पे
Two
उनका
Bulldogs,
सिटी साइड पे
Spectre, and
ठाप
a
टू
Stinger.
मारने के लिए
के।
दिखे
हाँ पुश करके
But
मारेंगे
if we've learned anything in this first half, it's that you don't count any rounds out, especially broken by ones.
Paper X gave up a lot on this push into
उसका
Garage
सी
early
काम
on
कर
in the
रहा है
half.
बहुत अच्छा है
Going back to it now, and Forsaken still leading the charge with Jing. Fault line nullifies that Sky Flash, and they can't really peek with it, and Forsaken's inside the Aftershock.
He had to
Stick
swing
on
out,
these
get his
nuts.
foot, but go into his Cloud Burst, and he's rewarded for the aggression with one.
अरे
Now 4v4 on the side. Team is still playing alongside Soulcast. Soulcast is falling.
Stinger
Diva does
बहुत
too.
funny है bro
The Stinger and the Spectre provide the problems.
Nice,
Gonna
Jing.
get this round back.
ओ जिंग
They just worked
ब्रो जिंग को
through
तो
the
ब्रिज स्लैश कभी
ceiling
नहीं कर सकता
हाँ
with
भाई।
both of their duelists.
planted.
And
भाई ये तो
Forsaken
कभी-कभी ऐसा लगता है कैसे भाग के वो
finds
क्या
a hole.
भाई
वो
से
सिलों वाला
ऐसा
ऐसे भाग के
घुमा
आया
He
भाई
finds the timing. He saw
Did he
Divide,
घुमा
and
देता?
he did not be seen back.
Yumby creeping around, trying to find his first target. My goodness, it doesn't get any cleaner than that. Now upgrades a weapon, has the
let's
angle,
go
still
यार
healthy.
Teleport's ready.
Jing to save the round for Paper X to get to a 7-5 half, and
नाइस नाइस
that looked dangerous and precarious for a moment. But Benkai is able to nullify it.
Jing, bye.
7-5 half for Liquid Ball. It almost
Bye.
felt foreboding. It almost felt ominous whenever we saw the buyout from
भाई
Paper X.
325 पे सेट और
crap,
अकाउंट
they're gonna
चेक
do it
भाई
again, aren't
मैं
So many of these
Not
light
falling
buy
for
rounds working out for Paper X, and that's why this game is still so close.
7-5 half in favor of Liquid.
Oh,
Let's
but
throw
that
down to the
comes
desk,
to
see what
me,
they think of that first one.
check property play
All right, so
they
we
got
got
a
a little bit of a
40.
taste here in this first half, and so
Thank you.
far,
Thank
if
you,
you're
the
Yuppie,
40.
you are
The 40
having a
was
great
good.
time, and I think we should talk about him right out of the gate because, you know, Josh, you said that Yuppie has the potential to have a god
एक
game,
बंदा मेरे को
and
1
so
रुपया
far,
भेजा है,
so
ठीक
good.
है,
Look at this,
समझिए।
man. The stats are out of this world.
Yeah, he was just
मेरे क्या रॉसी
absolutely
बाइट से दिखो
astounding,
तो
and not just getting kills, but
क्या
making
बोलूं
rounds
उसको?
winnable for them too. His headhunter was lights out at the beginning, and
भाई
as
मैं
soon as he
तेरे
got
को
the
वापस
operator in
भेजता हूँ
his
पैसा
hands, bonkers. Look
दो
at the
रुपए
Trailblazers
भेज
not
दो।
being able to see him here. He just reads the comp
मैं
and how
आप
they're going
अभी
to clear him
आप
so
बोलो,
well,
मैं
and
ऐसा
his
ऐसे ही करता
aim
हूँ
was
इसको 2 रुपए भेजता हूँ
phenomenal.
And
Back
this
to
is
back
just
again.
absolutely dismal. PaperX does not have any
इसको
utility to
वापस
clear him out. They're just
दो
trying to
रुपए
take
भेज के
these
बोलूंगा आप
fights,
चली
and
बोलो
he's still
Do you think
alive,
the
still
players are
holding onto his
overpicking? अभी
face.
इसमें
Rain
कोई
alert, doesn't
overpicking का
matter.
था
Yampy
नहीं
gets the
है।
kill regardless.
जितना अभी
It's
तक
absolutely
देखा तो क्या।
absurd what he was able to pull off, and it shows such good intelligence and awareness of how his
मतलब
opponents
Paper
play.
X has to
I
peak
like
with
the way
this
the
comp.
मैं भी
Benkai was
भेजूं
using
क्या
his
डबल
advantage
कर
for
देना
that, and
हाँ
the
भाई
fact that they were
नहीं
comboing
करूँगा।
layers and stuff, but the fact of the
मतलब
matter
अभी
is that
वो
they just
4
don't have enough
भेजेगा
tools to push
भेजेगा
him
मैं
भाई
out.
8
500
Yappy's
लाइक
got a
भी नहीं किए
great read on
तुमने
how they're going to
बेशर्मो
Guys,
play.
like
A lot of
कर
those
दो
moments
देख
felt like a comp difference, and that could very well be the
1000
story
like करो
as we head into
जल्दी।
the second half as well. For Paper X, when you're running this double duelist, you lose out on
Guys,
a
like
lot
and
of that big
subscribe,
initiator utility
please.
that normally defines how you play the retakes on this maps. And just the other day,
आइए
when
नहीं
you were
bro
playing versus EDG with the
भाई
same
भाई
comp,
आपके
they were
स्ट्रीम पर
constantly
ड्रॉप्स क्यों
conceding
नहीं भाई
points.
नहीं
6
है
out of
इतना
12
बड़ा
rounds,
स्ट्रीमर
they
नहीं
gave
है
Okay,
you
तेरे
what
स्ट्रीम पे है क्या
time
ड्रॉप
and they won half of them.
हाँ,
That's
क्या?
great.
तेरे
But I think
stream
Team
पे
Liquid
drops है
has
क्या?
shown to be a much
नहीं
stronger
भाई
team
वो
in
ड्रॉप्स
those
हम enable कर
post-fights.
सकते
You
हैं
cannot
वो
rely
जो मेल
on
पे
the
था
utility, so
वो
you
उधर पे
need
था
to have
कि
big
इनको
moments
बोलना
from
है
players like
तो वो लोग
Forsaken and
ड्रॉप्स
Jing to
enable
be able to win
करेंगे
out on
शायद
those
वो
rounds.
उससे
I'm
बात
talking
करना
about
पड़ेगा
Forsaken. He's 3 and
मेरे को
11.
मेल में
3 and
मैं
11 at the
हाँ
half.
उधर ड्रॉप्स
Jing got
भाई
positive
हम
by
लोग
the
भी
time
enable
round
करते हैं
10 rolled around, but Forsaken was still 1 and 8
Sanat,
at that
I
point
don't
in time.
mind.
So while Jing is still finding those moments, Forsaken really needs to warm up right now because they have to get aggressive,
Let's get off your
have to
mentor.
deny the plants
Hi
coming down from
mentor,
Liquid,
मेरा
and they
mentor
need
से
to win the
bro
pistol even to begin, I think, here.
Yeah, I mean,
पहला
that aggression,
मेरा
those
बहुत
first kills
mentor से
are normally where this team is absolutely successful. They struggled thus far in this tournament
there are-
with
there are
getting those
so
openers.
many
This
people in
match has
life
been
who
no
taught me so
different.
many things.
Yambi and Scream have been
There's a big
decimating in the
huge
duo.
impact on my
Yeah,
life.
well, it feels like
The both
PRX is
लोग हैं।
going to have to dig
The
deep if
biggest
they
is
want to
Jayant
try and
Ramesh.
pick off this
The
win
biggest
here
is
against
HellrangeR
Liquid. Let's send it
from
back over to your
Thane.
casters.
No,
Doug
Jayant
and Ball.
Ramesh bro सर्वज्ञानी
हाँ कल्ला
Thank you so much.
सर्वज्ञानी
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's going to have to be
बाकी नहीं बोल
quite a
सकते
performance
बाकी
out
नहीं
from
बोल
Paper X,
सकता।
and as we
सर्वज्ञानी
mentioned,
ज्ञानी सर जी
yeah, all
टेक
eyes
जी पे
fall
भाई
on
मत
Forsaken.
करो यार तुम लोग
Very
एक पे
quiet
मत
first
भेजो
half.
यार
Now you put
वरना
them on
एक
the
काम करो
defensive side where
2000 लोग देख रहे हो ठीक है
maybe
ये
you
बढ़िया
aren't necessarily
बढ़िया
expecting to be the one to
2000
dictate
people are
the
watching
pace.
सब
दो
लोग
दो
एक एक रुपए
रुपया
भेज
दो
दो
दो रुपया भाई
200 रुपए भेज दो ठीक है सब लोग
Just give
हो
them
जाएगा
the
मेरा
defensive
टाइम
op option. Which certainly
मेरा
could
हो
be a thing
जाएगा
with the two initiators.
अंकुर सोनी thanks a lot for the 100. Want to see you
know they have
rather
the
than
tools to
Yumpy on
deal
the
with it. Look at
international
this
stage popping heads off.
Stack on the B
Hoga.
side. Forsaken's
I'll try my
baiting
level
into
best. Thank you for the
Devi
support. Thank you for
and
the 100.
Yeah, and Jake
I'll
already
try
used
and
the
I'll make
leader
it one
to try
day.
to create
Love
some
you, man.
space there.
ये retake kill रहे हैं, मेरे को
Looked like
अच्छा
they
नहीं
were
लग
trying
रहा.
Thanks a lot.
something aggressive and early
Thank you,
on,
Uncle Sony.
but nothing was found.
That guy all alone. He has a kill trip. He has a kill trip. Soul cast. Getting really close to it, but he finally does spot it.
भाई पागल हो गया
Oh,
इनका?
Mani Manu, thank you for the
Popped into the
216
cams,
knife contribution. Thank you, bro. Thank you for the 216 GP. Thank you, guys. Thank
Yampi
you.
not landing that first shot. He feels pressure coming in.
3 on the
Thank you,
flank.
thank you, thank you.
They're gonna push spawn. Look at this. Mind Freak has to be ready.
And I wonder if they
Oh,
are
this pistol run.
expecting it. He's holding faster. He hasn't really made his way up B. Now that they've taken
Huh?
B,
Sticking.
he can
They-
push forward.
They gave up the spike.
This
What
is
is going on
very
here?
They have no idea! What?
भाई ये क्या था भाई? ये क्या पिस्टल राउंड किया लिक्विड
Lol.
भाई?
Team Liquid,
Liquid Nasha.
with the idea to push spawn after
Oh.
there's the flank, they spotted it, but they just completely misread how
Darshit,
fast
thank you
it
for
was
the
gonna come, and
999
then misplayed
piece of
where they
Jera,
left the
Jera.
spike for.
Lots of love,
बरुआ,
small
thank you.
contribution.
किसको support कर रहे हो? TL में
ज़्यादा ही हो गया.
है,
Thank you,
problem
thank you
है.
for the 999 Darshit.
मैं तो
Thank
भाई
you, thank
पेपर
you.
को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ obviously.
For them in this one.
इसमें घर जाएंगे रे अभिजीत. शर्म.
Nothing to do there if you're bank guy. The interesting part, right? They didn't smoke him off, which is why he's like, okay, I'll take this fight. Missed the one way, but shouldn't be the big deals here on the end.
Uncle Sony, thanks for 100 GP again. Hope that days come soon.
Gosh, this
International
guy's
audience
from
is
mid
please
too.
Rosie, big fan. Thank you, bro. Thank you, thanks a lot.
नहीं ये
This
छोड़
time
दिया
out,
इन
thank you for
लोगों
the
ने भाई.
200.
Don't invest fully
TRX
in
wins is
going
equal
for a
to new
force
knife.
fight, but they do buy
Thank
a
you for
lot
the
of shares.
200, but my prediction
Yeah,
is
remember,
liquid.
the
So let's
story
see.
of this map
Let's
has
see.
been
Thank you,
that
Nizani
Boston
Babu.
work
Thank
out
you
over
for the 200.
So
Thank you,
they
thanks
choose
a
to
lot.
go safe. They choose to just stick with the sheriffs.
भाई बहुत जीपे सा रहेगा
Maybe
इसमें.
this is where the trend breaks.
क्या बोलूं? Uncle Sony, thank you for the 100 again. Thank you. Ashutosh.
Just gets the kill.
Oh,
Runs
Ayush Tiwari,
around
thank you
in
for
mid,
1 rupees.
being like, where is
Shash
everybody?
Ang, thank you for the 1 rupees.
If they don't clear that out all the way down to long, he could.
Ashutosh, thank you for the 2 rupees.
ये देखो भाई.
भाई
पागल हो गए क्या
Sometimes
लोग?
we've seen this angle so much.
गाइस
I
देखो
will
सब
try
लोग
to
रॉसी
keep
को 2-2
the
भेज रहे हो.
time.
अपने 800 लोग में से एक जन सीधा 2000 भेज दो. अपन खुश
I
रहेंगे.
don't think they have any idea here.
No, it's just a sheriff.
भाई मेरे को
Right,
एक
but the
बंदा
sheriff could be a problem.
हर्ष गांधी ठीक है
It could be
हाँ.
वो मेरे से
devastating for
500
the
rupees
backline.
रिक्वेस्ट मांगा है.
Between that and
अच्छा
500,
रिक्वेस्ट किया है.
maybe they find the value they're looking for. But the Soulcast is now left alone in this 1v3. The benefit is that they don't know where they are, but Jing is already on the
Siddharth
field.
Patil,
He's
thank you for the
swinging
2
out very
rupees.
quickly.
तेजस यादव thank you for the 4
Jing gets
rupees.
third, along with the defuse.
भाई मत
and
करो
Persona.
माय बैड पूछने के लिए मेरा ही गलती है मैं ही पागल हूं मत करो ठीक है
पेपर एक्स
बस
नहीं
कर
अन रहा है.
और भाई
Guys, help.
प्लीज प्लीज मत
पेपर एक्स
करो
तो
ऐसा
3-4
मत
लोग
करो,
खड़े
ठीक
हैं
है?
फाइट लेने के रेडी खड़े हैं भाई.
Yeah, sure, that could have gotten
तो
dangerous.
सेटअप
but
देखा लास्ट
Paper
राउंड
X
रॉसी.
again.
नहीं देखा भाई मैं इधर 1-1 रुपए 2-2 रुपए का जीपे देख रहा हूं
ए पे 0 लोग खेले.
Rendezvous,
4 लोग
so they
गराज
knew
और
that
सी
that fight
और
was
एक बी
coming
पे.
anyways. And so they just trailblazed.
Adi,
ट्रैप भी
oh.
नहीं कुछ नहीं.
He deals with it, but not enough in the tank.
मेरे से लोग रिक्वेस्ट मांग रहे हैं भाई सिद्धांत थैंक यू फॉर द 1.900
Along
रुपीस
short. Look at your
सागर
man,
प्रताप
both
थैंक यू
Jing
फॉर द
and
2
Forsaken
रुपीस
standing side by
आदि
side,
दोराई
and they're both going to swing out.
आदि
And they're
दोराई
both
गुरु
moving fast.
थैंक यू फॉर द
These fans do, but it was
69.69
the power
रुपीस
from Soulcast to keep them at bay.
थैंक यू अमन राव थैंक यू फॉर द 100
With the long
रुपीस
control, it's really
बंद
hard
कर
to go
दो.
any further
बंद
than this.
सच
Yes,
बता
they
रहा
can
हूं, बंद कर
challenge
दो.
and fight the players who are in A lobby.
Uncle Sony,
For
thank you for the
example,
50.
Team
Just
Liquid
remember
wants
my name.
set up
I'm your
a
dad
bench
fan. Thank you,
and then
thanks
fight
a lot.
them.
I will, Uncle Sony. I will. Thank you for the 50 GP once again. Siddhant, फिर से thank you for the 1.01 rupees. भाई बंद करो.
The thing is, they haven't given up.
मेरा
any of
घर
that
बेच
space.
के दिया.
They're
Thank you
still
for the
playing down short.
1.22
They're
rupees.
probably gonna spot him again.
भाई mindfuck हो रहा है भाई.
Really
Thank you
spot
for
him
the
again.
11 rupees. दीपक
Liquid
कुमार.
definitely cut ties.
भाई मेरे को
Decent
पढ़ना है
second
क्या?
half rotated.
Soumit,
नहीं,
thank you for the
Things
2
that they
पढ़ाई,
got
rupees.
was information about both of the duelists.
नहीं भाई वो भी
And so
money
now
है.
they know.
हम मनी के लिए नहीं बोल रहा हूँ.
Probably gonna decipher on the other
Tamar
side of the
Singh,
map, potentially playing
Thank you
with
for the
Trippy side B,
69.69 rupees.
but it's Mind Freak and
Akash,
Denkai,
thank
which
you for
they
the
hope
18
they can
rupees.
abuse and take advantage of here.
Avijit Ghosh, thank you for the 1.22 again.
Understand you have a flank coming around. There is a trip.
Don't Yash, thank you for the 11
covering that
rupees.
side.
Soulcast's got to be careful. That dart
Draco,
inside.
thank you for
There's
1
three
rupees.
coming fast. You're
भाई
right.
बंद कर दो बहुत हो गया.
Flash, then the dash, and Demon Six.
Big kick shot, thank you for the 2.2 rupees.
भाई ब्रीच अल्ट कमिट कर दिया इन लोगों ने.
दर्शन
Flag.
कुमार.
Garage. Oh, and the
Arey.
swing
Thank you
is
for the
through.
two
Yampi.
Fair worked in the
मैं
copy.
नहीं पढ़ रहा हूँ.
Oh,
मैं
they
नहीं
have
पढ़
no
रहा हूँ.
idea. Oh gosh, they're reloading. He dismisses though. He tries 3 position and he's the
Arey.
only one alive. Soulcast cleans it up
क्या
though.
था?
हाँ, let's go
The
liquid.
slip into Cubby was
बंद
perfect.
That
करो
was
रे
beautiful.
मार्क.
And there's also a smoke.
म्यूट
put down
रॉसी लिख रहे हैं
just the
पब्लिक
right
भाई
way.
रॉसी बंद कर भाई.
I'm not sure if
भाई
that was,
म्यूट कर दे. मैं 1 सेकंड
must
के
have
लिए
been
म्यूट कर दे.
Demon Six
सबको अभी गाली दूंगा चैट
it
में.
was so
बंद
well
करो यार.
played. to counter the, again, third round in a row here where there's been a flank, a big flank from PaperX.
They roll deep, bro.
ये कैसा तरीका है भीख मांगने का? भाई मैं ऐसा नहीं मांगा, ठीक है?
In the pistol.
ऐसा नहीं.
Okay, अपन 5 मिनट म्यूट करके गेम देखते हैं आराम से थोड़ा.
The bonus as well.
हाँ, गेम पे फोकस करते हैं.
But there's a stinger in the hands of Benkai. He's been playing with kill trip, so I'm wondering how he gets value out of that.
Put the ball in the hands of your star players. That's exactly what PaperX seem to be doing. As Jing gets chased down and hunted by a Prowler. And then the swing out from Devera cleans him up.
And you said feast or famine, that was that moment right there. Too much utility to deal with. And the utility is useless.
You mentioned Benkai. What can you do with that stinger?
Player standing.
Everything.
Yeah.
I mean, PaperX को liquid ready बैठी है.
Still hasn't been able to upgrade a weapon. He does have the neural theft. Spots 2 there. Step to the right side, and for a second it looked like Navarro was down. He took a good chunk of damage, but he gets a third on the round.
Kind of went crazy there.
देखो, thank you guys for the GP.
So
thank you for the 100 best GL for me.
For PaperX to try to have a good round there.
Hope to see you on the interest.
But they immediately
analysis करेंगे ना. Game के बाद करेंगे. Game के बीच में अपन game पे focus रखते हैं.
Ready for it.
अभी जो 1-2 रुपए बेच रहे guys, thank you.
This has been something that has been mounting for PaperX for so long. Has been their style being read as players get more experience against them. As there's more footage of them playing at a global level. And Team Liquid right now is completely playing with that in mind.
Absolutely. I mean, the chaos becomes notably less chaotic when you're expecting it, right? When you know it's coming. And that's exactly what we saw from Liquid in that last round. Now off of that, a weird buy for PaperX. They do have the Blades from Forsaken's hands. And they do have a Marshall in the hands of Mindfreak.
Nice.
Yeah, that was very well timed.
The flip-flop between Mindfreak in the back of sight with the Marshall. And then Forsaken coming out on top of that C-long box. Easy way to find a kill on a light buy round here.
And it works. Forsaken missed a couple blades there, so it wasn't pretty, but it worked. And now he's repositioned over A, and that's exactly where the push is headed. They have Jing here with the stinger. They also have Devi who's rotating
Forsaken's
over.
going with this flash.
He's going to get info off of that, and you're right, he goes forward. He gets another kill. Now the Empress has been used. Forsaken has to take a step back, and he goes up top.
Another flash coming.
Waiting for it. There's the swing, and he's gone hunting. Oh, from up top! But the blades don't land. The Classic does.
Let's go, let's go!
Demasic
Nice! अरे भाई ये क्या
another
round निकल
thrifty
गया
round
भाई.
win.
Thank you Battle5 for the $10
so
I won by. Thank you bro.
From both sides. Not just the thrifties, but the light buy wins too. And that one was crucial.
Just to keep him in the game,
Predict
bro.
next round
I mean, the last round that they lost,
that
one was so important. Would have swung the economy again.
Like,
it did force them to go down on the save.
They're stacking one
But
side
the
and
staying
playing
power,
retake
when
on
finally
one.
Forsaken comes
Being
online,
ready for the fight.
critical
Liquid
of him a little
expect
bit
कर लिया
because
था
the
last
first
round
half he went
with
3-11.
Instantly इन लोगों ने change कर दिया अभी.
And there was
stack
so
अभी भी
many
किया
setups there for him.
पर passive stack किया मतलब
Not only did he
push
get
नहीं
the
किया.
backside swing from Mindfreak with the Marshall, the misdirection there,
बताता हूँ.
but as soon as he got to that
पूरा
inside,
game
there was a
देखने
flash
तो
from
मैं
Devi,
अच्छे से
and then secondly, another flash for him. Essentially 3 kills from
Thrifty पे
support.
thrifty. हाँ रे.
And I mean, again, really, when you have a player of Forsaken
Like,
caliber
subscribe,
who isn't
Krokdo,
necessarily
like,
feeling
subscribe,
it, you want to
Krokdo.
continue to put him in positions to succeed, right? Set him up, give him some agency, give him some room to work with. That's what PaperX do there, and they did it gorgeous.
And it's kind of the opposite as well for PaperX than Team Liquid situation where they have a star operating
वैसे हो गया क्या सबका रुपया देख के?
who they want to put on Chamber. This is
नहीं हुआ पोपाजी.
Forsaken coming off.
Shot में जो कितना spam है इधर.
They played on him so far.
तेरा हो जाएगा मेरे को पोक कर एक बार फिर मैं अनम्यूट करता हूँ. मेरे को लगा अब तक तो हो गया रहेगा भाई.
Same amount of
भाई
chance to
आ ही
set him
रहे
up
आ
like
ही
we
रहे
just saw
पोपाजी रुक ही नहीं रहे.
when he's playing on Jet. And that might be
सबका
again,
super
those
set.
symptoms that
Game के बाद
deals with
पढ़ो.
the
तू पोक कर मेरे को पढ़ के
नहीं
खत्म.
नहीं पोपाजी गेम देखते हैं guys.
हाँ वही गेम देखते हैं.
सीरियस गेम देखते
good as
हैं.
they are.
मेरा प्रेडिक्शन गलत नहीं होना है. अभी उसके
Two
बाद
ultimates
पोपाजी
on
ये
side,
करेगा
Team
मेरे
Liquid,
को.
Yampi with the operator.
PaperX, let's go.
It's also 1 point away from the tour de force, so you start to look forward into the future, and you see a world in which you're going to have a lot of firepower in the hands of Liquid Star.
There's the setup again as well. Hand holding him until he can get past that prowler.
150 FW, thank you for the Australia.
now that they hear the execute hitting on this side.
Thank you.
Screen goes so high.
Unfortunately, I can't send
And he
space
takes
or
on
yeah.
Mindfreak with a the Rolling Thunder, but Jing pushes forward, not able to get this.
Oh,
Oh, he
Jing
does?
doesn't care
On to
about
Dima.
Let's go.
Bingo!
Nice!
With the flick!
Spike down B.
And 𝘼𝐽𝐵 again left alone. Oh, another neural theft's going to give positioning away. He doesn't have the spike in his hands either. I mean, he's nowhere near it.
And they know. Oh, they know.
Again, the benefit here for Liquid here is this round is likely lost. But because of his ult situation, 𝘼𝐽𝐵's, if he dies, he may not be able to buy another op, but he is going to have that tour de force to work with in the next round. And that might be the only thing they have to work with. They've got no money.
Let's see what he can do, though. He just dodged the flash, so thinking he's not here.
Grumpy Gaming, thank you for the 150.
There's the jump spot. Well played from Divide, but he didn't see them the first time.
30 seconds left.
He saw Forsaken creeped up. 𝘼𝐽𝐵 creeped up. He's really trying the best to isolate here.
He's gotten the spike, and he's gotten out. Now, how do they scatter? Look at him.
They don't know where the TP was. Forsaken's leaving the site right now, but there's still the camera.
𝘼𝐽𝐵 also dropped the op. And now the flash is going to give his position away. They're going to swarm him. They're going to overwhelm him. They're going to kill him.
Bhai.
Device secures the round for Peripherals.
मेरा तो देख ले अक्षय देखता हूँ ढूंढ के देखता
Double up करेंगे क्या?
You could tell, do we want a double up setup?
अक्षय ना अक्षय
Forsaken still has his. They choose not to
यूजर को
pick up
बुलाएगा
𝘼𝐽𝐵's.
तो सब्सक्राइब ठोकेंगे सही है भाई मतलब
Yeah,
exactly. Well, not just who would do it, how they want to use it. I'm thinking maybe there's been rounds where Team Liquid has
अक्षय thank you for the
purposefully
50
not
contribution
smoked.
आज का
But
मेरा
that was early when the
पैसा
camera was not rolling yet for either side.
मत मारो ठीक है very harmful thank you for the 50 love you thank you
And potentially as well trying to take advantage of 𝘼𝐽𝐵.
भाई 2 रुपए बेचना बंद करो तो अभी भी आ रहे हैं
let's go guys.
thank you for the $2 Australian again 150 FPW just because रतन ने chat में बोला spam करने
यूजर को बुलाएगा
correct I really appreciate it.
And there's the flash setup for Forsaken.
Such a cool smoke to keep Forsaken off that box.
smoke
Oh, but behind.
is also spotted अभी जाना है नहीं
I just walk through here.
Team is the only one with a weapon other than 𝘼𝐽𝐵 who has a weapon.
चार लोग हैं पप्पा इधर
So
already
you hear the showstopper
वही कर रहे हैं हम
value
लोग.
with the stinger. But Mind Freak from backside. Mind Freak from backside finds two.
Spike down.
𝘼𝐽𝐵's tour de force stops it. 3v3 here, and they've got to be careful. Sokas is all.
Spike planted.
Smoke just came back up, but they're
कौन
through.
है Forsaken दवा और
It's
बेंचा
just
है
𝘼𝐽𝐵 that's through. It's just 𝘼𝐽𝐵 and he falls. And there's the Nightfall. Forsaken, decayed.
अरे ऑप है रे इसके
Still
पास
alive.
Last player
Falls.
standing.
Device left in this
Oh,
1v2, and he's
difficult
got
to
a
dodge.
Vandal.
Nice.
He has a blind opponent in front of
Oh,
him,
no,
too.
let's go.
Now off the swing.
but
𝘼𝐽𝐵 patient,
Yampi
disciplined, waiting as he holds this angle. Puts onus on Divide to make a move, to make a
Nice.
play, and it's another thrifty.
Oh, Yampi.
This time in favor of Liquid.
It is
ये
just
map
ridiculous
के बाद गेम में जाके
what these two teams are putting on the table right now.
थदोमल कॉलेज सुने हो
Just
मेरा भाई वहाँ
ridiculous,
पे
but
पढ़ाई
Team
किया है
Liquid
भाई इंजीनियरिंग.
are not giving this lead
भाई
up.
बैंक वालों का फोन आ जाएगा बस थोड़ी देर में
Since they lost that pistol at the beginning of the game,
तो होने वाला है मेरा बैंक
they're
का
saying, no, we want to hold on.
ऐसे बंद कर दो बता रहा हूँ और डर लग रहा है दिल भी ना देखा
And it was the only, again, there was a stinger in the hands of Soulcast, but that was the only real weapon that
let's go MP
And it comes on.
मस्त कैरेक्टर ने रे हिट करके फिर रीहिट किया उन्होंने.
Not a moment too late.
भाई क्या क्या स्मोक्स डाल रहे हैं ब्रो उसको फाइट अवॉइड करने के लिए
Soulcast
पापा
right behind him. The Haunt to make sure
ये
there's
तो
no moving back.
ब्लीड ने किया था पहले.
सच में
You got
हाँ
this again.
मैक्सी ने किया था.
They're 2 stars.
मतलब पहले नहीं
taking
मतलब मैंने जो
aggressive
पहले
chasing
देखा
control. Look
उससे.
at him.
भाई
Hand in
जर्मनी
hand,
में
side
पेटीएम
by
नहीं ऐसा
side.
है क्या चलेगा कोई नहीं
And remember, the last time it was to set up Forsaken with a knife. This time, they've got a setup to set up 𝘼𝐽𝐵. He's so close right now.
तेरे सिर कब ऐसा
So
चिल्लाएंगे
far out, you're right. You're not
Jab
expecting
hum
𝘼𝐽𝐵
udhar
there.
leke
You're
jaye.
absolutely right, Paul, and you're also not expecting Forsaken.
Spike down.
𝘼𝐽𝐵
A.
is still here.
Divide from backside.
Oh.
You're right, 𝘼𝐽𝐵 on
Let's
the
go,
swing.
two more
अरे इसको ही स्टन कर दिया रे बेचारे जिनको.
Smith has to stay alive, and
मार
𝘼𝐽𝐵,
देता जाको उसको
understanding they're
easy.
coming right into his lap, pushes back just a tad.
And I know Reina utility is typically a meme, but 𝘼𝐽𝐵
इतना
dismisses every
utility डाले.
He's always looking
4
for
second
one
हिला ही
before he
नहीं है.
uses that orb.
उधर ही खड़े रह के मारा है
Guy as
इसने.
well, falling back in this situation is very, very well handled.
Instead of taking the fight, the flank that's likely coming pivots towards safety.
PayPal account भी
And this is
बना
just
लो
a
for
higher percentage
international
play.
audience
30 seconds left.
पे में ही आज
Oh
जान
my
गया
goodness, if that door was broken.
They're going to swing.
One enemy remaining.
नहीं चाहिए
The op is down. What can Scream find? He has the op. He has
Hello,
the spike.
Rajan.
Seconds, nothing.
मैं भी थदोमल से.
Literally
Nice.
nothing.
Surely not.
ठीक बहुत इम्पैक्ट कर रहा है
10 seconds left in the round.
10
He's now
seconds
pushing
left.
forward. Maybe he gets
Did I
played. Not even that. That's unlucky. Oh, they actually make it play money. That pulls off. Good.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, okay.
Scream बोलते हैं.
Scream with the third. But either way, Paper X
Let's go.
And we'll see. This is
Yampi.
again
Solo
Team
off
Liquid
lane.
broken economically because he didn't get that spike down. If they did, maybe they could have forced something here, but they're just gonna have to stick
Hello
with the
Popo
sheriff
ji.
fight.
Hello Priya.
And they've been working.
सही है भाई.
This is it. The opportunity for Paper X has presented itself. This defensive side so far has been really good for them.
Let's make some chaos.
And they've certainly gotten Forsaken online since that first half.
Make a wish.
11 to 10 and 17. I mean, yeah, he's still negative, but it's
Indian
just a
team
drastic
on what
difference
stage
in the first half.
winning tournaments.
Absolutely. Note Yampi with the Guardian, the one investment, the one exception to an otherwise broken buy.
Oh, he's pushing with this cam.
And this is very similar to what we saw in the previous round. The cam spot Scream, and then Yampi swings around. In the previous round, he died. This time it's 𝘼𝐺𝐺 who falls.
Yampi, bro, so
That
cool.
might be a recall here for Jing to go a little aggressive.
भाई मेरे को डर लग रहा है वो पीछे
The
मुड़
one
के जा रहा
benefit
था.
for Paper X is 𝘼𝐺𝐺 died in a position where they can't pick up his weapon.
Oh भाई.
He's
At least
getting
not easily.
deep flank here.
Yeah, he is. And Forsaken is the op.
They're spread around him though.
Oh, he's so patient.
ओ भाई देख लिया.
Spotted him anyway.
Oh,
They're
अच्छा
going back
भाई
into
उधर
him.
Moff and Jing on the flank! Jing on the flank! He gets 3! Oh, he's got 4. Now Dima the 1. Step away from an ace.
Yes.
नहीं नहीं.
And he's the one who takes it from him.
अरे अरे.
But either way,
Oh,
the damage
Jingo!
was done.
Paper
Paper X
X
take the lead.
Winning.
One small gap.
पोपो जी का prediction
It's a
सही हो
slow
जाएगा.
approach
मेरे को
from
बहुत
Team
बुरा लग रहा है
Liquid.
अभी.
After they got the first kill. And Jing sneaks all the way out behind them.
Down, C.
In between
Wow.
everybody.
भाई सोल का
Team
सिर्फ
Liquid
उधर ही
had
देख
some
रहा
sort
है.
of map control.
हाँ. उसको लगा उधर ही
What
push
a
करेगा
round.
पूरे करेगा वो किधर था.
Smiles all around for the boys who, for a while, it felt like they were just hanging on for dear life. Right? Trying so desperately not to lose control of the situation.
5 people here down to C-Long.
Light armor on everyone on the side of Liquid.
Fast.
Matter when there's an op.
Spike down.
You're right, they're going fast, and they go right into the stars of Paper X.
हो गया.
Paper X is feeling
GG
it.
guys.
At the end of this game,
2-0,
they have
Paper
shut
X.
everything.
ये
Team
देखो
Liquid
prediction
has
change
thrown
करता है
down.
बेशरम आदमी.
नहीं नहीं अभी भी जीतेंगे. लिक्विड जीतेंगे.
And ultimately, if it's just at the end,
से कभी में बैठ के ऐसा hopeless लगता है थोड़ा. करेगा भी क्या?
Prime Gaming Flawless comes through for Paper X.
मरेगा.
They have taken the lead. And to be honest, Ball, I know we've alluded to this a little bit, but I didn't think we would find ourselves here.
This is a wild swing for Paper X. The most streak of rounds that they've had so far. Except towards the tail end of that first half. Which evened things out and even put this in a position to be like this. But Team Liquid just got shut down on a fast CS without even entering the
Crispy
choke.
नहीं भाई. Crispy है.
अरे भाई मालूम.
That's certainly something worth celebrating.
27 and 15.
Please भाई इसको निकालो. He's taking
point.
the fun out of it.
With his efforts.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
A double spam.
Oh भाई. GG.
चलो यार वैसे भी बिल्स का फ्लैश से
Set up
कुछ
his
हो नहीं रहा था
teammates to go
उनका.
fast into
GG भाई हो
grass.
गया. गन भी नहीं इनके पास. कैसे जीतेंगे?
I mean, is this the knockout
Cripsy बोलते guys.
on Haven?
तो
Well,
Cripsy.
try again.
That almost ace might have been, right? It almost felt like Team Liquid needed to pull another low buy win out. They'll have to do it again here. And they're already a man down.
Jing is his Empress online.
ये लोग इतना force पे force क्यों कर रहा था?
Mind free cosmic
Rifle ही नहीं
divide.
किया
Everything
properly.
stacks up so
भाई
heavily.
फोर्स
against
नहीं
Liquid
किए उन
here.
लोग.
Even if they win,
Thrifty
it has to be
जीते.
clean for them
फिर
to
नेक्स्ट राउंड उसने सिर्फ गार्डियन
maintain
खरीदा.
some sort
और
of
फिर अभी इसके बाद ये बाय राउंड हार गए ना इन लोग.
evenness in the next.
और गेम खत्म.
Stakes so high for Team Liquid here.
And it's on their map. Pearl is next. And who knows what Pearl holds.
This is a stack as well, kind of, for Paper X. They've got 3 players nearby.
Jing is kind of taking a step back. He just leered out mid. It wasn't cleared out.
ये
so he
एक
knows
kill तो
there's no
मारेगा
presence that
100%.
way.
अरे
And
रे
off of
नेट
that,
कर
they're going to
दिया
rotate back. Device fallen. Bankai's still
Oh
on
no,
top.
that
Scream has
weapon.
the trip,
now.
But he's got
Oh
the
no,
trip.
that Vandal.
Standing for it, looking for it now. There's the ult that you just mentioned, the showstopper out for Scream. Jing has fallen. Bankai still not cleared out. That doesn't feel good. Oh, 𝘼𝐽𝐵. 𝘼𝐽𝐵's on the flank screen. He's been spotted. 𝘼𝐽𝐴's trying to spam, trying to find the blades, and he does. Now retreats.
भाई एक ही वेपन से गेम घुमा दिया भाई.
From up top, has to jump down. 𝘼𝐽𝐵 just plucks him out of the sky. Liquid, they're not done yet.
They pulled one of those elusive low-eco wins again out right at the final moment.
It just seems commonplace at this point.
This entire game has been filled with that. What a shot from Scream. I thought for sure 𝘼𝐽 was going to net himself a kill there. 𝘼𝐽𝐴 as well, handling Forsaken. And 𝘼𝐽𝐵 took the flank to its fullest extreme. I mean, he came all the way to the back of them before firing a single bullet.
Next मैं बात भी कर लूँगा कभी. Don't worry.
This is it.
चलो.
That was clean enough.
No problemo.
Once again, together, Forsaken and Jing.
Oh,
but it's 𝘼𝐽𝐵 who wins it out. 𝘼𝐽𝐵 who popped off, who pounded.
Double ulted,
in
Jing is in the corner. He's so stunned up.
But did they check him? Yes, they do. 𝘼𝐽𝐴 cleans him up. Betrayed by the nightfall. Oh, they've just destroyed PaperX.
अरे वही तो मौका था PaperX
close करने का. Liquid take us to overtime.
Let's go.
Overtime.
Last round मौका था रे पूरा close करने का.
Unreal performance out from 𝘼𝐽𝐵 at the end there, man.
यार last round मौका था रे पूरा
strong he
close
was in the
करने
first
का.
half and how it became the Jing show. For him to be the one to shut down Forsaken. For him to be the one to give Liquid the advantage.
Unreal.
Shit.
And while they might have faltered a little bit towards the tail end of that second half, they brought it right back immediately. Must-win rounds in situations that are so difficult to win, and they pull them out so many times.
Historical records for both of these teams when they find themselves in these situations.
And look at the scoreboard too. The battle of Jing and 𝘼𝐽𝐵.
It is delivered. Tail of the tape has lived up to the hype. You mentioned the double.
Let's go, Jing.
Cage is out from Cypher, out from Benkai.
Oh no,
𝘼𝐽𝐵 aggressive. He's standing on a star though. He's got to be careful. He's also still in the range of his rendezvous.
Oh, kutta karega.
So he still has a quick out.
Oh my goodness.
That was very close.
Oh, bhai. बहुत daring है भाई.
Seconds away from giving him a shoulder.
Yep.
Bro, support Liquid, we want PRX to win. Bro, I want SA teams to win. That includes PRX also.
And it was shutting down 𝘼𝐽𝐵.
I'm just
go for the glass cannon op in overtime.
I just told who might win this game.
Today.
That's it.
Prowler finds one.
That doesn't change my support.
Trip is an unconventional spot as well. It's going to be where they execute.
And they know Benkai just tagged it out.
ये गेम के बाद सबका खत्म करता हूँ, ठीक है? 1 rupee, 2 rupee, सब.
PaperX may be in a world of hurt here, 𝘼𝐽𝐵. They're all funneled in. The smokes go through. The cloudburst, the flash, the swing, and 𝘼𝐽𝐵's down.
Oh,
Scream here though.
Does he go unchecked? Oh gosh, he does. Oh gosh, he does! But Forsaken stops him.
Oh, stun में मारा. Let's.
A 3v3 here. You see,
𝘼𝐽𝐵
goes forward, but Mind Freak is behind him.
क्योंकि 𝘼𝐼𝐻 बोल रहा है उसने यूटिल यूज किया था ना. अभी नहीं था पहले यूज
forward. The spike hasn't been planted. 13 seconds left. He's gonna have to go fast.
An aftershock here from 𝘼𝐻 as well.
But he's got to commit here. I know you want to check. You want to find everything you can. He's repositioned. Remember, up top. He's gotten into a 1v1, but he's not gonna have time for the plan, and the swing never shows up. Liquid take the lead.
What a round! Mind Freak for a second definitely had time to plant there, but he expected the swing. He just expected it.
Shot वाले के लिए कैसे यूटिल आया ब्रीच और ओमन का.
That is crazy. But still, what a round from Liquid.
हाँ वो तो सपोर्ट करने के लिए आया वो अच्छा स्क्रीम का ना.
नहीं भाई हाँ मैं यूटिलिटी देखा क्या ऐसा पूछा.
हाँ वो देखा ना मैं सपोर्ट उसको मारने के लिए सपोर्ट करने के लिए आया ना वो भाई.
हाँ मैं बोल रहा हूँ आपको करना है ऐसा.
For the two players who were in sewers,
अपन किए
that PaperX did not clear out.
करना है.
अच्छा सपोर्ट है. नहीं हमने बात किया सिर्फ स्मोक करने का.
Match point for Liquid.
हाँ शॉट वाले को फाइट करने का यूटिलिटी डाल सकते हैं.
They're spreading the map too.
all over the place right now. मर जाता है इसीलिए बिंदास.
Remember, it was Forsaken who came alive, who came online for PaperX in the second half.
अरे मेरे को इनका ये रीटेक वाला सेटअप ही नहीं पसंद आता है.
He's over at C where.
नहीं भाई इनका usually kills नहीं खाता है ट्रिप के ऊपर.
हाँ पर अभी सबको मालूम है ना वो.
अभी सबको मालूम है हाँ बट. हाँ ये फॉर्म पे प्ले स्टाइल सबको मालूम है इनका.
Shortly thereafter.
Nice. आजा अंदर साइड में आजा जिंगू.
Double that.
Sky you.
जिंग आ जाओ भाई,
Hard to
जिंग ही
expect
मारेगा
that.
सबको.
He's just played up there so many times, though.
इको देख रहे हो रुक देता ये गेम के बाद सबका दे दो.
The aftershock, the nade, the paranoia, everything used.
Jing's in the corner.
रीहिट करने वाले लोग.
Utility. Right, Jing is in the corner and he finds two big ones.
Oh.
Soulcast on trade back, but Benkai still concealed, waiting.
क्या आगे और ज़्यादा
The
कुछ नहीं
Glimmer
कर सकता
waiting for
मैं.
the chance
30
to get a free
seconds
one.
left.
क्या बोलते हो
These
पापा?
tags
2
are
kill.
giving so much value.
करते हो.
Here.
So much
कैंप
delay.
बहुत mindfuck कर रहे हो
Between
bro.
in favor of Paper X, Devi on the swing. Line creep follows. Devi cleans it
Oh,
up.
yeah,
Soulcast trying to get it,
Nice,
and he doesn't.
Oh, let's go one more overtime.
What a good retake
वो
for
लोग time
Paper
ही नहीं
X,
दिया, ठीक
but
है,
also
हाँ.
Team Liquid just
ये
not
Jing-
अटैक
breaking
किया ना
that
कैमरा,
camera
वो निकालने
for
से
so
push
long.
कर दिया वो लोग.
एक जगह कैम लगा
We're
हुआ
going
एक
to our
जगह जिंग
second
फाइट ले रहा
overtime
है.
right
तो कैम तोड़ेगा कि जिंग को
And
मारेगा.
Team Liquid had their one chance
अच्छा था रहा.
to break this
वो
game.
बेनकाई ने दो
and
लोग को
end it
टैग
right
किया.
there.
I'm pretty sure instant कॉल था कि घुसो अभी. यादर उनको डार्ट रिमूव करना है या फाइट
30
करना है
kills
spot
now
होके.
for Jing.
अगर जिसने भी 1, 2,
Yumpy
3
not too
रुपए
far
दिए
behind.
जीपे थैंक यू.
It's actually crazy.
उधर भी
अनिश
चलो.
उज्जवल
The two
सिद्धांत
stars,
थैंक
Yumpy and Jing, are the
यू.
only ones positive on their teams.
अभी
बस,
मैं नहीं रिप्लाई
बस.
करूंगा.
To all of you.
बस.
I just lied to every single one of you. Devi messed me up.
गेम देखते गाइस गेम देखते गाइस.
Guys, like and subscribe this
हाँ, ये
guys.
कर दो.
इसमें से ज़्यादा
popping
वैल्यू है वो.
They're
मैं
pounding.
बता रहा हूँ, please like and subscribe this.
गाइस 50k के बहुत
Still
क्लोज
getting
है.
ज़्यादा
any
वैल्यू ऐड
sort of
करते हैं
other
सब.
pressure outside
Like
of
and
this
subscribe
game.
करो please.
Lobby
मेरा
group.
सिल्वर बटन कराओ.
Paper
रॉसी
X.
का
Gold
गोल्डन
button.
ना. हाँ गोल्डन
1
बटन.
million.
1
Stop
billion.
them to pivot into a C pop eventually.
They just recalled it. Now you wonder if anyone slipped into Cubby or not down long.
Bro, I don't
they're
Valentines
gonna
have
re-clear.
comms
There's a
number
flash
like
here from
CS:GO,
Navarra.
Navi. Yeah, I don't know. We use
Here's
it.
everything, but
People
Yumpy
also
with the
use it, but
flick.
people don't
Down A.
use it.
I got the spike.
And once again, the attack
Yumpy.
woes from Paper X continue.
That was a solid reclear.
2.8
Remember at the
K
beginning of this
watching,
game,
2K likes,
Team Liquid
guys.
was failing on those aggression middle of the round. This time it's going so well.
Oh, they can't see it, man. And look at the utility.
Aggressive
dump
खेलना
on the
है.
side of
नहीं.
Liquid Divide, though. He slipped his way in.
Per second 2 को उड़ाएगा ये
They're
वाले को.
both so blind.
मस्त feeling आ रहा है ऐसा.
Forsaken's able to take her
एक
one,
को तो मार
understanding
दिया.
Divide does that there's at least one more there. Navarra on their
भाग
tree.
गया भाई.
Benkai awaiting the swing, awaiting the pressure. Yeah, it takes a good bit of
What?
damage. He's got satchels thrown his way. How do we do it that far?
Oh भाई scream.
Forsaken now.
तुमने
choosing to
तड़पा
use
दिया.
the
Oh,
sword.
let's go for second.
Spike ticking away, and the kill does not come through. As
Scream
Liquid hold the line
मैं
yet
कभी
again.
लाइफ में नहीं सोच सकता था कि स्क्रीम
Paper
ऐसा
X really wanted to make
नेट करके सचल हाँ तड़पा के मारेगा
for the
भाई.
A-link push. That's where they got their advantage early on. They got those 2 kills.
उनको utility से ही मारना है.
Here's the reclear that opened up the round here for Team Liquid.
Oh.
The flash and Yumpy swinging. Really good setup, and you can see it the entire time.
तो गाइस 1000 लाइव इसकी
Hard,
तरफ
man.
बढ़ते
My
हुए
goodness.
Crazy. Randy Johnson.
जल्दी जल्दी लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दिया जाए.
Tell me you know who Randy Johnson is.
वो दवाई सही
Some
था.
sort of NFL player or something like that.
Okay. Good.
Team Liquid again, match point.
And again, they're on the attacking half.
Are you
Paper
serious?
X
Go
with
for
the chance
second? No,
to
I'm not.
hold serve here. As it seems to be a half of defenses for both of these teams. And look at this heavy aggression down long. 3 have pushed their way up.
Oh, the recall!
Oh, and the recall, you're absolutely right. But Liquid walk away with the advantage, and it's a big one.
Oh,
GG.
no.
Looking to put Paper X away on this map. The paranoia, Mind Freak has to push forward. There was a nade at his feet behind him. Too much pressure, too much damage, and now Benkai
What an
with
intense
way
Oh my
game.
gosh.
too much before him.
Oh.
He slipped
Oh, he
through.
hurt him, right?
Screams got behind him.
नहीं,
I
नहीं,
think
they
he
don't
knows,
know.
actually. Sneaking suspicion.
नहीं, नहीं,
Demasix swings
Raise
around
का
a
बात
3K for him as Haven goes in favor of Liquid. 50
भाई
minutes
12-10 वाला राउंड ही
हाँ,
क्लोज कर देना
हाँ,
चाहिए
भाई.
था भाई.
All the way to the end. Multiple overtimes here. Team Liquid and Emil super happy about that one because remember this situation. They were down 2 when Paper X was on match point after having the lead almost the entire game.
That 12-10 round.
It was a close affair,
I can watch that round again.
but you have to be super happy that you didn't let that one slip if you're Team Liquid.
And we talked a lot about Yumpy. I want to just very quickly go back to him because the guy had himself a day. Not only was he 29 and 18, 9 first bloods. No one else was even
This
close.
is a
man.
round, guys.
He had such a good performance. You see him on screen there now, popping off. Shots were just so clean. This 4K was pure filth.
Yeah, just disgusting.
This is the wrong guy.
We've always considered him potentially, you know, one of those guys who could push up from top opper in the world. But they just never committed to it. Now he is. I think this might be one of the few times you've seen just a raw opper rip apart PaperX. Because the aggression oftentimes is so difficult to deal with. And you've seen top operas. You've seen
last round में Yampy एक को भी नहीं मारता ना तो उन लोगों को kill मिल जाते हैं.
Sometimes struggling with it at Copenhagen. That was certainly a storyline.
And they've definitely tried. But you're right, it really feels like Yampy was able to weather the chaos of PaperX in ways that other teams have.
ये लास्ट वाला राउंड भी जब ये तीन अग्रेस किए ना, अगर फर्स्ट ब्लड पेपरएक्स निकाल लेता तो ट्रेड्स में निकाल लेते, पर जब याम्पी ने एक को मारा ना सब लोग आ गए तब तक.
Against Liquid on Haven in that fashion, right? The fact that you were able to hang on to the lead, get it to overtime, ultimately you weren't able to win it out, but you didn't fold, you didn't roll over, and now you've got Pearl on the other side, which should be a comfort spot for them. I think with all of that in mind,
okay guys, अभी एनालिसिस करते थोड़ा बताओ तुम लोग को मेरे हिसाब से क्या दोनों टीम अच्छा खेलेगा, ऐसा नहीं कोई खराब नहीं खेला.
Hold on and make it to
Liquid
overtime, take that
दोनों एक
lead.
दूसरे को इतना मस्त अडैप्ट कर रहे थे ना.
The same things that were happening over in regulation, right?
Yep.
And yeah, you're talking about Pearl in the future. We've already seen them play, so it's certainly something that I think
तो
they're
PaperX का early game plan on
and so there's no
defense का बात करते हैं पहले.
If map 1 was good, hopefully this means map 2 will be better. We'll be back right on
change
the
क्यों
other
हो
side
गया
of this break.
Valor plan?
Don't go anywhere.
तो पसंद क्या हो गया Valor plan? बंद कर रहा हूँ भाई. अजीब चेंज क्यों हो गया भाई? तो ठीक है, अभी जो भी है ठीक है. पेपरएक्स स्टार्ट में क्या कर रहा था ना, एकदम ऑब्वियस करके पहले पेपरएक्स का डिफेंस का बात कर रहा हूँ, ऑब्वियस करके पुश कर रहा था. तीन लोग किधर है पुश कर रहे थे, ठीक है. जिधर साइफर का कैम है उधर रिटेक ही खेल रहे थे, जो उन्होंने लास्ट 2 राउंड में वापस किया. पर लिक्विड क्या देख रहा था ना, लिक्विड पहले अर्ली इन्फो ले रहा था, ठीक है. और जहाँ पे साइफर था उन लोग वो साइड हिट किए स्टार्ट में, ठीक है. तो या जिधर ज्यादा लोग फाइट कर रहे थे उन लोगों को अवॉइड करने को देखे. फिर पेपरएक्स ने क्या अच्छा किया, ठीक है. पेपरएक्स ने चेंज क्या किया कि साइलेंट सेटअप्स लगाना चालू कर दिए, कि स्टैक किए. जैसे एक इधर इधर वो थ्रिफ्टी वाला राउंड अगर तुम लोग को याद रहेगा, ठीक है. इधर नहीं था नेक्स्ट में, इधर से स्काउट लगाया था एस्ट्रा ने. तो अभी लिक्विड क्या प्रिपेयर करके आया था आई थिंक, कि जहाँ एस्ट्रा और साइफर है उन लोग उधर रिटेक खेल रहे हैं, अकेले खेल रहे. फिर जिंग इधर ऐसा ब्लेडस्टॉर्म लेके खड़ा रहेगा, किसी ने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया, उसने पहला किल निकाल दिया. ये एडी एडी कर रहा था इधर जिंग ये वो, ठीक है. तो उन लोगों ने एडजस्टमेंट है ना वो चीज में बहुत अच्छा किया. अभी लास्ट राउंड भी देखोगे अगर उन्होंने 3A साइलेंटली पुश किया विदाउट बताए कि कहाँ पे. क्यों? क्योंकि अभी इसके पहले उन लोगों ने 2 राउंड ट्रैप वाले सेटअप लगा के रिटेक पे छोड़ा था ना, तो वो नहीं काम किया. अभी ये उन्होंने वापस बोला कि साइलेंटली पुश करते हैं. तो इसमें लिक्विड को क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रहा है, लिक्विड सोच रहे कि अरे साइफर अभी भी उधर ही खेल रहा है, समझ रहे हो, या उन लोग ए रिटेक खेलते रहेंगे ऐसा. तो अभी लिक्विड वापस रिक्लियर करने आया, पर बेचारे का टाइम मतलब लिक्विड ए लेने आया वापस, पर उन लोग का ये बहुत खराब हो गया कि वो ड्यूअल में पहला उसने ट्रेड ले लिया और बाकी लोग ने उन लोग को मार दिया. अगर यही 3-4 सेकंड पेपरएक्स जल्दी पहुंचता उन लोग एमपी को मारते और बाकी लोग को भी मार सकते थे. तो ये डिफेंस उन लोग ने बहुत अच्छा किया, सेटअप्स बहुत जब सेम चीज दिखा के बहुत अलग अलग चीजें किया, तो मेरे को अच्छा लगा. आई थिंक वो थ्रिफ्टी राउंड नहीं हारते 12-10 वाला, तो पेपरएक्स जीतना चाहिए था. दे हैड अ वेरी गुड गेम प्लान ऑन डिफेंस, ठीक है. अभी क्या बोल रहा है, हैव यू प्लेड स्क्रीन विद पेपरएक्स? या ब्रो. और लिक्विड भी अटैक में अच्छा ही खेलने की कोशिश कर रहा था, इन्फो लेके पुश करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, पर पेपरएक्स ने वो उनको इन्फो दिया नहीं. तो लिक्विड जो डेमो देख के आया रहेगा कि जहाँ स्टार आ रहा है या जहाँ पुश कर रहे हैं या जहाँ इन्फो है वहीं पुश हो रहा है बेसिकली, मतलब जहाँ उन लोग दिखा रहे हैं वहीं पुश कर रहे हैं. तो पेपरएक्स ने चेंज कर दिया, पूरा साइलेंट सेटअप्स लगाना चालू कर दिए, वॉक पुश करना चालू कर दिया. तो लिक्विड को उन लोग ऑफ गार्ड पकड़ रहे थे अपने ही गेम पे. लिक्विड ने एक राउंड जब उन लोग को, तुम लोग ने अगर याद रहेगा वो राउंड जब वो मिड पुश किया जिंग और उन्होंने रिक्लियर करके पनिश किया वो स्पैम के बाद, ठीक है, तब से उन लोग ने अर्ली राउंड मिड पुश किया ही नहीं और लिक्विड पूरा क्लियर करके फिर ए जा रहा था, क्योंकि या क्लियर करके जैसे ही कोई कुछ तोड़ रहा था वापस ए जाते थे मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन देके, या तो अगर उनका इन्फॉर्मेशन टूट गया कि गराज में प्राउलर तोड़ दिया, ये तोड़ दिया, वो करके, तो अच्छा ही खेल रहे थे, पर उनका आई थिंक पेपर एक्स का एडजस्टमेंट स्ट्रॉन्गर था वो पॉइंट पे मेरे हिसाब से पर्सनली, पर वो क्लोज आउट नहीं कर पाया, वो बात अलग है. Who won? First map won by Liquid. और आई थिंक अभी के लिए इतना बात काफ़ी है, अभी गेम देखते हैं. ठीक है, मेरे को ये जो डिफेंस का उन लोग का बहुत पसंद आया, मैं वो तुम लोग को समझा रहा था. अटैक में पेपर एक्स के पास ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं है कंट्रोल लेने के लिए मेरे हिसाब से, तो दे हैड टू रिलाई अ लॉट ऑन केजेस एंड व्हाट नॉट. इसके लिए ऑपर उनको पिक ऑफ कर रहा था, क्योंकि उनके पास फ्लैशेस है, पर एमपी बीइंग स्मार्ट यहाँ एंटी फ्लैश खड़ा रहता था, एंटी फ्लैश खड़ा रहता था, या ऐसे एंगल्स पे था, तो उसको भगाना बहुत मुश्किल था. एमपी केजेस से भाग नहीं रहा था, वो वहीं पे खड़ा था जब तक उसको भगाओ नहीं. तो उसके एमपी के से बाकी तीनों साइड उन लोग, बाकी दोनों साइड उन लोग स्ट्रॉन्ग रख पा रहे थे.
particularly on that defensive side with the op,
मैं
that
एक
he
मिनट आया guys,
nullified
वॉशरूम हो
this
क्या है?
double entry duo of Paper Rex to literally just Jing. Forsaken was shut out of this game, but for Jing on that Reyna, he was holding on so hard to try and make this game winnable.
Yeah, Yampi went 7-2, is that right, against Forsaken?
Absurd.
I mean, that is just bonkers to completely take the Paper X duo out of the game. We had thrifties on both sides as well, but I think really the story of the second half and how Paper X got it back to OT was the fact that they were flanking frequently, that they had this idea to be able to set up for retakes pretty often. And we thought they'd be challenging a bit more, but it all starts on a pistol round like this, where Benkai's playing off his kill trips in heaven, and the rest of the team is fast flanking around behind. Look at the rest of Paper X here, trying to get in good positions, because they don't have the utility to set up for big elaborate retakes. They've got to get positional advantages.
Yeah, and you see the reaction from Team Liquid as they want to get off the site, fight towards spawn, but Spike was never planted for them, and with some nice Aster utility and a shutdown for Paper X, they are able to win out on that round. I think there was kind of two options of this composition. You either go for those fast flanks and are pressuring behind after you concede that spike plant, or you're really committing to using that Cypher utility to hold on to site and to fight there. I expected more of the latter, but Paper X tried both, and largely, Team Liquid did a great job at adapting against both of those options. In the latter part of that half, Team Liquid were really shutting down those flanks, so for the side of Paper X, they were forced to fight on the sites, and it was never really working.
Yeah, as soon as the aggression and the fast flanking got shut down, it felt like Paper X just had to drop back into normal anchor positions, and that's where it stopped working. So huge credit to Team Liquid for drawing the game out long enough that Paper X ran out of ideas.
Yeah, they certainly did. And now it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. And for this one, we're going to be giving it to Yampi. He's one of the guys who actually prevented them from having any new ideas because he just kept shutting them down time and time again. Yampi was on fire, Mimi.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, this is the first time thus far at Champions that a chamber kind of non-mirror matchup on this map has been able to win. But it was because Yampi was just insane at the agent, insane while he was opping. And it really did come down to him versus what we could see up against Forsaken. Normally, both these players are in a very similar role, kind of the star, playing on that off. But it was very much one-sided for Yampi in this one. And like we were saying earlier, a complete shutdown onto Forsaken.
Yeah, and obviously they're playing a completely different agents, slightly different styles as well. But I think this bears thinking about going into our next map of Pearl, because we're expecting Forsaken to be playing Chamber there. And honestly, just think about the form that these players are in. Yampi is full of confidence right now, hitting every shot. ACS, DPR, just through the roof on all of this kind of stuff. And Forsaken, finding it difficult to get trades off. His aggression was getting neutralized. Does he have that same level of confidence, or can he feel the weight of pressure upon his shoulders?
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, look, I think it goes without saying that, you know, both of these players, right, for Forsaken, we're really looking for him to step it up moving into our next map. For Yampi, just keep doing more of the same, brother. It seems to be working out. But here's the thing. If you want to drop into an unrated lobby, and one-tap people from a mile away, take notes and train like the pros. In the AIM Lab shoot-around, here's Demasig. And as a matter of fact, I think it's a great opportunity to talk about him because he's got the fresh face on this lineup. A lot of pressure on him, Mimi, but I think so far he's been playing his role very well.
Yeah, he has. But for this Team Liquid squad in particular, there's a lot of pressure on them. Into the LCQ, we get this rebuild for them. They bring Dima into the occasion. They get a new coach in a mill in the mix, and off that they win. There's such high expectations for this team at Champions. They've never lost in the groups before, and for a new squad, that's a lot to contend with.
Yeah, and I think they did an excellent job there. There were 2 map points available for Paper X, and that takes serious grit to be able to battle back and get things to overtime and then convert. You know, Liquid aren't a team that have been in some big major finals recently. That's the team on the other side of things who let that opportunity slip away. And now we head into just completely unknown territory. I don't know what Agent 𝘼𝘼𝑖𝑐's going to be playing. I don't know what Agent half of these players are going to be playing on Liquid. And who knows whether PaperX even stick to the same stuff.
Yeah, and that really does put the pressure on PaperX as well. They're the team that's coming in looking like a clear favorite. They've been so good thus far this year. And you go into a map that you've already shown. Liquid is a complete unknown when we're looking towards Pearl. And just the pressure has got to be on for these guys. They're the hope of their region, riding alone for APAC, and also the hope of themselves to continue that upward trajectory.
Yeah, well, if you are just joining us here, of course, map 1 went to overtime. What a game it was, as we saw Team Liquid win their map pick 15-13. But there was a point in time there where I was convinced that PaperX were going to walk away, but never count out TL on the Thrifties, because they'll scrape those buy-side, show.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when 𝘼𝘼𝑖𝑐's hitting shots like that with the Headhunter. But I think Haven being Team Liquid's pick and winning it doesn't really mean anything for this series, because we have no expectations for Pearl. We don't know whether Liquid are good at it, bad at it, whether they've screwed it before. I mean, obviously they have. But for PaperX, they're 0-1 headed in here. That doesn't mean they're a bad team on Pearl. Yeah. They lost to a team that looked drilled and disciplined and had excellent retakes. We could still see PaperX bounce back and be fantastic on this map, immediately send us map 3. We just have no idea. The players need to turn up now.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And for Liquid, we've seen a lot of different solutions to this map thus far. We've seen the crazy neon comp. We've seen something like PaperX, where you're leaning into the Sage, playing that icebox style. We've seen really big emphases on the Fade Rays. So there's a lot of options for them. And this team stylistically has been quite unique with some of the compositions they play, particularly with implementing the Phoenix and doing stuff that no one else is doing. So seeing where they head on Pearl is going to be an interesting one.
I keep thinking back to a comment that Mini made, the coach of Fnatic, where he's saying a lot of the EMEA teams are playing no duelist comps here. Could we see Scream pick up, for example, a Sage, something that he's played a ton in the past, and just have a no duelist comp going up against the Raze?
Okay, Prime Gaming Agent select for Pearl. Team Liquid is up 1-0 in the series. Let's see what spanners might be thrown into the works here, Mimi, right out of the gate. It seems like... Okay, think.
No way. They're doing
Yes! We're doing it. He took the red pill.
He took the red pill.
He took the red pill.
You did it. It didn't work. He refused to take your medication, Dr. Josh.
Yeah, I know. And honestly, the doctor doesn't know best in this situation. The doctor doesn't know anything in this situation. We haven't seen a Phoenix getting played, but I theory crafted when I was doing that segment earlier that you could play Phoenix here. The Phoenix has a wall that could be used in a similar way to the Neon fast lane over to get plants on B. So the biggest problem with it is that the wall just lasts for very long, and the Phoenix doesn't have any gap closing ability, whereas your Jet, your Neon, even your Raze has some of that available. The thing is, we just don't know enough about this map to know what the counters could be and whether or not PaperX are ready for it.
Scream is the gap closing ability. Maybe what you got?
I mean, I think for this Phoenix on that defensive side, once we get there, it'll come down to kind of flashes through doors, fighting for that mid control. It's kind of a big win condition on this map to hold on to that space. And I think the flashes there do add a lot. It's why some teams are playing KO, but I suppose just a more comfortable role for Scream there. I do agree with you that I worry about this diveless comp. On the other side for PaperX though, they head back to what they've shown before, the Fade Rays with this Sage. And this is a solution to the map that I have a lot of confidence in. There's a lot of combinations to set Jing up for success to get him value out of those nades. And for to buy on that Sage, it gives you just free side control, get that spike down, play post like it's Icebox.
The only thing I don't have confidence in this composition is the lack of a Viper. It feels to me like the double controller setups with Astra Viper are just the best to play on the map right now. And so only having a solo Astra concerns me a little bit.
Yeah, it could be concerning. Forsaken as well is going into that chamber. It's going to be the head-to-head between him and 𝘼𝘼𝑖𝑐. He needs to step up.
All right, here we go. PaperX trying to keep the drive alive here. Liquid trying to shut it down. Let's send it back over to your casters. Doug and Bala, which pill you want? Red pill or blue pill?
Right now, today time.
Thank you so much, Morpheus. Honestly, I forgot which was which. Right, I don't really remember which was which. So I'm just gonna take both. Scream took the Phoenix pill. I'm assuming that one was the red one.
Fate to duelist है ना पागल हो गया क्या?
There's side effects when you taking both. Either way, it is Phoenix. It is Pearl. It is something that we have not seen, and furthermore, we haven't seen Team Liquid even play on this map. So, so many questions, and we had this conversation about Pearl in general for all these teams that came out of LCQ. Look at Team Liquid, happy to play it against PaperX. And it's so interesting to me that PaperX even go for this.
भाई कैसे हारे भाई पोपो जी मेरे को मेरा prediction था Liquid but still बुरा लग रहा है भाई वो round 10
After all is said and
वो
done.
round भाई हाथ का था
You're
भाई
right. Liquid have not played this at all. Who knows
fuck
what they
yeah,
have
boy.
cooked up.
Already a fast A main control. And they're farming the orb. Not an easy orb to get by any means, but look at the wall that they're using. Blocks up the top of A main there.
Oh, headshot.
And double doors and entry into Art. Really nice wall.
Good attempt. 𝘼𝘽𝐺 just getting one shot off there is optimal, right? He just wants to see if they're coming down.
from West Bengal भाई दुर्गा पूजा आ रहा है आ जाओ इधर
Especially when
let's see bro मैं बहुत डरता हूँ बाहर जाने के लिए
Trip was just cleared out. PaperX pushing forward through Art, as you were just mentioning. They're going to be splitting in for main as well. 𝘼𝘽𝐺 backside, trying to keep it back. But it's actually 𝘼𝘽𝐺 who finds a ton of value. 𝘼𝘽𝐺's still a problem. He's still here. He's still around. And he swings with it. The right click. Cleans up Forsaken. 𝘼𝘽𝐺 finds nothing. 𝘼𝘽𝐺 with 3. He continues right where he left off.
Just looking unstoppable.
guys देख रहे हो prediction क्या पोपो जी prediction यार
decisive as well to start things off.
Oh yeah, the whole is so
अच्छा
good.
मारा भाई
Right in front of the wall.
oh
And 𝘼𝘽𝐺 just not able to be cleared out from dugout.
पागल हो गए मेरा
It's so much fun to watch 𝘼𝘽𝐺 like fully come into his own here.
I think 2-0 Liquid नहीं रहे
go forward or toggle
Really beautiful.
oh I
to
toggle
watch
it
too,
I guess
because
I toggle it
not
yeah
only
I
is he
toggle
coming online,
toggle
but
scope
Scream seems to be really leaning into this leadership role that he's taken up on the team. And that might have honestly unlocked a new level for 𝘼𝘽𝐺.
Heavy stack from PaperX towards A. No split this time, no antics, no nothing.
Scream IGL कर रहा है क्या
नहीं
Up together, and you see that Molly keeps him back for now.
लीडर है
Has to
मतलब
heal himself.
कैप्टन
हाँ
ऑफ
वो
द
तो
टीम
समझा मैं पर IGL कौन है फिर सोल्कास
आईजीएल आई थिंक सोल्कास होगा सोल्कास ही था ना उनका पहले से
हाँ
Again, another really good wall here from Navarra. It's
सोल्कास
cutting off the entrance. They're going to have to walk through unless it's not up in time. And it's not. But decisive is still here. The grab well is beautiful.
Goodness.
The molly is beautiful.
यहाँ
The
पे आईजीएल
carnage is disgusting.
नहीं
Just
नहीं
no way through.
पागल हो क्या
Literally
ड्रीम
no
इज
way
आईजीएल
through.
हैं
You mentioned the Molly, the gravity
मेरे
well.
पब्लिक भी
Such a
पागल
nice
बना रही है
setup.
अपने को
पता नहीं भाई
The orb.
टीआरएक्स
too
का
as
आईजीएल
well.
बिनका है
स्क्रीम में IGL
And it
पब्लिक लिख
allows
रही है
him to
भाई
get any extra
नहीं
space here.
ब्रो
You can always re-clear the Viper
30
orb with
seconds
the
left.
little bit of opacity that you have. And in Scream, I mean, what are you doing?
क्या किया भाई
Yeah, come
स्क्रीम
on, if you're going to play Phoenix, you kind of have to, right?
Was there even a
enemy
flash?
remaining.
I think there was, yeah, I think it was his.
Okay.
But Forsaken, trying to dance around in that orb, finds nothing. Liquid
चेक विकिपीडिया
takes the
स्क्रीम
second round,
ऐसा है क्या
with the exception really of just Scream going down off
जहाँ
trying
पे
to make a
आईजीएल है
play.
कंफर्म्ड
It was very clean.
भाई छोड़ो पता नहीं विराट कोहली
चेक ऑन लिक्विडिटी स्क्रीम में IGL हो भाई
Spike down A.
क्यों आईजीएल कर
Bears
रहा है
also on duty with the
अच्छा है भाई
what you guys doing
fade hunt that
सब
went
वाला
out with Benkai. Alex not happy with how easy that was for Team Liquid. And it will be a bonus attempt here for Team Liquid, and it's kind of a rough one. Scream only has a sheriff. With the way that he just sent it in the last round.
See the defensive protocols out from Liquid early on.
Oh,
not able to
shot,
land that
baby.
shot. As Forsaken wins that duel out. We'll keep an eye on that one again. It was 𝘼𝘽𝐺 who played exceptionally well, who's continuing to play well, and Forsaken was just much more quiet.
𝘼𝘽𝐺 was 7-2 against Forsaken.
Yeah.
So it's supremely important.
we know this
Even in
आईजीएल
rounds like that,
नहीं छुट्टी हो तुम लोग को
advantage
पूछ रहा
is
मैं
for Forsaken. He
आपने
wins that.
मेरा ही गलती है
PaperX choosing
आपका
to
नहीं
rotate back towards B.
आप सही हो
The Prowler's gonna find, man, so much.
भाई
Often
20
we're
स्टैक
looking
कर
at
लिया
how
हम
they
लोगों ने
start to rotate back to B.
Yeah, Scream is here.
पापा आपका
Bears
प्रेडिक्शन
in the
क्या है
back
राउंड
side
का
too.
तो जीत जाएगा
Little
ये
check
लोग
in the cubby,
ही
make
अपना
sure
PaperX
no one's there waiting around.
decisive probably has a star coming up anytime.
The Prowler off of the flash.
मैं
keeps
पोपा से
Scream back
जानबूझ
for
के
now.
पूछा गाइस देखो अभी क्या होता है
There's so much utility. There's so many crossfires. There's so many swings happening all at once. Through all of it, though, PaperX
ओपन
stands
का बहुत
strong.
एडवांटेज था रे
Wall up,
पोपा जी
spike
आपका
down,
जुबान का भी एडवांटेज थोड़ा
and 𝘼𝘽𝐺 left in this 1v4.
नहीं तो 2-1 बोला था PaperX अभी देखते हैं होपफुली
And he doesn't stick around
जी
for very long.
आपका ही
Paper X
पन
on the
होती है
board.
मैं बता रहा हूँ
Solid
Oh,
anti
no,
bonus,
तू
but it
आके
also
लगाया।
has Forsaken. Take
मैं
him
लगा
down.
मैं
Yumpy.
हाँ
मैं ही चुपते हूँ
All the way
तू तो है
down B long.
मैं हूँ
हेलो आदित्य
And all Paper X does is say, okay, we should have an advantage on this side of the map. And they did, but they still had to take it slow. But also note,
Enemy remaining.
the Viper wall that
Oh,
Bear
shit.
is constantly using is mostly towards middle, mostly towards the A side.
Well,
वेंकाई
let's go,
कितना
they're having
क्यूट लगता है
And
भाई
they're
कभी
also
कभी एकदम
placing their
कौन?
second
दवाई
control
दवाई
music over
दवाई
there. He does have global impact,
एकदम क्यूट लगता है
but he doesn't have the
पापा
same
जी
type
आप
of
भी थोड़ा
reaction
दवाई जैसी
that you
दिखते
have.
हो
So they're
बट
certainly
खेलते
relying on this
ऐसा
op
नहीं
right
लगता
now
बस
that Yumpy has online.
क्या करे
Doesn't look like there's a chance
मजाक
for
करता
him
हूँ जी
anytime soon. Meanwhile, Jing is
ऐसा मीन तो
aggressively
कभी
taking
नहीं
space
करता
into
हूँ
art.
every player is different
You're going to see that haunt through the little window in art. Over and over while Jing double satchels up there.
Slower up.
Line up.
And just where that gravity well was a moment ago, and they've taken all of this space. Scream having to back up. You've got Nevera and Decisive not nearly as fortunate, not able to retreat towards safety. They're going to have to go back into main, and they've got Benkai, who should be pushing up here. In just
45
moment
with
if they
all
choose to
the
commit, but no.
positions bro
Still maintaining control
ऑल
of
द
the
पोजीशंस
flank
का एक ही
possibilities
पोजीशन है
for
उनके
Team
पास
Liquid.
8 रूम
50 seconds left.
अच्छा
They've got
एमएन
the
भी है ना
advantage.
एक बंदा बैठा है
And also, there's still
लोग घुमा
you
सकते हैं
mentioned
अभी
Benkai. That pressure.
Soulcast just on
Oh.
the other side of doors. He spotted a
अरे
couple.
रे
क्या एंगल होल्ड किया भाई
Jing with the
ओ यहाँ पे
Yumpy with the up, and he gets two.
Spike down mid.
अरे 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 अरे
Double
भाई
too
भाग
good, but the indecisiveness almost cost him his life.
ओ एमपी
We're seeing a repeat here of Haven.
सीएस में भी मस्त
Three
करता था ना
kills
एमपी
already
हाँ
with 2 bullets.
पर ये लोग ये क्यों किए ऐसा
And
नहीं
Yumpy's
सही
again been
किया ना
left
यहाँ पे
alone
मार दिया
on
क्या कर
the
सकते हो लोग
backside.
हाँ नहीं उसके बाद ये
And that
ऐसा
hasn't been a
एक
problem
एक
for him
एक एक
before he
क्यों
spots
किए
one player, and off of that,
यार आप बहुत
Decisive
आगे हो
starts to
क्या
rotate back, 12 seconds
राउंड
left.
खत्म
They
हो गया
should
क्या
be able to get the spike down unless Yumpy
नहीं,
can
नहीं.
continue to cause more
2 on
problems.
2.
No, Benkai cleans him up. Spike down at the hands of Mind Freak. A 2v2 here as the gravity well's just a bit
Spike
off.
planted.
Mind Freak choosing to go aggressive, choosing to push.
Look at the super flank from
Oh no,
Nevera
let's go,
too.
let's
That
go.
trip is down.
बहुत अवेयर है इनका
By that. Nevera pushing forward.
अच्छा पोजीशन
And it's
है
going to be Benkai with the
पता-
op, who's
पता है
looking
इनको लोग किधर-
right
किधर
into
से आ
where
रहे हैं।
Nevera's about to swing. And he
अरे
doesn't land the shot, just a bit wide.
And don't forget they planted for Ali here, so Mind Freak has the opportunity to play from this position.
Right.
And he finds the value he's looking for. Demasic falls. Nevera with not a lot of time.
I think exit smart
He just has to back
Fuck
up.
that.
He has to save the weapon.
And it's not an op either. Not able to recover the op for Yumpy. In fact, it's Benkai who picks it up.
It's interesting to see him in that moment. Has the op, misses a shot, drops. Not willing to recontest, not willing to take another shot at it,
क्रीम आईजेल नेट्स बोला
but picks it up to carry it into the next round.
यार
Imagine
क्या है
it's gonna
सर
be Forsaken who holds it, yeah.
क्या शॉट्स मारा ब्रो एमपी बूम
Dude, Yumpy's a demon right now.
And he's swinging off his own trip.
ओ
After he just cleared deep down below.
उसके
So he
बाद
has
थोड़ा
so
wide
much
से कर रहा है
time to fight the alley rotation.
Hey, who needs support, right? Just do it all himself.
Either way, Paper X
Hi,
still
Sai
end up
Rupesh,
coming
what's
out
up?
on
Welcome
top
to
of
the
that
stream.
because of that pivot.
Oh, it's Devi who's holding it.
पेपर इसके बाद एक भी फ्लैश नहीं है रे
टीआरएक्स के पास
Jing
हाँ.
goes aggressive, he satchels through.
फ्लैश कौन खेलते हैं मैप में
They're taking it to Yumpy.
क्या कौन खेलता है बहुत लोग खेलते हैं स्काई वाई खेल रहे हैं बहुत लोग
Remember, he's the one with
नहीं
the
भाई
tour de
फेड
force.
बहुत
He's the
अच्छा
one
लगता
who's-
है
who's
स्काई फेड
done
दोनों
it
चला सकते हैं
single-handedly won rounds for Liquid, and he finds the opener onto Forsaken.
Swing with the Prowler too.
Remember, it's Devi who is the op. He's the one planning his
ओह
He has
Oh,
the back.
res.
He has no res. He's dead.
Another thrifty possible here now with Liquid.
Jing 1 point away from having the showstopper. He needs 1 kill. And he's got a shot at this. Now the Cosmic Divide through Mind Freak pushing forward. Jing alone. No, nothing found.
क्या यार
Now deafened, decayed. No idea what's happening on the other side, and Scream can just
ऑप
hold
से
it.
ऑप से
Thrifty.
Just nothing you can do. Looking for the gun now. Mind Freak only gets the one, and that's enough
वो
for Team
गन लेके
Liquid. They
भाग
don't
गया
want to
भाई
challenge
Scream
anymore. What a round.
अब
This
तो
is
किनेस
getting
करता है
way too
हाँ guys
frequent
but
here.
there is
Paper X on their
ऐसा करता है
anti-ecos.
but the level where Yumpy is
Yumpy getting
oping
2 kills with the
और
Tour de Force,
competition
obviously that
ऐसा
helps.
situation ये सब काउंट करता है
but no value out of
This was
Divide.
insane offer.
Not getting the res online when
PS में Valorant में भी मैं सिर्फ ये टूर्नामेंट का बात कर रहा था there are अच्छा ऑफर्स है वर्ल्ड में बहुत सारे लोग
Still a gun round here for PaperX. Looks like they might want to go fast. Remember that haunt I was talking about?
मैं टूर्नामेंट
He's going with a showstopper this time.
बात कर रहा हूँ
Aggressively in through art. Prowler was just on his heels, doesn't tag. And he's gotten through, and he gets two. One of them being ult, so Scream has to reset.
अरे डब्बा
Stops him. And now the Nightfall to push them back, to keep them at bay. But they don't back up at all. They don't give up an inch. Yes, the res comes through.
चलो 4v4 but
That could have been
access नहीं है
But do they cut noise and stay, or do they fully rotate over? You see on the minimap, Liquid's already left the scene. They've already rotated fast to be.
बताओ bro Sensi set according to 180 और 300 mouse
for them to pivot twice.
bro मैं Sensi का ये नहीं बोलूँगा कि ये best है ये नहीं best नहीं है वो आपका ऊपर feeling है आपको ज़्यादा चाहिए try one sensitivity and keep trying until you get adjusted थोड़ा adjust करते रहो 0.1 reduce या higher ऐसा करते रहो you don't see all the same players अभी जिंग अच्छा खेल रहा है पूरा दुनिया में जिंग का सेंसी में थोड़ी खेल रहे सब लोग ऐसा नहीं करते प्रो प्लेयर्स because they know सेंसी बदलने से गेम अच्छा नहीं होगा सेंसी बदलने से कुछ नहीं होगा your muscles need to be adjusted for it you need to be comfortable and adjust to it muscle memory होता है every time you change settings and stuff muscle memory पे वो सब effect होता है बहुत
ridiculous to say here Yampi's the only one who hasn't arrived. Is that going to be enough for Liquid? Can they hold the line without their star? Soulcast is able to take one, falls. The Barry and Yampi the only two that remain. No. The answer to the original question is no.
भाई ये राउंड कैसे निकल लिया शूटिंग पे मार के सही है
Forsaken cleans him up. We're tied at 3.
तीन लोग खड़े हो उधर
After the thrifty from Team Liquid.
दवाई को ऑफ दे रहा है
Immediate. And again, that should have been around here for Team Liquid. I think you have to be counting your lucky stars there for him. Scream. His ult is the one who dies to that showstopper.
Yeah.
पर वॉल के वजह से ही बचा एक्चुअली स्क्रीम इसको देख यार क्या क्यूट है रे भाई
nice cover
up in the hands and of
दवाई स्टार प्लेयर था भाई पेपर एक्स सीएस में
this time not carrying the spike.
स्टार फ्रैगर पता नहीं समझता था
He's got a guardian too. Prowler's going to spot him. He backs up.
3 vandals up, so don't let that guardian convince you otherwise. There's still a lot of firepower here for Team Liquid.
You want to play?
Irfan Shah, you can try 𝐿𝑥𝐺 or C4.
For Forsaken.
C4 is in general. 𝐿𝑥𝐺 also you can check on Google Maps.
No challenge.
Mid zone is also good.
Yampi consistently tries to get back into backside.
How froggy does Yampi get?
Oh.
He isn't even the one who steps forward. It's Forsaken who does. You see the double satchel through from Jing as they try to take the space, and they do. They succeed.
They're back.
The wall up from Device, still holding the op. Aggressive. Up close. Han giving some space away. Benkai getting the spike down.
Let's go PaperX.
Slow here up in heaven. And the other
guys, जो भी नया आए hit that like and subscribe button. Let's go. अरे 1000 लाइक भी नहीं हुए अभी तक शर्म आ रही है मेरे को
guys like
not only economically but to get that Viper's Pit online next round.
That was a loud करोगे watch party दिखेंगे bro मेरे को वो मुझे कर रहे हो क्या आप मैं सोचा रैंक खेलूं थोड़ा
नहीं मैं करूंगा
देखते क्या सीन है guys मेरा मूड खेलने का बहुत मन है Just watch your Wing Star interview 2019 Shy Boy. Yeah. वो मेरा पहला इंटरव्यू था.
That's interesting. So PaperX again with the advantage that they've been finding on this B site. This is what they were relying on in that game against Edward Gaming.
Thank you Ashish.
The opening match of champions. We're pushing down this B-long area and walling up. It's not so much relying on that wall like you would see on Icebox. But it is trying to take the fight.
The momentum down जा रहा है भाई.
Over and over he's there by himself.
Down क्या खत्म हो जाए Liquid का momentum.
Really late in most cases.
तो लग रहा है.
Soulcast and Haunt, which is not that useful.
Down हो रहा है लग रहा है.
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ ना खत्म हो जाए काश.
खत्म हो जाए.
Timeout called.
भाई पूरी बन रहा है गरम भाई पूरी की जरूरत है.
Liquid choosing to pause the game here. Again, a narrow lead in favor of PaperX, but you're right, Ball. It's felt like PaperX have found something over at B that they want to continue to try to exploit. The thing is, though, it wasn't a problem historically, right? Like, they continued to push into 𝘼𝐽𝐵, and it hadn't really netted them any difference because 𝘼𝐽𝐵 had been able to put up some outrageous performances by himself, but it seems like they've just been able to push him off, and he hasn't found that same value that we saw him do initially.
In that last round, he wanted to get a little aggressive, and that's why he had to be in a really deep position, because he doesn't want his rendezvous to be too close where, yeah, he'd be able to re-peek, but also he wouldn't be able to fall back. And they're setting up again inside of bar, so you know it's the same sort of style. Putting down the star to potentially cross. And 𝘼𝐽𝐵's up close again. This time his rendezvous a little bit farther back still. And it's definitely something to continue to try to fight. Especially when you have the Prowler. I mean, you look at the tools that PaperX has this time in comparison to Haven, and it's obviously much, much more. Not that much more, it's just Bankai on the fade.
Where are you?
New rendezvous into 𝘼𝐵. Here you see 𝘼𝐽𝐵.
This is much 𝘼𝐼𝐿 obviously doesn't have the op.
Do they know that he's there? They've been so diligent, PaperX have, in checking that.
Nice shot, Ray.
𝘼𝐽𝐵, no sneaky antics this time around. As soon as they see the Phoenix Wall go up, they back up. And they're going to go. Jing satcheling forward. Off of the Roomba and on to the kill to Scream. Nivera trying to swing out. He finds a kill with the Sheriff.
They're
chasing.
Oh, confidence, let's go.
They smell blood in the water. They know that Liquid are in a weaker spot here. They can't punch back. They can't fight nearly as well. And Soulcast's the only one left, and he's got a rifle to work with. Has to try to preserve it.
What a difference so far on this map for PaperX. They're still on that attacking side, but maintaining the lead is the important part, right? Obviously, Team Liquid is able to bring it back to overtime. But if PaperX want to win a map in this series, they've got to start elongating this lead a little bit.
The Phoenix are coming back, maybe, yes, slowly.
Because we know they can close out rounds.
Well, they seem to be well poised to do it, Ball. You see Mindfreak as we start to think about the following round. 8,100 credits. Forsaken is 6,250. They're able to carry the op over, which I still don't think 𝘼𝐼 has shot yet. But they're set up very well to balloon this, to find some continued momentum here.
This by round is very crucial. You look like Forsaken the hacker. No, I'm not the guy.
Mute को आवाज आ रहा है क्या तुम लोग को?
For sure.
Sorry.
No.
Liquid this time with
अरे मैं चप्पर खा रहा हूँ ना.
So they've got the Viper's Pit possible.
Easy mat.
Always looking to see exactly how PaperX want to counter.
So will you play after watch party? After this
go for that same arc
game,
control that Jing likes to go for with the satchels into top of the box, but it's not fast.
This time 𝘼𝐽𝐵 not tucking into the 𝘼𝐵. This time he's just taking down long. You've got the Viper's Pit out towards A. You have heavy aggression towards B. That's going to be interesting to see how PaperX choose to navigate around it.
Look at the rotation with 𝘼𝐽𝐵's aggressiveness all the way up, with the fact that there's been no contest back. Everybody from Team Liquid except for 𝘼𝐽𝐵 has rotated.
And there's also a trip just outside of double doors, so they can lean so heavily towards A.
PaperX want to pinch this Viper's Pit, but it's going to be a difficult task with the spot here out of 𝘼𝐼𝐴.
And now the smoke to cover. Understanding,
Oh, they're gonna double swing this,
very good use of the trip. Make sure that there isn't someone on the other side. This time there was.
Look at Scream too. He's on top of an angle here, on top of the Viper's Pit.
He's able to take down one. Forsaken trading it back though. Nivera. Oh my gosh, 𝘼𝐼. That was nuts.
And that's the site open.
Absolutely right. Now the spike should be able to go down. 𝘼𝐽𝐵's gonna show up late. Soulcast will too.
What the fuck, 𝘼𝐼? So
this cosmic divide again, a little funky here for Mindfreak. It gives room for Soulcast to work on the backside of it, but he's found himself a little 𝘼𝐵. This is so nerdy.
Oh, the thing is, Soulcast, he just used a Prowler that just like got stuck in the wall. I don't know if it was a mistake or what, but now he doesn't have that to work with.
It's gonna fall before he can even use it. That is ridiculous.
I'll find you.
The Haunt cleared out.
It's a save again.
Yeah, he should have safe passage out. Down to 2 rounds in a row, though. You're absolutely right.
this is all because 𝘼𝘽𝐺 has this op. And it's a kill for it. They know it's in his hands, though, this time. He didn't fire it before that.
Things are getting tough for Liquid.
And that was, again, such a good round, a good approach from Team Liquid. Remember the calls they were making. They had everybody on that A site. Scream was on top of that wall. He gets himself a kill. But they just rushed the pit anyways.
Device a lunatic.
Let's see here. This is a round where still the op up. Couple of investments here for the players who didn't carry a weapon in the next round. Scream has his ult. And he's going to go up towards Ali, it looks like.
Given how aggressive they've been towards A, I don't blame them, but this time the aggression is actually, or excuse me, how it'd been towards B. This time it's towards A, the double satchel out from Jing.
I mean, he's just rotating based off of any information right now. Scream is literally back in spawn. This is such a different Paper X right now here at Champions.
Really is.
Yeah.
They have showed a wide range of pace. There's certainly the same aspects that we saw from Copenhagen, but I think they understand revolutionary or to revolutionize their own style in this tournament in order to be competitive.
And while they find themselves at this point in the tournament on the lower side of things with a couple of bruises, they also find themselves with the 3-round lead.
Recall for it. Jing to cross over there. But there's still 2 stars here for decisive to help out 𝘼𝐺. And he does. They're falling off of it again.
Well, 𝘼𝐺 just spotted one with the Prowler, understanding the pressure towards A. They try to get in towards B. But 𝘼𝐺 trying to do a bit of his own, a bit of the same with his Prowler.
Can't stick here for too long.
30 seconds
and they will get the smoke off, so 𝘼𝐺 has to give it up.
And
it's all up to 𝘼𝘽𝐺 here.
Well, and remember, Scream is very close by, and he still has that ult. He rotated so quickly. He's been trying to get ahead of the rotations, and there he is, but he finds nothing! 𝘼𝘽𝐺 still has the ping there, so dangerously close to the head of Forsaken. Oh, and 𝘼𝘽𝐺 with the second shot. Now the showstopper through. Mind Freak falling. Jing trying to find something with the ult, and he does. The nade up top to provide some cover as Navarre swings out with the frenzy. And it all falls onto Devi with the operator in hand to keep them back. To keep Liquid off of the spike. Can he do it? Again, the weapon's been in his hands for so long, and they're all going to face him at the exact same time. It's 𝘼𝘽𝐺 from up top, who delivers the shot.
reload करके देखता हूँ थोड़ा मैं अभी
all the way out on the pedestal for the
हाँ भाई पोम्पो जी आ गया guys
अरे पर तू मैं तेरे से पहले नहीं देखा भाई
नहीं मेरे से पहले देखा पोम्पो जी
not letting this get too far away from them 4-6
वो भी नहीं बोलते guys
Team Liquid has already won map 1
देख लिया
बरोबर
so their goal right now to end the series 2-0
दिल पे मत लो
to get their first win here on Pearl.
दवाई अगर पहला शॉट 𝘼𝘽𝐺 पे कनेक्ट कर लेता तो
हाँ
वही नहीं मरता कौन मरा दूसरा
𝘼𝘽𝐺
There's 3 players too down B long.
But again, that's not where the spike is. Jing is double satcheled up towards Art, so they have mid control. Oh, smoke keeping them back, and 𝘼𝘽𝐺 continues to tee off on Paper Rex.
We saw this battle for so many of the different chambers so far on this map, trying to fight that top B long position, trying to gain advantage. And 𝘼𝘽𝐺 has certainly been, at least since these last couple of rounds, have swung in his direction, and they've been using a little bit more utility to set him up, going way on the offensive. Scream has the opportunity to ult for information here. Through double doors, or potentially.
Shine is becoming my best mod.
Shine sees.
It's not going to let the
Here's the ult.
The Nightfall's there, and he's not going to find anything again. Such a good wall out from Devi, who still has an op.
The gap diya hai bhai jaan.
Planning super safe here, which is going to cause problems for Devi, who's inside of A main.
They're both tucked. You see them standing side by side.
Amit, sorry. Amit, hello. I know you're here. Amit,
another to be tucked in the same little corner. Beating the ball up. 𝘼𝘽𝐺 waiting for the flash, and the spam's actually there. Not challenged yet. Meanwhile, the Sage Wall feels like it's been up on. It's finally going down, and the Paper X kills go up. 𝘼𝘽𝐺 Kai spots one, cleans up Rivera, two still on the other side as the crossfire's devastating.
Nice
Got down to
रे
2v1,
ओ भाई,
and
आप
Soulcast can do
चिल्ला रहे हो?
nothing about it.
भाई नहीं चाहिए भाई
The
अंग्रेजी राज
fundamentals there for
एशिया
PaperX
जीतेगा
so
देख रहे हो
strong.
guys?
Everybody holds fast.
अरे मजाक कर रहा
Mind
हूँ
Freak
ये
gets the
मैं
one
नहीं
kill.
है
It's
जो
Impact
बोला
in
बोलने
that
के
round.
बाद अभी
To help out everybody who was stuck in that plant position.
One enemy remaining.
Team Liquid was not able to scale with that utility that Navarro was putting up. That orb was trying to keep Devi off of that angle.
Careful.
But it just wasn't up for long enough the entire time.
Last round of the half here, Devi has the res, still has the op.
देख सब इधर +1 दिख रहे हो उल्टा मेरे को
You hear him
दोनों
aggressively
लोग हैं भाई,
going
सब
in,
humans हैं
Scream
भाई।
is actually up here, and I don't know that their prowler spotted him. He's still safe. Molly to clear him out, and okay, he's no longer
ओ
safe.
भाई क्या नहीं डाला
Yampi with a rare miss.
स्क्रीन का अल्ट नहीं है ना
Not revisited
अरे
me in
लास्ट
a long
राउंड ही
time. Kill rotations are pulling off.
रसी भाई आपको पूरा नाम बता दो
This is a
गणेश
gamble
निकाल
here for Scream.
They think it's a fake.
Scream stays, it just repositions up to heaven, and Yampi has completely rotated
There.
off. But look at this prowler that Soulcast just put out in mid. Might call it right back because you would expect them to use mid as a transitional space.
Well, and you just wonder here with how PaperX have played this half. Seems like Liquid have to second guess their first mine. You see the Nightfall go out. Maybe tagging one.
PaperX ऐसा methodically खेल रहे हैं
This is the
भाई
classic
ऐसा नहीं लग
PaperX.
रहा
Oh, that's spammable. Need that wall to go through that box.
Forsaken is taken backside. Look at him, three.
Oh,
Tucked
Yampi.
back here. They're expecting the flank too. And Mind Freak's gonna find the timing. He is. Oh my gosh, he is. Oh, but the shots don't land initially.
Oh.
But they do now.
Oh, shot.
Are you expecting Dima? Yes, you are. And the kill lights
ओ
up.
भाई
भाई ट्रैप खाके ही मार दिया
Now
पहले
Yampi in this 1v5. I thought for sure that was going to be a collapse. That's all right. A second longer.
This wall causes problems for PaperX, actually.
But the kill through Mind Freak once again on the flank. He's going to be so late, though. Yampi can really wreak havoc here, but he's not able to do it in 8-4 half for PaperX.
लेट्स गो पेपर
They immediately broke that wall too.
नेक्स्ट टाइम हाथ
PaperX
दुखा है
looked
गाइस
really
खाना
solid.
खाते हुए जस्ट
Once they started to get an
5 minutes
understanding
का
of how this was
कैप्टन
playing
I
out,
think Scream
What a flame from Mind Freak.
सबने बोला है
just so good.
Remaining.
so good
And it's disappointment on screen.
बॉल किसका पिक है PaperX का पिक है ना बॉल
All smiles for the PaperX campus. Once again, they find themselves at an 8-4 lead at half on Pearl. Let's throw it down to the desk.
Our minds were undoubtedly freaked in that half there. Terrible. Like I stole it from Mimi. Blame her. Anyway,
I wouldn't
so
Bro, I wanna
it was
play
very
ranked, bro.
clear
After
from the
this game, I
beginning
think I'll
what
play
the
ranked.
approach was, Josh, of Team Liquid. And I think like obviously a lot falls on Yampi for having to control B, but kudos to them for actually like funneling this PaperX team kind of like a couple goats.
Yeah, at the beginning you can see with the Astra Viper both playing on A, PaperX are forced to take these rounds to B so much of the time. And without a Viper wall, things do sometimes get squiffy, but I think Team Liquid...
Squiffy?
Yeah, Team Liquid had moments of success. They won a
16,
thrifty round
yes,
here,
sir.
but the majority of the
Steam
time actually
इतना sharp क्यों है
PaperX, even without that Viper wall, still able to get into the B site, find their openings and overwhelm against occasionally the site being stacked.
Yeah, and it shows how effective their game plan was with that Sage. The game plan that wasn't really working was the other side of things. This
Oh,
Phoenix
Scream को
for
दिखा रहे
Scream,
हैं भाई, कैसे?
I didn't really see anything that was justifying the choice for me. Constantly it was these mollies down B long to set up Yampi that were just kind of missing,
भाई,
that
हम
someone
भी
could
दिखाएंगे।
walk past. The flashes
तो अच्छा निकला?
weren't super effective a lot of the time. It felt like there would have been more value to just have a raise in this mix, something else, and Scream on top of that individually has been struggling. As we look towards the second half, we need an absolute 180. We need to see why they chose
happen.
this for Team
Gonna
Liquid.
happen.
Oh, yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, you've taken the Phoenix pill.
I am hardcore Phoenix pilling right now.
Liquid are overdosing on the the Phoenix pill. The acute Phoenix fever is going to take them because also you got to think this is their game plan usually on our third map as well. So you've got to get value from Phoenix here.
Yeah, this is the map that they came into. No one knows what they're going to do. They have the mystery on their side. PaperX couldn't have prepared for it, and thus far they haven't shown me that cool counter-extract, that crazy game plan. Maybe the second half they'll have it.
What a good half though from Forsaken. He has bounced back beautifully.
Indeed, he has. Let's see what this next half is going to bring us. And by the way, Doug, the blue pill was Jet. The red pill was Phoenix.
I suppose that does make a lot of sense, doesn't it, with the colors, right? Fire, red, Phoenix, right? I really should have known. Yampi continues to be a monster.
Yeah.
right? We see him in his first kills, first death. The kill feed across the board. His KD is outrageous. It's through the roof. Even as much of Liquid had a slow first half, there are certain things in life that are constant, and Yumpy's one of them.
Yeah. They did take the fight a lot to him, obviously.
Oh,
Just touched on that, so potentially could be inflating it, but
Easily
the rest
denied.
of the team needs to step up right now. Scream, 4-11 in that first half. Where is the value from the Phoenix?
For as excited as the death was about it, you're right. It's just kind of been very underwhelming.
It's farming orbs right off the rip, but we saw that on pistol round 2, and how many ults did we see? Maybe 2?
Yeah. None
Obviously.
of them really valuable, yeah.
On defense, it's a lot more conditional. On attack, much less so.
Forsaken has not moved an inch this entire round. Once he got in this position, he's held the line for so long, and Yumpy's down.
It's such a good crosshair placement for him, too, to go on top of that little billboard.
But Liquid continue to push their way forward.
Oh,
They're not really trying to conceal it or hide in any which way. Benka trying to take the fight to their left. Look at how far up he is. Yeah, he's punished, but Forsaken Jin find 2 big kills.
Super fearful here to plant for Team Liquid.
30 seconds left.
And it really hurts right now because they don't have the spike.
They don't have the spike. They don't really have any utility to try to take some space away, to get into a better position. This round feels done and dusted.
This map feels like over, guys.
Wait. Oh, one bullet left. Oh, gosh.
Oh, भाई मेरे को लगा ये round throw होने वाला है अभी.
मेरे को लगा मैच क्यों jinx किया भाई.
भाई तू ही है jinx master.
The vibe was in the back there.
मेरे को 1 second ऐसा बहुत बुरा लगा भाई.
With Forsaken, just running out of bullets at the wrong time. That's that crosshair placement I was talking about. But here's the push from Team Liquid. I mean, what?
Oh, bhai.
Matka.
Yeah, I feel you, so guys.
Last player standing.
I feel you.
Device smiling as he saves the day, but it really felt like it should have never gotten there to begin with.
Yeah.
Either way, PaperX take the pistol. They hold the lead.
This is the biggest lead we've had all series long at this point.
It's crazy to think about.
Interesting, you can actually get into the other hole there too.
Oh, Yumpy scary.
On the other side, Thor spamming through. Heavy mid presence from Liquid this time around.
ले जा रहा है. Thank you, bro.
Soulcast with an angle here. Swing ahead of the haunt. Could have ended up with something, but
they tried to swing out aggressively. Clear out the alarm bot, and yeah, Navarre's getting netted a kill for it. A fun one. But again, they find themselves outnumbered.
भाई बोल मत Nivera.
Oh no, this duel.
Up with the wall. Forsaken almost wanted to take that fight as the wall fell, but Navarre just goes through. He's chasing him down. He knows his position.
Forsaken turning around.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, shot.
He's just way too good in that position. Scream with the Sheriff. Oh, he's just looking for whatever he could possibly find here.
Most important that he actually does find
क्या
some
ult तो आ जाएगा.
kill or death to get this ult online.
Yeah, and he's gonna get a shot at it.
It's pretty.
Oh no.
Oh,
Gaya Scream gaya.
no way. And surely
Yeah.
Scream was not quiet about it at all.
Nice.
So he does get the ult.
भाई Deagle
And
उठा?
it is ridiculous that he does
Oh,
have it.
क्या हो गया भाई इसको? नहीं उठाया?
नहीं उठाया.
He's gotten 2 kills this half. Probably the 2 deaths. 6 ult points only for the Phoenix ult.
Yeah.
That's part of the appeal.
And it's part of their
Every
game
team's
plan
fan
too,
base
right?
is
You
toxic.
mentioned it, both pistol rounds, they
Yes.
funneled that orb into him.
But if you have that as part of your game plan, you're relying on 4 ults a half pretty much from Scream, which most of the time you can get. But PaperX is nullifying that so far in this game. Let's see how it's used.
Liquid with a Viper wall towards B.
It's just going to be... Oh my goodness. Remember what happened?
Oh.
No. He doesn't
This
have
is
ult.
the most TikTok thing ever.
He doesn't have
But
ult.
There's an angle!
Oh, he spotted one. The ping's through, but they spotted him!
Oh,
And Jinlit gets the kill anyway.
Scream is literally running. He's no clue. I mean, this
Bro,
is an overpass moment.
There's no way you see him. How do you kill him? How do you get him down from that pesky wall?
Spike planted.
Dude, they
What
still
the
have no
hell?
clue what happened. I mean, they still have no
Main
clue.
buy round पे use किया
This is
भाई. Insane है.
outrageous. They have no idea how many angles he can see. Look at him.
Oh, come on.
मतलब
भाई साहब
ridiculous.
वो क्या round में use किया भाई? No one saw that coming.
The tap through, you see the slow work. Now you see the Molly start to spam everything there. Scream left alone, and well, he's able to take care of Jing. He stopped the defuse, but there were still too many numbers at the end of the day.
अंदर से डिफ्यूज कर सकते हैं भाई ये
PaperX now 7 rounds ahead, stretching this lead as far as it can go, and they have
physical appearance affect the game.
That can't be the only type of little thing that they have like that. Look, satchel up, the wall up on top of the box. He has to stay up on it without breaking. 𝘼𝐽𝐿 was actually looking at it.
Yeah, you can see the ping too on the minimap. Like they spotted him for a moment.
Impressive. So the only reason they weren't looking, the only reason
2-1
they weren't looking
PaperX
was simply because they thought he got off.
I don't know that I blame him. Timeout used from Team Liquid again, the 7-round lead in favor of PaperX. It feels like the biggest, very well could be the biggest we've seen this entire series. PaperX looking to just kind of put a bow on this thing and send us over to Ascent.
And Ascent is going to be such a good map.
Grip ball.
Because at Copenhagen, I know a lot of people are excited about their bind, but PaperX was working the teams that they played on Ascent. The first 2 teams were Guild and Fnatic at Copenhagen. Just unconventional pushes, constantly finding rotations and flanks off from PaperX, which we saw a lot on Haven of. Wonder if they actually have adapted on that map to something different.
It's funny that you use that word unconventional. That really feels like that's been the part of the PaperX DNA for as long as we've known them. But they've added, as you were mentioning, the different wrinkle of unconventional, right? They're a bit more methodical here, and it's working, at least on Pearl.
वो कर रहे क्या लोग? Overtime kill ना?
Sees nade.
Cheeky little combo.
This was the space-taking utility that Team Liquid was relying a lot on to get 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐻 into position up there. And it's for Jing here.
Note the Prowler out from 𝘼𝐿𝐻 spotted one towards A main. That's where Forsaken
GG
is.
go next.
Just a Vandal in the hands of Scream. And it nets nothing.
Mindfreak finding the timing to peek right in front of the decisive smoke.
Scream dying there was not out of reach of the rifle, so he still has it. Or excuse me, it was picked up by decisive.
Out of charge.
I just wall doubled or somehow found the kill.
And really just felt like Liquid were trying to spread the field as much as they can and try to apply some pressure, try to find a pick here, a pick there, anything at all. But it's a prime game of Flawless that comes through for PaperX to get them to map point.
Match point.
And it looks like we're going to Ascent. Much faster than we might have expected. Team Liquid. Again, I mentioned at the beginning of the game, this is the LCQ team for EMEA. They were playing a tournament with Split in the map pool just 2 weeks ago. And now here they are, letting Pearl in, and PaperX is just pummeling them, punishing them for the decision to go for this map.
This time, no C's nade. It's actually just a slow for Forsaken to take the aggressive angle. Scream with Guardian finds one onto Jing. And this spot
PRX came back from this scoreline though. Yeah, that was
still holding.
Ascent.
Not knowing if anyone swung around and crossed through. He's got Haunt. He's got 2 Prowlers to deal with.
भाई सब bait करवा दिया
as long as he possibly could. Mind Freak on the flank.
And he's evened it up.
Yeah, it's actually Benkai who's pushed up here too. You're not expecting both. You're not expecting that level of aggression. PaperX meticulously dissect and devour everything around Liquid.
And this is a tease for what's to come on Ascent. They've got a crossfire on the spike in attacker spawn.
The one thing they have going for them is maybe 𝘼𝐿𝐻 finds something.
Forsaken is going to sprint as soon as there's contact out through mid and up into this connector.
Now note, this is a 3v3 here.
Oh, what an angle.
And the stalemate has just gone in favor of PaperX. Forsaken.
Nice.
And Benkai clean it up, a 13-4 shellacking on Pearl as we turn our attention.
It's not over yet.
Just domination. The final Southeast Asia team does not want to go
क्या
out
हाल है यार
before playoffs, and that much is clear.
दिव्या वन टैप गॉड सब आएगा इस
I mean, that was a whooping.
हेल डैडी वाई आर पेपर एक्स सो गुड सही है भाई
Our first of these decider matches,
मस्त मार आई थिंक एसएल
and we're going the distance.
2-0 हो जाता अभी अगर
Goldboy
रॉसी
said on
शनि
the
नहीं
desk
लगा
earlier
तो
on that it feels like every team is competitive in this
12-10 पे कौन बोला कौन बोला
and this is just further
12-10
proof
में
of
मैं
that.
कुछ
A
नहीं
three
बोला मैं
mapper
क्या बोला
to decide playoffs.
12-10 में कुछ नहीं बोला भाई मैं वो एक्चुअली वो गेम में कुछ नहीं बोला
बोला तू भाई
You see, Liquid.
मैं कुछ नहीं वैसे मैं प्रेडिक्शन दिया
Still able
भाई
to get a
पिस्टल
couple
राउंड में
rounds.
एमपी
Yumpi
ऐसा
still
मारा
has
लगा
a-
कि सबको
an
उड़ा ही
incredible
देगा ये
performance.
वो उड़ा ही
Like,
दिया पूरा
as we were
डिफेंडिंग
mentioning,
उड़ाया वो
it is just kind of
हाँ
constant
वो भी ये राउंड भी
with
इसने
Yumpi
मारा
and the tournament that he's had so far, but
बहुत runs
really
मारा वो।
everywhere else across the board, PaperX had the
हो गया।
advantage. You can tell the preparation was there. They had the cheeky little setups like that wall that we saw where Jing was able to get high ground.
Yep.
They
हम
had a
ये
plan
थोड़ा
and they
DMs
executed
करेंगे।
it to perfection.
They're clearly
match.
prepped and ready to play Pearl. So warning to
Let's
other
start
teams
होगा
too,
बता दो ठीक है
depending on if they make it through, but also to study. Scream definitely had a rough one.
Do you remember that 13-0 against PRX
Everyone on
on
Liquid
split?
other than Yumpi did.
भाई
मैं
ये
तो
तो
नहीं
वही
बोलूंगा।
ये तो वही बात होगी तुम कभी एग्जाम में फेल हो जाओ और बोलोगे याद नहीं है मैं फेल हो गया था नहीं पास हो जाओ याद नहीं रहेगा फेल हो वो याद रहेगा हमेशा
You would
Really
assume,
hope that he
Just
hasn't
want to
lost
use
faith in it,
non-copyright
right? Because
song of
that's
that.
what they've
Bro,
been prepping
उसका
and that's what they're
non-copyright तो
comfortable
नहीं
on.
है वो
They
copyright
need to
पड़ेगा ही
go for it.
पड़ेगा
The
YouTube
other
में
thing
बहुत
too is you know Liquid
Okay,
can
bro.
counterpick other
इसका
teams.
नॉन कॉपीराइट
So
सॉन्ग है
wonder
अरे वो ये वायलिन चैलेंज पता है ना
हाँ
स्मॉलेस्ट वायलिन
भाई एक तो मेरे को इस पे भी कॉपीराइट लगा है कोई
हाँ,
वैलोरेंट के म्यूजिक पे
हाँ लगता है अच्छा लग रहा है भाई नाइस बट ये घुमा के 2-3 गेम तो हार जाऊंगा मैं मेरे को लग रहा है फनी गए अरे ये क्रॉसर क्यों है तो फक
आरवी के आजा टीएस पे गेम देख रहे तो रात से
क्या हुआ है
का डीएम कर रहा है क्या
हाँ
चलो हम भी कर ही लेते हैं कुछ तो ये रात को बिजनेस खेलने का मन कर रहा है
अरे पापा 5 मैन खेलते हैं ना क्या बिजनेस
5 मैन भी खेलते अरे नहीं आज मेरे को घर जाना है भाई
क्यों
अरे कल पासपोर्ट रिन्यूअल का अपॉइंटमेंट है तो वो सुबह है
ओ भाई पोपा जी किधर जा रहे हो
नहीं पासपोर्ट रिन्यू कराना पड़ता है ना भाई पर
पोपा जी
एक्सपायर
बोल
होता रहेगा
बोल सकते हो ऐसा
हाँ वो कोरिया है ना उसके बाजू में
हाँ।
Why are casters biased against PRX? I don't know bro. I don't
हमको
think
तो
so
नहीं लगा।
यार। हाँ वही मेरे को लगा नहीं ऐसा वो तुम है ना छोटी छोटी बातें दिल पे लेते हो कुछ भी सामने वाले की तारीफ करेंगे ना ऐसा नहीं लेने का दिल पे अरे गेम क्यों नहीं लॉन्च हो रहा
हो जाता है कोई नहीं सीख जाओगे
And a massive answer back from PaperX is going to give him a 13-4 victory on Pearl for Map 2, thus forcing us to a Map 3 on Ascent. I'm Golden Boy alongside with Mimi and Sideshow as we break everything down. I think
कितनी बजे है इंटरव्यू भाई पासपोर्ट ऑफिस में मिलना होगी क्या
just the fundamental
क्यों नहीं आ
understanding
सकता
of what PaperX has on Pearl, and I don't think any other team right now is as buttoned up on the map.
येड़ा कर बरोबर ही बोला
well,
मैंने।
Josh.
Yeah, it's so
Bro,
hard
these
actually
guys-
to tell
oh
where
my
teams stack up
fucking
against
God.
each other when they're in different groups.
course.
But after
The
two
match में
really
irritate
good
होते हैं
showings
भाई।
on Pearl, we can now say, I think with some level of certainty, the PaperX are up towards the top, if not the team with the best understanding of this map.
Yeah, and it was made very obvious in this one because both these teams
Why don't
have
upgrade
fairly
my reverse
opposite
Sheriff?
approaches to the
No,
map.
I like-
Liquid
I like
ran
just
the
like
Astro
this.
Viper, they went
So I
in
say
with the
पसंद है।
Phoenix, which was an interesting choice, but I think that PaperX thus far have looked absolutely dominant. I really love the value that they're getting out of both this Sage and the Fade Raze. On the defensive side, it's the Fade Raze to get that space to fight forward, set their players
When
up,
am I
take
going to
it
boot camp? No
on
idea.
lines, and
Guys,
also
जो भी
look
नए
at the
आए हैं,
value
hit the
that
like
is
and
heading
subscribe
into that
button.
setup. But they
Oh,
also,
bhai.
beyond those setups, had some other really creative stuff We saw this from Jing,
nuts,
the wall
bro.
boost up top. And this is an angle that you're never going to have seen before if you're Team Liquid. They basically spotted him out.
It's
Jing's
been
defensive
a
ability,
long
you can see it
day.
From 𝘼𝐽𝐿 perspective, he's so confused, just spots the edge of Jing and dies regardless.
The mad part is that 𝘼𝐽𝐿 knew where it was. I mean, they were
भाई
aware
अगर
that
तू
it was an
screen
angle.
है तो
I wasn't
aim
aware
कैसे
that was an
करेगा
angle
ऊपर?
at all. Somewhere, 𝘼𝐿 is just smiling to himself, watching
ओ
the
wall
sage
के ऊपर
wall
अगर तू
moves.
Phoenix
But,
Alt
yeah,
भी लेके
looking
गया है
forwards, right, the
तो वो
Phoenix
wall
did
के ऊपर
not
aim
have
कैसे
a
करेगा
good
भाई?
right-hand
क्या
column.
ले रहा है भाई,
That's
being
his
regular?
stats from
अरे
today
thank you,
against
उसके
PaperX.
ऊपर
But Scream has played on Ascent many
ऐसा
times.
बहुत
That's
unfair
map
fight
3
है
that
वो
we're
तो
going
लेना।
into, and they love running Phoenix there. Look at the difference in terms of what he was
I
able to do
work there,
against
hell
Variety in
भाई
the
ओ
past,
बाप रे
what he did on Pearl. Phoenix is so map
तो काम
dependent.
जल्दी हो जाएगा
I
पोपा
don't
जी
think
का।
we should assume that it's going to fail on
तो
map
प्रॉब्लम
3
ये
if
मैं भी
they
ऑन
decide to
स्ट्रीम
go in
कुछ
that
बोल नहीं
direction.
सकता सर
But it
नहीं
is
तो
a lot
मालूम
of pressure
पड़ा
for him to prove
नहीं
that the Phoenix is
कितने बजे है
worthwhile.
Yeah, if map number 1 was
Appointment.
just like a yampy diff, map number 2 was just a preparation and game plan difference because it felt like Team Liquid would have the advantage coming in as the
कैसे हो
with the
पोपा जी
question
मैं
mark to
ठीक
Pearl.
हूँ यश
But
आप
for
कैसे हो
PaperX, they're proving that
मैं
they
बढ़िया
have
हूँ
been able
पोपा जी,
to
आप
come
कैसे हो?
into the break after
बस
Copenhagen
वैसे मैंने
and
आपको
adapt
पूछा ही नहीं
themselves, implement a
तो
new
पूछो
map
ना
into their
मेरे
pool,
को।
show
वैसे
us
आप
different
कैसे हो?
styles,
क्या
which is
पोपा,
something
मैं
I
हम
think
भी
people
आपके
were
teammates ही
nervous
तो हैं।
about, that I was nervous about
हम
after
भी
watching
क्या
Forsaken this
तुम
run. And they're proving
तुम
that
ही तो हो और
they
कौन है
continue
भाई
to reinvent themselves and find things that work.
Well, that sets us up
उसके
for
रॉसी
our
रॉसी को
discussion
सुपर
about
दिया।
अरे
map 3.
ये
If you're just joining us here, you missed yourself a fun one on Pearl, especially if you're a PaperX fan watching
ये गलती से
from
हो गया
home, because they gave us a lot to talk about, and I'm sure all those kids on the TikToks is going to go crazy. I don't know why I did the thumb animation as I was talking about it.
People are going to be desperate to pick that comp in all
Huh?
of your ranked games now.
Oh,
They'll
yeah.
be like,
रॉसी
do
तू
the
कैसी है
TikTok wall, do the TikTok
अच्छा।
wall, and they're just going to fail it at the beginning of
Hey,
every
अच्छी
round.
है
could you
तू
put me up on that stage wall so I can get these kills?
That's going to be the comms, and it's going to be a guy eating his microphone, I
मैंने
guarantee
बस
you. But anyway, that is
Sorry
setting us
about
up for Ascent, the decider matchup between these two amazing squads, and unfortunately, we're going
What
to
do
be
you
sending
think? मैंने तो
one
बोल
team
दिया ना
home
2-1
after
PaperX.
this sideshow. It's hard to
पोपा जी
predict
का
because I
prediction
think that
पोपट
if
होने वाला है
you
अभी
are
बता रहा हूँ।
PaperX, Coach Alex and the rest of the team
That's
had to
hard to
have
बता देना थोड़ा।
anticipated
हाँ
that
हाँ
if you get this Ascent pick here, that you're going to be running into the Phoenix. I would
Yeah.
imagine that
River
they have
Vandal
been
और current
prepped for
Vandal,
this.
bro,
There
River
were so
Vandal
many
ही पसंद
moments
मेरे को।
even on Pearl where people were playing anti-flash positions, or they would approach a corner, they would realize the Scream could flash around it, so they just delay a little bit longer, wait for the flash and punish. I think these kind of ideas showcase that they have a good idea of what's going to be coming at them and how to deal with it, how to avoid getting punished by these buff flashes.
Yeah, and on
भाई
top
ये
of that, the
मस्त है
players that
इसका
we've been
वो
needing to
hoodie।
step up for PaperX very much have.
Valorant भी इधर
Mindfreak
लिखा
was
हुआ
having
है
a great game on a lot of those lurks and was finding some big moments. And on top
How
of
do
that,
you-
Forsaken
Sweatshirt,
had an
sweatshirt, I mean.
absolute 180. He had no problems
कभी Rampage
playing
Deathmatch
against
में
that
बहुत
Phoenix,
किया
and
bro।
when he's off
Anyone
here on
who's
Ascent,
new
I
here,
would
पोपा
expect
जी
you
को
to do
like
the
और
same. Scream
subscribe
has to be
कर दो।
very
Thank you
careful if
यश
he goes
भाई
back to that choice.
आप ही
Yeah,
हो
one thing I noticed as well was
आपकी हो,
obviously
हाँ भाई,
Yampy
आपकी
still
हो।
effective
देखो ना guys,
in
बाकी लोग नहीं
map
है,
2,
ऐसा
but
बोला।
when he did get shut down, especially on that B side, you noticed that there were so many times
रॉसी
that
के बैंक
PaperX
अकाउंट से
kind of just
सुपर
had
चैट कर
free
रहा हूँ।
reign
Thank
to
you,
do
man. Thank
what
you
they
the 40
want to
bro.
do sideshow. So they know like a lot of these win cons here kind of avoid the
Killing
utility
those
from the
shot
Phoenix,
नहीं
but also Forsaken's back,
नहीं, फुकाने में
hopefully.
मजा आ रहा है
And if you shut down Yampy, maybe you have yourself a chance moving into playoffs.
And it does bear mentioning again that both of these teams are excellent at Ascent. It's one of Liquid's best maps. They have great ideas on it all the time, or at least they have interesting ideas. It comes down to whether or not you trust the Phoenix pick. But on the other side of things, PaperX are on a really good win streak on Ascent. They've brought it to international tournaments and showcased that they can win here too. So I think you're getting the best of both of these teams, or at least the most typical Liquid you
And this is what you
could.
said. You said if it didn't go to map 3, it would be a crime.
Yeah.
And we're going to map 3, Mimi.
Yeah, no crime being committed today. The other interesting thing about this map for PaperX is we haven't seen them play it yet at Champions. It hasn't come down to that just
Hello,
yet. So they
Rishabh
have had a bit
Ranjan,
of time
what's
off to maybe make a change, but I wouldn't really expect
Started
it
almost,
because their
but it
previous
was-
composition worked really well.
Popa
For
ji,
them. They
जब
played the
pistol
Fade
बनाएगा
Raise,
बताना
they
मेरे को।
played
हाँ,
the
हाँ,
Astra,
बताऊंगा।
set a lot up on Jing on that race, and that was a similar style of play that we just saw be really effective for them on Pearl.
Yeah, interestingly as well, they have a similar approach with Forsaken as a lurker when he's on the attack side. So they'll create a lot of pressure when they're on attack in A main and try to have Forsaken on Chamber lurk into B and take the sights away. I think the value that the Chambers can get will be very important. Bringing it back to your point, Golden Boy, when Yampi falls, it creates massive holes in Team Liquid's play. And I feel like PaperX are a little more nimble at being able to plug those gaps.
Yeah, I think for Team Liquid, the onus really is on them because they've shown this composition a lot, and PaperX have shown that they can exploit this kind of Phoenix pick. There's definitely more ideas on how they set it up than on the previous map with Pearl, but still, you have to see them coming in prepared to this one, ready for what PaperX is going to throw at them, because I think that advantage does lie with PRX.
Yeah, when you take a look at what PaperX have been doing on this map recently, I mean, they were on a 7-map win streak on Ascent up until Champions, where they lost to Leviathan. And part of that was the problems that they were having just holding on the defensive side. So I think it's historically been a great map for them. They have the answers. I'm not sure that Liquid are going to be able to replicate the style and success that Leviathan were having. So overall here, I think we're heading into map 3 in a situation where 𝘼𝐺𝐻𝐼 is in serious mode and is seriously a favorite.
Oh man, look at that 1,000 yards there. I mean, I'm a little mad that he blinked right there, but I'm actually staring with him. The camera's turning. He's turning his head with the camera. The man's a psychopath. This is the color commentary that you all tune in for here, people. Man, he's steely eyes.
He's wearing Phoenix as a hairpiece.
Yes.
Thanks a lot for becoming a member.
Perhaps some kind of premonition.
It's even funnier that way.
A trophy already on his wall.
Yeah.
Or on his head, in this case. Oh, man.
Different Bhavin bhai is low. वही तो Bhavin bhai बोला था नहीं अभी लोग पोपा जी.
Top 4 team.
Think about how ridiculous this is. All right, PaperX, second place in Copenhagen, falling to FPX in the finals, but what a run did PaperX have. And a Team Liquid, they have not lost in groups, and you do that at Champions of all places? That is just a heartbreaker for this team.
Especially after the last year. Making that run through LCQ and a top 4 finish was their best result that they've been able to put together, considering how big Champs is.
Okay, this is it. Prime Gaming Agent select. What does Team Liquid decide to do? Do they go with the Phoenix? I think it's safe to bet that they will go with that. PaperX, they have to be anticipating this, Mimi. Let's see what we get locked in.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what comes out here. For the side of PaperX, it looks like they are going to be returning to the composition that they've played before. The Fade Rays coming through with that Astra as well. Like we've talked about, it's been very effective. They were flawless with this composition at Copenhagen. They have a lot of different game plans, and it's a comp that gives Jing so many opportunities to go massive.
Yeah, I think Jing is definitely going to be a story piece and has been playing well all the match so far. But to me, Forsaken has to be playing well here and playing smartly. When we saw him play at Copenhagen, they had a great game plan, and sometimes Forsaken would get given a site for free and just slightly overpeak and give his life away. The Forsaken-Yampi battle for value is going to be absolutely pivotal.
Those crazy overpeaks work when Forsaken is having a great day, but thus far, there has been a little inconsistency. On the other side, like you said, Yampi has been farming. He's back to the chamber, and crucially, Scream is going back to this Phoenix. I think it's a big risk, but you also can see some of the reasons that they want to pick this. You get the Phoenix, you get the KO, you can run those splits with self-sufficient flashers on either side. It enables both Scream and Navera to be big, but they've shown it a lot. They've played it a lot.
I'm good, bro.
Yeah. Was it enough? Is it going to be enough, rather?
Yeah, I think, again, PaperX have got to be considered the favorites. They haven't lost on this map in a long time. Just correct myself from earlier. Where
Is it select? Okay.
This is it. It all comes down to this. Two teams at their absolute best, fighting in a best-of-1 to determine who moves on to the playoffs. It's PaperX. It's Team Liquid. Let's do this on Ascent. Bala, Doug, over to you.
Thank you so much, GB. An elimination match to go to map 3, to go on a map that is historically very good for both teams. The Scream wrinkle in with the Phoenix, and we'll see if he can find more value. It just doesn't get any better.
And so much importance on this match. Playoffs on the line, a region on the line for SCA here for PaperX. The first pillar of EMEA to try to qualify here. And the desk rehashed all of the different stakes. Team Liquid has never fallen out of groups.
Ever?
PaperX just made it to second place at Copenhagen. And this would be them breaking the second place curse if they make it through to playoffs.
PaperX and Liquid going head-to-head, and it's Ascent that's going to 𝘼𝐼𝐍𝐿𝐒 here in this decider. And you're right, the mid-peak is already explosive. Look at Jing already satcheling his way forward.
And they just took
No,
so
expecting,
much
right?
space so fast. There's going to be a pinch on to 𝘼𝘽𝐺 right here on the site.
The paranoid doesn't hit Chang, and I don't think he knows that they've lost full
W,
tree
let's
control.
go.
No, he had no idea. The frenzy was there. It delays the push for just a moment, but you have to
Going
keep an
for
eye.
more.
You gotta keep an eye on
Oh,
𝘼𝐺.
full
Yeah, he
W.
was the flank.
Full confidence
Forsaken
display.
cleans him up. The door's down. The spike is planted.
What a pace to set here for PaperX. Right off the bat. The round starts, the barrier drops, and they instantly pounce.
ना कसम भाई.
What a start.
Already खत्म लग रहा
Prime
है.
Gaming Flawless comes through. You can hear him reacting on the stage. You're absolutely right. The pace was sickening.
ये जंप स्पॉट करके
And that's
देखा
now
मिड का सेटअप
4
है.
to 1 pistols for
उसने
PaperX
4
as well.
सेकंड में शॉट वाले को
Team
मार
Liquid
दिया.
struggling with
ये
them.
डबल सैचल करके शॉट घुस गया भाई.
And when they need it most right here, this early pick, and I love how Jing just immediately double satchels to take that space. And we're back. This is literally the type of thing you'll hear out of Challengers playoffs when PaperX goes undefeated in APAC.
Yeah, strap in, friends. It's going to be a good one. So, somehow the fact that we've gone 10 seconds and there hasn't been anything crazy compared to the last one, it's a definitely slower pace. And there you go, but Scream just rips him out of the skies.
Oh hi.
This haunts though.
Black
Oh
hole.
my goodness.
Gravity well, there's no way out. There was nowhere to go. They're gonna get the spike down here. Two sheriffs, excuse me, left for Team Liquid.
Type of thing that's always a problem here on eco rounds is you just don't have the right weapons to break even basic things like haunts there. Navarre not wanting to shoot with the shorty.
I mean, 𝘼𝐺 has gotten a weapon. He's the furthest away from the fight, though. And 𝘼𝐺 swings off of his own flash, cleans him up. Forsaken's Vandal takes care of the Spectre that stood. And another clean round out. Forsaken's already gotten so many kills.
I have to wonder how Scream is the last one there when he took that first fight.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, absolutely.
Or was it Jing who came out immediately?
ऊपर से ये तो लग रहा है already
Wow,
खत्म.
what a difference actually. PaperX 5-2, whereas Team Liquid are 2-4 in these decider maps.
नहीं नहीं ऑलरेडी नहीं भाई.
That is
4
huge,
सेकंड भाई 7
actually.
पे बैठे क्या भाई.
मेरे को
It's
तो लग रहा है.
important to note that that is stage 2 as well. So Team Liquid, that's when they didn't
मेरे
make
को
it
तो लग रहा है already
to
खत्म है.
Copenhagen.
You want to
And they
play?
didn't have that
Let's
many
play.
deciders in LCQ.
भाई चेक नहीं
Which
किया.
is where they're currently at in terms of form, is that level.
Oh भाई.
The pace that PaperX have shown, so much more vintage, so much more like the PaperX we've known to grown to know and love.
It's a great angle from
Angle उड़
Scream.
गया.
Very nice angle indeed. Forsaken had no idea.
And he's following up with a flash here. If the Prowler spots something.
Does, but there's a nice crossfire. There's help on the other side. Scream backs up.
They don't commit off of it, which is very nice. The information that they have on the rest of the map doesn't tell them that there should be an easy 2v1 or something like that. And look at 𝘼𝐽𝐺 too. He's all the way down mid. He's gotten so much information this entire time. Here comes the pivot from PaperX. Back over towards Jing.
He still has double satchels too.
They just heard the door close too, and that's actually really nice for PaperX right now. They don't have to worry about Tree at all. Because Team Liquid's worried about the pinch.
Oops,
from
here
back.
comes the
Flash
execute.
out. There go the double satchels. Jing, the soul of aggression has just been dropped.
OMEN.
Not around any longer. 𝘼𝐺 also falls.
अरे
Liquid seemed to be holding the line, but the Spectres out from PaperX have been problematic before. 𝘼𝐽𝐺 on the flank. 𝘼𝐽𝐺 on the shots. Not able to get the kills, but Scream just had the barrel of the gun shoved into his mouth by 𝘼𝐺.
Nice nice.
But 𝘼𝐺 cleans him up.
चलेगा 3. अरे 3 किल मिले ना भाई बोनस
अच्छा,
में फिर
ऐसा.
भी. हाँ.
Pop off from the stage from Liquid in kind.
रॉसी जिंक्स मत कर साले हाँ ना.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोला भाई.
Letting
या
him know.
1-0 के बाद ही बोला पापा जी हो गया ये.
Won't get
1-0
pushed
2-0
down.
के
मेरे को तो
बाद.
अभी भी लग रहा है हो गया
Scream
गेम
again.
ऑलरेडी.
Early in the game, he's got his ult up.
जो पेस में PaperX खेल रहा है.
There's Jing for the second time going crazy when he goes out for these A main executes. His double satchels, he's the guy who's taking space on this comp. And I love that Forsaken's
ये
responding
सारे
actually
क्यूट है रे
to
भाई.
the yells from the other side of the stage.
Oh yeah.
He's ready for
ऊपर
this. He
से
knows how much fun
6
it
साल
is
पहले
going
आप
to
भी
be.
क्यूट थे. हम भी क्यूट थे ये हम बड़े हो गए
Go against a team that potentially is
हमको
not
कौन
dead yet.
क्यूट कौन बुलाएगा हमारा क्यूट एज हो गया
वही तो
And
दिक्कत
that's
की
what people
बात
might have expected or thought after watching the pro game, saying, "Oh my goodness, they just got stomped." Here's Scream down mid.
ओ भाई
That was the only challenge. But they also
Oh,
pushed
no,
him
no,
into
no.
it at
Oh,
the same
shot.
time, yeah.
And these trades are very favorable here for Paper X. Obviously, they
Oh,
come out-
baby.
Sorry, Team Liquid, because they've already lost the smokes.
Why?
But it doesn't matter if they get the site.
मिड वाले जाओ भाड़ में हम
They
लोग
should
दूसरे
be
ऐसे
first to it. There's the
बक
double
बक के
satchel.
चला
There's
गया
Jin going forward.
चोक करने करो
Spike just going to show up a little bit behind. The door goes down, and it's going to be a retake attempt.
वो नीचे भी इफेक्ट होता है what the
The
fuck
flash there, and Jing tried to swing out, but he can't see a dang thing.
भाई ये तो
Device so
मुझे
weak.
भी नहीं
Forsaken
मालूम
is
था
2, 10 HP in a 1v3.
वो नीचे इफेक्ट होता है मौली
Little sidestep, little shoulder thrown. And they're free
Oh,
to go
shit.
away from Forsaken to find anything.
भाई क्या रीटेक किया
Cleans up
भाई
Navera, but Soulcast punches right
मौली
back.
राइट
We're
में
tied.
उधर
इंस्टेंट
And the bonus doesn't net any advantage here for Paper X. They're not able to win the next gun round, so
भाई फरसेकन मैं पूरा
take a
शार्प है
look
ब्रो
and see Paper X can scrounge together something.
उफ ऐसा शॉट्स मार रहा है पूरा शार्प है
Very pivotal on that retake.
Absolutely. With a Guardian, too.
And it's not something we've really touched on too much because obviously Yumpy and Scream have taken a lot of attention, but swapping Navera off of sometimes playing the Chamber has netted them a really good
Second,
initiative. He's got the KO ult up this round. Paper X does not have any. But they're going fast anyways.
Oh, the Molly
भाई
timing is
scream
so
मार रहा है
good.
भाई। जब स्क्रीम मारता है डर लगता है भाई
As soon as they see the utility jump
अब तू ही तो
over
बोला
the
गेम हो
side,
गया
soaring through the skies, they counter with utility of their own.
गेम नहीं हुआ पापा
Looks to wall up. He's got a
Come
prowler
on,
in his
bro.
face. He tries to drop a flash. He has another one to work with. And yeah, I don't know how he's not alive. He just finally goes
तो
down.
एमपी गया अभी
Paper X so low
ओह
now.
नेवर माइंड
One enemy remaining.
Oh, they're dead, bro. 5 HP for Devi. He's able to clean up one. He's going to get the spike down too.
चलो ब्लाइंड में दो किल
Moya
मारो
has to take this forward angle.
अरे मार ही
Got
देता
the flash
शायद क्या
there.
पता
Very well played by Liquid.
ब्लाइंड के बाद एक और ब्लाइंड आ गया ना
And the fast pace from Paper X is all of a sudden
फिर भी अच्छा है 3 किल
stopped entirely.
वो लोग को पैसा नहीं जमाने दे रहे
Great
भाई
setup
जो भी
again.
नए आए हैं इधर लाइक
This
एंड
time from
सब्सक्राइब
Yumpy
बटन
and
लेट्स गो
Scream.
43.6
Remember the position that Scream got that first
बढ़ते
kill?
44k कर
बोला
दो
से
Bonus of Paper X.
हां रॉसी का
This time,
140k कर दो
Yumpy
मेरा
plays in that
45k
position.
कर दो
हाँ
These
भाई
guys
गाइस
rendezvous
सब्सक्राइब करो
to
गाइस
TP
140
if
करता
there's
है
any flashes.
139 है 140 हो
And Scream is
जाएगा
baiting for him from stairs and also
गाइस सब्सक्राइब
delaying
हो फटाफट
for him to
तेरा
reposition to a
129 है
good
ना
spot. Just a solid round of
129
solid
है
setup.
पता नहीं
हां 129 है मैं लास्ट देखा 127 था एक दो हफ्ता
Three
पहले
ultimates
अभी
to their
इतने
name.
जल्दी
Yumpy
12000
2
थोड़ी
points
बढ़ा
away from
तेरा
his. He's got the operator to
तो
work
बढ़
with.
सकता है
129 है
हाँ
बढ़ सकता है कब
Important thing here.
बढ़ेगा एक दिन
हाँ।
बढ़ेगा
Devi's ult.
भी मिलियंस
It's the
होंगे
attack side ults that set the tone of the round.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll see if there's any sort of anti-KO ults
What the fuck you don't
on
know
the
your
other
subs
side or set up at
भाई
all.
पता नहीं भाई
Doesn't look like
मैं
it
ऐसा
just
सीन
now.
करता रहता हूँ
Screen
ज्यादा
up
देखता नहीं
close.
हूँ सब
He's got the flash out.
स्टैट्स चेक करता
That's the
हूँ
ult that you were looking for. And it's going to take mid.
This is getting everybody suppressed for Team Liquid right now.
Oh, it's going to be a bloodbath.
ओ भाई
They're all
चार
running
लोग हैं
back-to-back
ब्रो
sight because they
इधर
have no utility to slow this down.
Devi has to find value
Oh,
backside, but
Navera.
no!
Oh my-
Navera holds the line! He finds 2 massive kills. The flash out to look for the third, and they're all sitting in front of him, all sitting ducks.
Hot marking up too. They're easily spammable from this position. But return fire somehow.
There.
भाई क्या एचपी है भाई इन लोग की सेव कर ले
Decisive isn't even here yet, bro. I'm mindful only has a life.
कंट्रोवर्सी करो रोसी भाई सबस पढ़ेंगे
Yumpy
ब्रो
gets a
Spike
kill.
down B.
सबस पढ़ने के लिए सच में मेरे पास दिमाग है सच
What
में
a
मैं
hold. Navera's
बहुत
2
कुछ
kills
चीजें कर
as they
सकता हूँ।
as Paper X challenge backside, as they
ऐसा नहीं
challenge
चाहिए
spawn.
ब्रो ऐसा
This is
सब नहीं
ridiculous.
Won
चाहिए
them that round.
Those shots are just ridiculous.
ऐसा फॉलोअर सब्सक्राइब
I
नहीं
honestly
चाहिए
thought
there
it
are
was
so
on for
many
the
different
ace.
ways to get it but ऐसा
And he
नहीं
had the
चाहिए
1v1
Yeah.
while the other player was flashed here. Look at this. The thing is,
Boy.
Devi, that last pulse just gave him away. Navera just had the right angle.
ऐसा
Even
डिफेंस
without
साइड है
the-
हाँ
Without the ace, all smiles for Navera. All smiles for Liquid.
वो लिंक बैठा है
And it's
भाई
actually Paper X now
PRX का ओनर
who have to call a timeout.
You see the one Team Liquid fan at the watch party?
No, I missed it. No.
He's got the jersey up in the front.
Oh, what?
He's the only one
वो
who's happy in
लिक्विड का
that room
जर्सी
right now.
पहन के बैठा था क्या वो PRX वॉच पार्टी में?
Team Liquid with a 2-round lead here.
और नहीं तो क्या?
It's still very early, but Liquid.
हाँ भाई, PRX का वॉच लिक्विड जर्सी पहन के बैठा है ब्रो एक बंदा।
वो कहते हैं इसके लिए नहीं आया क्योंकि इन लोग ने भी KO चालू कर दिया, नेवेरा ने भी।
Letting PaperX take back the lead at the final moment. We went to overtime. Second map, PaperX was in control the entire time. Massive leads. This time, Team Liquid starting out with a small but respectable lead. And they forced PaperX to save once again on a timeout.
They're going to buy a little bit, it looks like. Get Forsaken and Mind Freak a couple of weapons.
Hero rifles and stingers. And
yeah.
You've seen the formula so far. It's just been so often these light buy rounds end up.
अच्छा नेवेरा ने अल्ट नहीं चालू किया था
against the greater weapon rate.
ओ भाई तो फिर स्मोक क्यों नहीं किया सिटी?
पता नहीं।
शायद ए शॉट और मिड डीप किया और सिटी के लिए था ही नहीं।
You have the Mind Freak goal. And PaperX, specifically Mind Freak, with that Cosmic Divide has been
Goal prediction तो पता नहीं।
creative this
full time prediction है ये लोग जीत जाएंगे।
What a knife. From the opposite side of the map.
Let's see.
Lines all the way towards the main.
And I think I believe it tagged Jing.
Must have tagged Jing, yeah.
Yeah. Who does have a showstopper.
Yampi's gonna get challenged. Zion anchor.
Vampy shots miss करने वाला है guys.
No, he's
Recalled
not.
right now. So if they find a timing, there's 10
It depends
seconds
on how
for
PaperX
not
gonna
to be able to TP.
I'll tell you guys.
Divide rotates away. No flash to swing on the angle. Forsaken takes her soul cast.
Jing loves to push off contact the rest of the map, and they are. They're pushing through Cat right now. Demasic almost committed. Just canceled the last second.
Here comes the party.
Wisely waits as Jing goes forward.
Here's the spike
Push
up.
shot.
And Demasic just holding the site. He gets 2 big kills.
Oh bro!
Trying to retreat.
What chamber का मार रहे हो Demon?
That was a little wonky.
ये
but
क्या था भाई?
Again, just a light buy. Just a couple
चार
of
ults
TLG take a reason.
And all of a sudden,
I feel like they have figured out how to play.
all players up with their ults for PaperX. Jing just going way past his team here.
They're feeling and
One enemy remaining.
yeah,
Could have
like
been
players
dangerous
like Yumpy and Nivera
With
like
that pick
very
from
strong.
Forsaken in mid.
And even Scream when
we
he's
called
like
him the
feeling
soul
it.
of aggression earlier.
So, yeah.
It's because of plays like that.
Yep.
Right? You just double satchels forward with the spike, and come what may, he tries to make a play.
And I love that.
So out of
too,
meta,
actually.
yeah,
He-
totally.
It feels like he just has a pulse
Yeah.
on when the right
Which team
time
is
to
supporting?
do it,
PRX.
more than anybody in the game.
Yeah.
And that's what I was mentioning. Loves to do it when there's something else happening on the map, whether it's
मुझे लड़की
something
बनाई
in front of him
तो
or
लड़की
something
का चक्कर
completely different.
Opportunistic
नहीं हुआ
almost, yeah.
तो
Just
पता
trying to
नहीं
find a
होता.
spot in the comms where you can find a gap.
Still has that showstopper. Still has 2 satchels, so you know the go button hasn't been pressed yet.
This elimination, yeah.
And just to explain that a little bit more while PaperX is playing this slow default. Anytime something happens on the map, you're going to be reacting to it.
Or
That's when
trip
you
पे flash
take your
pick,
hand off
trip पे flash pick,
of an
but
angle.
they have people to trade.
Just for that second, that's where Jing tries to abuse.
Trade करने के लिए ready है.
You're really lucky PaperX let you explain that as long as you did.
But now they know.
They've got the trademark down now.
Now they know.
There's a trap play here, but because of that Prowler, it gets cancelled. So Nevera's not able to capitalize.
Nightmare 2K.
With the Nightfall. You got Forsaken on the other side.
Counter ulted.
They want to go A.
They've got no follow-up utility here.
Wow.
He holding the line with
So
the
hard
op.
to hit that shit.
Jing is gone.
30
Nice,
seconds
push his
left.
way all the way down into hell. Benkai spotted, doesn't seem to care. He's got cover. He's got help.
What a good play by Scream. He
Oh
gets
bhai,
it.
Scream.
Forsaken was going to be the flank. But you're right, Scream gets him. Everything falls apart on the site.
ओ भाई
Liquid get to 6.
That is
लिक्विड
Crap.
काउंटर करके आई
to
है
a T right there.
इसलिए तो बोल
Scream,
रहा
your
था
star
आपको.
player, who is playing the B site, just waits while the hit's going on. You know, people are pushing heaven, and he's saying back B site to wait for this Forsaken cross.
ये shot बहुत
It's
मुश्किल है भाई
just
kind of.
so
बहुत
clinical.
confusion है shots मारने में. को तो होता है उधर.
The book already has been written here for
behind it.
PaperX, and they are not deviating. And that's a big problem. 4 rounds right now, and
Time out.
that's the type of
Eh?
thing
अभी
that's
तो लिया
gonna
था time
balloon
out.
the lead.
अच्छा लिया था ना.
The desk was touching on Forsaken and his overpeaks. That's an example. But even there, he's sheepish. And slow.
You want to play? Let's play.
5-man death ball towards A. Just waiting on the other side. You've got Nabera close by.
He's got the knife, so you know Jing loves to double satchel and showstopper out here.
Yep, and that's exactly the setup that he has.
Oh, he's gonna come now. Jing gonna come E-box.
Jump
E-box.
across from Device.
There it is, popped. Cancel.
Yeah,
No, he's in front of it.
Oh, but it doesn't matter. Navera's able to get the kill. And now the nade to delay.
पता है ना पोपति किधर है? वो E-box के तरफ आता है. पता नहीं उधर क्यों गया?
Everyone dumping everything into
Knife
the
avoid करने के लिए. KO knife आया ना दीवार.
अच्छा.
Speed punishes
तो
Paper
हमेशा
X
E-box
again,
जाते हैं
all
मारते
by
हैं उधर.
himself.
हमेशा.
And they have nothing to capitalize on any of the space that he might have taken. It's just too slow here.
Yeah, where's the second dip though if you're Paper X?
You are divided.
Surely that's not the only thing you have planned.
This is it. Scream's gonna try to clear B main right now, so he's checking if it's a fake.
Oh no,
Off of the fact that Scream's getting all this info, you see on the top of your minimap Soulcast rotating A.
And they just actually used their own KO nade to stop Scream from pushing if it was A main. They didn't know where he was coming from. This wall's gonna fall.
And Navera will too.
Oh.
𝘼𝐽𝐵
Oh.
holding the angle with the op. He spots a player. No, not able to land the shot. Team is sick, trying to
Oh,
hold
no.
the site himself. He
failed.
goes up top and he's able to tuck away. That was close. That was dangerous. But he
back.
stays alive and he goes back in.
They're seized.
Oh, for the flash, but he's not able to get the spike down. Team is sick with a massive kill. Now with 8 seconds left. Liquid again. Hold Paper X back. What a playmaker.
So much stuff just happened right in that
अरे
round.
ऊपर से वो blind हो गया मेरे को लगा अब
And
तो नहीं
massive
मारेगा
credits
फिर
to
भी मार
Soulcast
दिया
as
उसको.
well, getting the seize off on the site.
Navera मार रहे हैं भाई. बहुत important kills मार रहे हैं.
And that's so frustrating too. Remember, this game started out really good for Paper X. They were setting the tone, they were setting the pace. But Team Liquid has responded
together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0.
so well.
सेकंड टाइम मोड भी ले लिया भाई.
भाई मैं
रॉसी नहीं 2-0 पे बोल रहा था बेशरम. गेम खत्म. गाइस तुम लोग समझ रहे हो ना?
मैं कुछ नहीं बोला भाई. भाग कैसे?
लिक्विड जीत रही है अभी 7-2.
Not just in finances, right? But in the ultimates that they use. Remember, they use the Cosmic Divide. They use the Showstopper out from Jing. They
गाइस
found
लाइक
nothing.
सब्सक्राइब ठोको. मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ 4 राउंड
Was
चाहिए पेपर एक्स को.
वो कुछ ऐसा क्या बोला ट्विटर पे अगर को सुनते.
मैंने क्या बोला?
has turned into a home run for Team Liquid.
इधर का बात
7-2, 5-round lead. And I have to, normally I'd see the scoreline and I'd say it's certainly not a big deal. But for Paper X, this attacking side for them historically has been so good. So good.
And it just looks so flat.
So I'm wondering what might be okay for other teams. Is it going to be okay for Paper X? Is this already enough
तू
for
बोला
Team
भाई.
on the second half?
गणेश तू बोला.
Even how this half ends.
She's just Forsaken with a weapon.
He's been hurt here, both Soulcast and Scream.
And it was off of that.
Yeah, 𝘼𝐽𝐵
Right.
holding with the angle.
A second go kill.
Very cool setup out from Liquid. Now the rest of Paper X are smoked off. Mind Freak's the only one who's not with them. Divide tries to find space and try to work his way out onto the site. That works.
Smoke.
But that was the only real flank they had, man. That was their only additional pressure. Jing just goes forward, goes backward, goes all sorts of which ways.
भाई इन लोग बर्स्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं पर ये
Low-key do need him on a fishing pole to bring him back in some of these instances, but...
Bro, what is this round? Bankai's gotten a weapon. And it's a 1v2. They swing them at the same time. And it's a 6-round lead for Liquid.
Again, out of the timeout for Paper X, it just hasn't been hitting. And that possibility of those light buys doing very well for Paper X. That threat feels gone.
Yeah, we haven't seen that in so long at this point that it almost feels like it's empty.
It just, every time they actually make it close to a choke point.
8-4
Paper
X.
The defense out from Liquid has been impressive. It's been stalwart. An attempt to find
भाई फेट के साथ बहुत combo है भाई.
cheeky little kill early on from Liquid. Nets them
Area ऐसे ही ले
other than the
सकते
pressure.
Devi is one off of ult right here, but he's walking up cat, so they're not interested in playing for any orbs.
Oh, bhai.
Forsaken's madman. And now note here, it was off of the rendezvous, so 𝘼𝐽𝐻𝐵 gets away, but Scream is left in 𝘼𝐽𝐵.
Yeah.
No way they check Scream, right?
And they have a deep trip as well, so
No way
they
he
might
checks
not know
Scream,
that he
right?
crossed.
Right.
नहीं करेगा नहीं करेगा
तो भी ऐसे ही लग रहा है
pivotal
और
here.
Scream भी
Right.
ठीक जगह बैठा
Speed
हुआ है
split, and they
Oh,
are going
yeah.
to go for it. My goodness.
The wall gives them the time to
भाई
rotate out.
full
too.
counter करके बैठे
Nightfall
भाई
catches
full
Jing, so they know there's somebody playing mid. But how close do they think the power's going to follow up, so they know.
Oh, and they paranoia into tree, and that's exactly where the rest of PaperX are.
Oh,
Yeah,
bhai.
they've taken Jing mid, but PaperX go aggressive. They go forward. Look at Mindfreak,
Soulcast.
deep behind enemy lines, deep into the belly of the beast. They keep Soulcast back. A 3v3 here. Use an eyeball of their own.
Oh,
Look
Scream
at
को कर रहा
Scream.
है
He's
expect.
flanking top mid right now.
But Devi's waiting for it. He's ready for it. He spotted him.
अरे क्यों
PaperX
साउंड
so
आया तो एडी
desperately
क्यों
need
किया
this round.
Oh my goodness, he just bought so much time for them right now to re-clear heaven, but Benkai's waiting.
Oh, आवाज
Is he
दिया.
so far up? How is he playing so aggressively? 2 seconds left on the
Nice.
haunt, and he finally drops down. And there it is. It's use that. Playing on Knife's edge. Spots
Nice.
one, kills him. What a play out from Benkai.
भाई दवाई
Scream
पागल हो
finding
गया है
off
क्या?
Flash 2v2 here. Benkai still down low. Still in hell.
हाँ पर क्यों
Flash
कर
is
रहे हैं
gone.
सब
It's just
Let's go,
Soulcast with
9-3.
11 HP. And he never really made it out of heaven at all.
Give it to us.
And even if Soulcast somehow takes care of Benkai, you've got the Mind Freak flank through Cat where it was planted
Last
for him.
round in the half.
He pounced on that space after Scream gave it up.
ओ भाई हॉन्ट
Give us
कैसे
9-3.
मारा मेरे को लगा कैसे
Unlock
मार
this
दिया
round. Was Demon Six looked like he wants to ult there?
One enemy
So
remaining.
desperately needed round from PaperX, man.
लेट्स गो लेट्स
Given the fact that Liquid won 7 rounds in a row,
गो देख वो उदास हो गया अभी
हाँ भाई.
गाइस जो भी नए आए हैं इधर लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब बटन वेरी क्लोज टू
Don't
43.6
forget
के
Devi has
जल्दी
his
कर
ult
दो
this round. But a number
तो मेरा ऑप चला
of
रहा है
different
भाई.
chambers.
Obviously kill मारेगा.
Vera opting and Navera challenged.
This is a double op setup as well.
ये लो
Just
ऐसा
brings
क्या
it
मिड
away,
ले
so
रहे
there's
सिर्फ
no
प्रॉब्लर के
chance
साथ
The Paper X players can
का
pick it
स्टाइल
up
है वो
later on.
खेलना.
You mentioned the double op setup. There's the second one.
That works.
Prowler cleared out. Forsaken. Flirted
Not
with
a
death.
ABB.
Last round. This time. Doesn't get away with it.
Give it to us 9-3.
And there are not a ton of options. Yeah, Mind Freak has gotten in towards A, but I don't think they're going to pivot. They don't want to go that way. So keep an eye on that as a flank if they choose to commit.
That's
Oh!
huge. He's got the space right now. He has to find himself some space, and he has to stay alive.
Well, or perhaps a kill, right? Like in a 5v3, yeah, you've taken some space, but it's
Mystic is
got to be
waiting
more than
for it.
that. And
Look
you're
at
right.
him.
Oh,
God.
he knows! But Mind Freak kills him anyway.
Is Copenhagen Mind Freak back finally when they needed him most?
How much more can he find? Is
Winnable,
that enough?
winnable.
He retreats back to the
8-4 हो गया
safety
क्या?
of his team as
9-3
the
हुआ
spike
तो
goes down.
कर्सर
8-4
Now you
हो गया क्या?
8-4 ही चाहिए
Prowler to try to find
अरे
some
9-3
space.
कर से भाई जीत सकते
अरे
हैं.
कर्स वीर्स काम नहीं आता है
भाई DRX जीता.
Will that gravity well matter? Scream off the flash of Prowler. They're clearing everything. While the rest
Pulses are gone. He could actually use that as a smoke too.
Oh, दवाई खेलेगा
play
इस
around.
वक्त में.
and he's playing so far up, so forward.
अरे अरे.
So worried about the angle from heaven, but it's actually a tree that betrays him. And now you've got the ult that's been used. Scream,
Mind
dropped.
Freak.
Mind Freak still playing back, and you've got Benkai down low. They've got him in hell. The crossfire's so good. Can Mind Freak win the round?
किसको
Don't
नहीं
forget
कर
the
रहा?
star. He's got the grab well. They're blocking it. They're blocking the pull, but he doesn't get it enough. It's a good grab well.
ये क्या था?
नाइस
Oh my
नहीं नहीं ग्रैब
goodness.
कर सकता है ब्लॉक थोड़ा और
Liquid
पास में
went
रहता
for
तो
it,
कर
but
सकता था
Mind Freak with the 1v2.
थोड़ा और पास.
मतलब टुवर्ड्स द
And that
स्पाइक
was a
रहता ना
3
थोड़ा सा
versus
और
5
स्टार
to
को
end the
और
half
पीछे रहना
run.
था शायद स्क्रीन
Paper
को.
नहीं
X
नहीं
are
नहीं नहीं
back.
नहीं ऐसा नहीं अरे
Again,
स्टार
a bloody
प्लेसमेंट के
miracle
ऊपर है
given
वो
how those
भाई
7 rounds in a
अगर
row
एकदम
that
परफेक्ट
went.
करेगा तो
Let's look at
नहीं
that again.
इसने बहुत परफेक्ट किया है स्टार
Soulcast trying
प्लेसमेंट
to
समझ रहा
keep Scream on the defuse, trying to keep him on the spike. A cool idea that ultimately does not
Playing
net them
for
anything.
ranked after this?
Maybe I don't know actually.
The suck too strong.
ओ भाई.
What a Red Bull clutch, as you mentioned. It was a 1v2 at the end. The utility setup was there, but it was not enough. An 8-4 half. PaperX trying to stay competitive. Let's throw it down to the desk.
Actually, I will be come back here.
To soch.
Thank you so much, Doug and Bala. And wow, what a conclusion there. That was not going well for PaperX until the end. Way to bookend some big round win, Sideshow, because they desperately needed it if they want to stay competitive on Ascent.
I feel like the game plan from Team Liquid has just been immaculate. They've just come in and known exactly how PaperX want to move around the map. And every time there's an exec happening, everyone's waiting to destroy Jing. I think he's 3-11 at the half, giving me flashbacks to Forsaken.
Yeah, it started off in this game with some really good quick rounds
No
from
curse,
PaperX, but since then Team Liquid has been shutting down Yampy in particular fantastic as an anchor. And on top of that, they've been setting away these lurks. They have not allowed Forsaken to find those lurk timings when he's playing on the chamber. You saw in that round right there, he's alone working his way towards B, but Scream chilled out. He waited for him by the time. Team Liquid was so prepared for this matchup.
The spike was already planted by the time he's picking up that lurk.
So patient.
Yeah, spike was already, but that just shows that they have the prep difference.
Yeah, indeed it does, and I think that is going to be the difference maker here. And we have a little bit of a defensive win rate here, 64.3% defensive win rate, Sideshow.
Not quite enough. That 8-4 down, you need a 67% win rate if you're going to be able to pull that one off. But it is going to be close, and I think so much of it will come down to the pistol.
You are my favorite, but I support Team Liquid. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, and I think looking at the head-to-head between these two comps, when you don't have that dive that up close on the side of Team Liquid, players like Jing and Forsaken get a lot more value in fighting for the main control, both on that chamber and with that fade raise combination. If they can get space evades, shut down that Phoenix before it gets close enough to brawl on the side with the flashes, it can be really valuable.
Yeah, it's so important that you fight forwards on this defense.
Alex,
bhai,
baal khishne wale abhi. Lag raha hai
You've got
mere ko
to be
ye
there
game.
to actually attack the choke points. But the next round coming up, this pistol round is everything. Team Liquid are 2-11 so far at champions in the pistol rounds. That is disastrous. If they can win one, that will be the difference maker. But otherwise, we probably still got a close half.
Yeah, Team Liquid potentially win the pistol. They could walk away the winners and into the playoffs. A huge opportunity now for PaperX to try and bring this game back. Let's send it back over to Doug and Bala.
They have no knowledge about it. Because ज़्यादा पता नहीं उसके regarding.
Thank you so much, GP. The 2-11 stat on pistols weighs heavy on the mind ball as we turn our attention to this second half. PaperX, not only is their percentage better, but they've also been dominating Liquid in that same field in this series.
If I want to talk about something, मेरे को knowledge होना चाहिए उसके regarding पता होना चाहिए completely.
भाई ये तो वो वाला ये लोग के सामने किए थे.
So far at this event has been one of those maps where these comebacks happen frequently.
It feels so swingy.
क्या trigger पे nade और ये
HG के सामने किए थे.
Good attempt there from PaperX to try to get a little trap on his.
अरे HG क्या Gaming Gladiators? अरे इन लोग का टीम था ना वो.
समझा.
HG ने ले
just on that approach. I don't think the timing has anything to do with it. Scream was baiting that out in a sense.
Oh, they're going to walk back up Third Street, and there are 3 members from PaperX here.
Oh, भाई, इधर तो distraction होने वाला है अभी pull पे.
The star could spell disaster.
Oh no.
And there it is. Gravity was used. It's just Navarro on the other side, but Prowler provides some cover. The swing out anyway. Scream gets one with the frenzy. And they're pushed back. PaperX not able to hold that space.
इन लोग full counter करके आए हैं पर उन लोग फिर भी same ही ये कर रहे हैं.
Possibly the most important pistol that they will play this entire tournament right now.
बहुत important pistol round है भाई.
And it's just gotten even bigger.
ने flash.
Oh! Swing out, finds one, not able to get the second. That kill would have been enormous. Again, possibly the most important, the most valuable pistol round. Liquid will win all tournament.
That's both on Ascent, and the scoreline speaks to it.
Jing मारना है भाई, Jing को मारना. बहुत मुश्किल है वरना.
Solid.
को भाई Scream भी बहुत.
And so many others. And the pop-off is real right now for Team Liquid. They know they're moments away from making it towards playoffs.
Scream got out of his seat, and yeah, you can tell, they can feel it.
Instant nade here for Jing. Again, towards where Scream's positioned. And he does take a bit of damage with that. That gives space right here. You saw how 𝘼𝘽𝑃 was the one who was holding it last time.
Oh,
here
but
they
know, they're expecting the aggression.
It's ridiculous. Josh said prep diff. at the halftime break.
भाई एक्चुअल में prep
And
difficult
it's
लग
just
रहा है.
showing itself every single corner you turn around.
को पता है player tendency सब पता है उनको शायद.
पर उन लोग फिर भी सेम ही क्यों कर रहे हैं
What else
पेपर
do
वाले?
PaperX have, man?
Actually हेवन में
very
भी
likely
ऐसा
looking
तू
at
देखेगा तो
10-4
उन लोगों
lead
को
on
मालूम
this
ही था.
हाँ.
Other than the book
Pearl PaperX का भी नया मैप है, Liquid का भी नया मैप है तो इतना prep नहीं कर सकते
इसलिए नहीं
हैं.
prep कर पाए. हाँ. सही
While
है.
they're
पापा जी
re-exporting
आप
mid,
कब
there's not
prep
even a
करोगे
gun
ऐसा?
to be found.
बरोबर.
हमारे लिए.
बरोबर.
Divide.
बराबर
By
कैसे है भाई?
itself, dude. That's a hero
Genuinely
play if
पूछा
I've ever seen
ऐसा
one.
बोल दिया.
And the hero plays when you start to see them this late in the game
Yeah,
is
it's concerning.
हाँ?
very concerning.
पापा
It's
बताओ.
what loses you more
पापा हेलो.
than you would have otherwise.
I don't want
Look
to
at how
speak on
meticulous
this
Liquid are
topic.
being.
क्यों
Get
पापा?
the spike.
ये बहुत rude है.
They
आपका
have so many
teammate कुछ
opportunities to plan it,
important
but they
बात
wanna
पूछ
fall
रहा है
into
between
it.
leaders.
हाँ मैं तेरे को
Get
प्रैक्टिस में
the
बताऊंगा वो प्रैक्टिस में.
हाँ? अरे
प्रैक्टिस में
बताओ ना
बताऊंगा.
अभी जानना है भाई. Important चीजें रुकना नहीं चाहिए. ये बहुत इम्पैक्ट करते हैं हमारे टीम के लिए. तो
बस I am a bad leader बस.
He goes to the Vaporblade plant.
अरे
They're
मैं
ready
ऐसा
for them to
नहीं बोला भाई.
market.
मैं बोला हम कब
Only
करेंगे
one
ऐसा
member has
वैसा
taken
पूछा है
shield
पापा. आप कब
हाँ तो
करोगे?
मैं कुछ चीजें बोलना चाहता हूँ पर नहीं बोल सकता ना सबके सामने तो समझ ना जरा.
पापा बोल लो थोड़ा.
अब लोगों को नहीं करना है तो मैं थोड़ी जबरदस्ती बंदूक रख सकता हूँ सर पे भाई.
टीम स्पीक आ जाओ.
Wait a second.
ये तो बैठे.
There's a lot of time here.
Yeah, Jing just found something.
बोलो पापा हम भी प्रेप करेंगे ऐसा.
Go into
बोलो.
the These kills don't even really matter right now.
ना ना you guys enjoy doing little work. अच्छा ठीक है ठीक
No,
है.
the important thing is they carry both those phantoms into the next round.
पापा इन पीटी. भाई देख सिवर प्रेप नहीं कर रहे भाई. रीड पापा जी आप कब प्रेप कर रहे हो ऐसा बोलना.
Well, given how the series has gone, I wouldn't have been surprised.
पापा हेलो.
That would have been ridiculous.
बोलो ना
10 to
पापा
4.
आप कब प्रेप करोगे.
नहीं करूँगा भाई कभी नहीं करूँगा रिप्लेस कर
कभी नहीं
दूँगा.
करूँगा.
But in map 3,
देखो गाइस अगर हम फ्यूचर में
Map
टूर्नामेंट्स
number
हारे
3,
पापा
the
की गलती है
final
क्योंकि
map.
पापा बोल रहे हो प्रेप नहीं करेगा.
for Group A.
टीम के कैप्टन और आईजीएल है. क्या बताओ अभी. पापा शॉक्ड एवरीवन वाली वीडियो देख के एक बार.
Guy has the Odin. Maybe he can find something. You see a setup towards B. Did they just buy? Okay, the knife went mid. Is Devi rotating?
भाई ये राउंड
Or is
लिक्विड
it-
जीत गए ना. गेम
Yeah.
खत्म. सब लोग
Could
जाओ
easily
खाना
be a
वाना खा
hop here
लो.
from Bankai
थोड़ा
that
पढ़ाई
lands on
वढ़ाई
top of
करो.
market.
मोबाइल ऑफ करके सो
The
जाओ.
Vi can melt them with it.
The knife not finding anything.
He falls off though. Good recall here from Jing, but the shots are missed.
फैंटम
Thankfully,
यूज कर रहा है भाई.
Better late
उससे
than
भी
never, I
चेंज कर ले
suppose.
कुछ तो अलग.
the reaction is not fast enough for
Come on,
Team
come on,
अभी
Liquid.
मेरे को
Jing
पता
Try
चला
to
भाई. मैं
punish.
क्रॉसर इसलिए बहुत चेंज करता हूँ क्योंकि मैं मार खाता रहता हूँ हार जाता हूँ.
And there
मेरे
you
को लगा
go,
मैं
first
अकेला
kill
करता हूँ
actually
सब.
out from PaperX.
सब लोग करते हैं.
Flowers exchange here to be made.
And I cannot stress the importance of them getting that kill.
वही है मैं जीत रहा होता तो
They
क्रॉसर
lose
ऑब्वियसली
this,
चेक
or
नहीं
like be
करूंगा.
broken. You're looking at 11, 12, 4 maybe.
Dimisic just let them, let Jing basically make the decision on whether he wants to go back into that pocket on Cat or not, and then re-flashed it to get a free kill, knowing that most likely there's no more satchels here for Jing. Don't forget Scream has this ult. There's 30 seconds and they're
30
pivoting
seconds
again.
left.
क्या कर रहे हैं भाई?
Yeah, I wonder what they're looking for.
We want
They
just team
haven't
for team G.
garnered a
पोपा
ton
जी
of
स्ट्रैट्स
info
नहीं
towards
बोल
B
रहे.
or towards B.
ओ भाई
It's
20
so
सेकंड से
late.
पीछे जा रहे.
really just Dimisic who's holding tree.
They're going to get the plant down with 5 seconds, if anything, if at all.
If they're that fortunate, you still have 2 defenses from
ब्रो ये
PaperX
राउंड तो
here.
गया ऑलरेडी.
12 seconds, 2
Huh?
players, you said it.
Haunt's been destroyed. There's the ult. The ult's been used.
No
Bankai
time, bro.
feeling pressure.
Otherwise
Sorry,
Spike
to
को
get
मार
over,
देगा
but
बंदा.
he has to turn around. You're absolutely right.
It's
Into
over.
Devi with the Odin.
अल्ट भी वेस्ट
From
किया.
the very
Oh shit.
beginning,
Bad decision.
gets the round for PaperX.
भाई क्या कर रहे
Just
हैं
a
भाई?
head-scratching round here from Team Liquid.
It just took too long.
It speaks to
भाई अल्ट
inexperience
जो भी
still of
किया,
Scream,
but
but I do
waste
love
नहीं
how
करना
the
था
rest of the
Phoenix
team,
का.
they just committed to it. Followed the call till the end.
पोपा जी थोड़ा एनालिसिस करो ये राउंड क्या हुआ.
5 seconds to plant. And okay, PaperX on the
Popa?
board.
I don't know
Again,
what
that
to
was
do.
the bonus
तो
for
बा
Team
मैं
Liquid.
क्या करूँ?
Yeah,
अरे
sure, they
डीमासिक
invested
सुना
a lot
रे
in the
कि वो
anti-eco because of the
गार्डन
rifles,
टीपी
but
किया
they
तो
saved
उसके लिए
themselves.
शायद उन लोग सोचे रहेंगे जाने को.
ओके उतना ही.
बस, हाँ.
ओ ये कौन सा एनालिसिस है.
Oh, this is concerning. PaperX have the Spectre.
ज्यादा
But
कुछ
analysis
बोलना ही नहीं है
आपका
भाई. आजकल मैं
specialty है.
एनालिसिस करता हूँ तो उसमें भी ट्विटर पे लोग लिखते हैं.
लिखते
तो
क्या लिखते हैं.
इतना ही अगर रीड कर लिया था तो फिर मैंने बोला ना वो राउंड की फनाटिक मिड पुश करेगा और अगर मिड पुश करे तो गेम क्लोज करेगा वो दिन लास्ट 12. तो मैंने ये बोला फैनेटिक मिड पुश किया वही राउंड तो लोगों ने क्लिप करके डाला ट्विटर पे तो लिखते इतना ही मालूम था तो एपैक टीम के सामने क्यों नहीं जीते
There's another player going off by himself.
Got a third going.
Oh, bhai. Let's go. They're back.
Let's go. Jingu.
They're back. They're not going without a fight.
He has to cross mid where many of his teammates already died with no help from 𝘼𝐼𝐽𝐺.
Popa, why do you care about what others say? हाँ ना? हाँ भाई Popa.
अरे नहीं रे उनके लिए इसके तो मैं फर्स्ट मैप के बाद सीख किया.
He just crouched past that.
तो बोलो analyst करो थोड़ा
अभी से. You can crouch past the jump peak.
Oh
𝘼𝐼𝐽𝐺 with the tech. Oh my goodness.
देख लिया लग रहा नहीं.
He has no clue.
Oh no. Mind free hopping around like a rabbit with the knife out.
अरे इतना जल्दी थोड़ी आएगा
foolish now.
भाई इसने तो
not committing to the plan.
मेरे को ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है लोग ने ये भी देख क्या है कि इधर से ऐसा जंप पिक करता है.
Prep बोलते हैं Popa prep.
Oh, on the swing.
ये राउंड भी हार गया.
This would be disastrous for PaperX. This was a 5v2 Bola.
Nice.
Great flash though. So they flirt with disaster, but everything's fine. PaperX get another one in. Team Liquid, while they get the spike down. Oh, actually, Davis has a lot of money here. They definitely, potentially could invest.
L feeling.
Yeah, screams.
सारा रॉसी पनती है. भाई मेरे को
मैं
मेरा feeling express नहीं कर सकता हूँ. I don't have right to express my feelings. Yes.
Hostile down.
This is the early round. Remember where?
Oh भाई दीवार पे मार दिया
𝘼𝐼𝐽𝐺 exactly know what the approach was.
Let's go 𝘼𝐼𝐽𝐺.
And here's an early flash. Looks like they might want to dive. There might be a haunt here from Benkai and 𝘼𝐺 going really fast into main.
Or at least just to fight for control of the orb, maybe, because he is one away from Showstopper.
Look at the pivot immediately from Team Liquid. Fast up mid.
Yeah, there's no time to think about orbs. There's just going to be a fight at their doorstep before they know it. He's here. No,
oh
no! A couple of sheriffs to work with. 𝘼𝐺 has to back up.
Pivots.
Per second, भैया.
So they're plentiful here for Team Liquid. Once again, going over towards Cat. The thing is, A-Main, no control for them at all. And you've got Forsaken and Mind Freak here. Oh!
Let's go.
Forsaken looking to find more with that operator. The trademark to provide some cover. Spike hasn't been committed to yet. 𝘼𝐼𝐽𝐺 trying to play back Jenny. Demasik is falling. There's the ult. He's going to go up top. He's not. Oh, he is going to get the kill into Soulcast. As 𝘼𝐺 continues to hunt, continues to push, and continues to kill.
All targets eliminated.
Half by किए थे ना पर इन लोग.
The first half scoreline for 𝘼𝐺 on its head. 3-11 he was at the half. Now 5 rounds into it. He's 11-13.
Clearly finding more comfort on this side of the map.
It is just a particularly easier half to play for 𝘼𝐺. Doesn't have to be the tip of the spear in this composition for the defense.
Let's go defense
He's
side.
reacting more than anything. Here's where they're starting to threaten this.
बहुत मुश्किल है भाई ऐसे decent round निकालना.
PaperX.
हम भी तो हारे 12-5 से.
There's still money.
भाई वो बात ही मत करो.
बात ही मत.
It's really all in the hands of 𝘼𝐼𝐽𝐺, but yeah, you're right. What do they play around? You've got Benkai who's here. You've got a starter help, provide a little bit of help.
Oh no.
Benkai swinging into it, but
oh no.
Has to push him back. They're off the flash, off the swing. Gets it. Now the Nightfall's been used, but I don't think it hit anyone. No, they're all still safely playing back in Spawn.
Oh भाई दवाई इसके लिए
looking for a free one, finds nothing.
यहाँ पे 4 HP हो गया. Popa मैं होता अभी ult खोल देता. सच बता रहा हूँ यहाँ पे ult खोल.
No ults to work with here for PaperX.
यहाँ पे ult पे तो है already.
अच्छा sorry. My bad बोल दी.
Round के start में ही वो ult पे था.
तोड़ दो भाई. My bad बोल दिया ना. मारो मत ज़्यादा. अभी मैं इंसान हूँ. गलती हो गया. मैं tree तोड़ी हूँ. मेरा गलती कुछ नहीं की.
This one you've burned so
अभी
much.
tree है तो ठीक है. मैं human हूँ भाई.
And you've given up the space to want to fight for exits here. Last time Team Liquid went up through spawn, maybe they're
expecting the same sort of thing. PRX comeback करेंगे मत बोलना. ठीक है भाई. मैं कुछ नहीं बोल. शांत हो जाता है.
Makes a bit more sense.
भाई बीरेश कर दिए भाई इन लोग.
Still available.
Yeah.
but Team Liquid
Yeah,
take it
Shubham.
ever
ulti
closer
हुए, दो ही तीन ulti
to the end of this group. To the end of Group A.
Need a drop.
4 teams entered. Leviathan, the surprise exit immediately from this group. And 2 contenders in Team Liquid.
4 second भाई अब अभी भी optic में ही हो
right
क्या?
now, battling it out for that final spot.
4 second है.
नहीं भाई.
Guys देख रहे हो guys रास खुल रहे हैं.
Healthy buy.
Like subscribe ठोको guys 2k likes की तरफ बढ़ते हुए. Let's go.
Meanwhile, the operator that we saw in the end of the previous round in the hands of Forsaken.
Forsaken होता तो Apex में या ban होता या सबको मार देता.
Looks like they're just gonna fully mind freak off.
हार के तो नहीं आता था.
That wall just gets them out. Mind freak alone.
It's a really good cover, and then they can flash out of it if they need be.
Oh भाई check नहीं किया.
Oh, he's through the wall. Weird. Yumpy and Navera hold them back. Benkai from up top sees everything, sees everyone.
Funny thing है तो 40 गंगाधरी शिक्षी माने सुना है कभी रोसी नहीं वैसा chat बोलते रहते हैं टूर्नामेंट में ऐसा मेरे को पता नहीं क्यों बोलते हैं बट हाँ सुना ठीक है तो 40 तो
They still have a shot.
This elimination,
They still have some Odin. They still have some utility.
3v3 bro, retake with Odin and Op.
And he hits a shot. Scream and Dima stick outnumbered. The span through is Forsaken, finds another. Can Dima hold them back himself?
Nice.
New addition to Liquid finds nothing.
Round जीता bro.
वो nice का आवाज पहले ही आ गया था रे उन लोग का.
Bring it up to 8.
What are you rooting
at
for?
this point.
What are you rooting? No roots bro.
Holding Liquid to 3.
You only told them you were going
Super
to do
crucial
I am
now
Groot.
for them to shrink this even more before Liquid gets the chance to get onto match point.
What a massive kill.
Oh my.
The second one was fun to
भाग रहा था
yeah,
सारी
but
position
really,
के लिए.
I mean, if not for that first kill,
दवाई
on
Odin
Soulcast,
में कैसे
they don't
मारते
get that
हैं
space. He doesn't get the second
Odin
kill.
भाई
They don't get the sight back. Oh yeah, I see him now.
Is that the coach? I mean, you just called the timeout.
Oh भाई pivot ले लिया.
That's crazy.
Freak out going on.
It didn't look like Doomros, but
No? The timeout's been called. Liquid with some time to
ये
think
एमिल
things
और
over.
डुम्बरोस भाई है क्या?
Doomros कौन है?
FPX का कोच
Momentary
भाई.
lapse in the action as they try to figure out how they keep PaperX back. Because at the second half, I mean, it hasn't been maybe as clean as they would have liked, but the truth is they have it, the numbers advantage as far as rounds go in the second half. They've, for all intents and purposes, eviscerated this lead. This is way, way, way closer than I think anyone expected at halftime. After the first 2 rounds, remember, the first 2 rounds went in favor of Liquid in the second half.
Yep.
And since then, it's been 4 of 5 in favor of PaperX.
Yep.
Oh भाई
ridiculous
सवेरा
stat
not
for Navera.
And he's got to keep it up.
The guy's playing KO. KO.
Yampi को मारना है भाई.
Liquid winning it, calling it
KOs
now.
don't
भाई
even do it
11-8 पे
much
तुम
now.
call कर रहे हो Liquid winning it. जीत भी गए तो भी
What a
कुछ
team
फर्क
effort
नहीं.
from Liquid, and you look at that.
मुश्किल है guys. Ascent attacking
Jing has
side
slowed
यार
down a
no
little
idea
bit since
कितना
we
मुश्किल
started
है guys.
singing his praises.
Apple
He's gonna
watching
have to
देखो
speed
2
back
million.
up.
वो Apple है bro.
Oh, that's interesting.
हम scrossy है.
Just to nade
एक
them
दिन हो
off
गया 2
before.
million. Go for it.
So, usually that knife gives you free A main control.
No, that will
But
take
with the nade,
years.
he has
So
the
no
time
worries.
to sit there.
ऐसा mentality है तो बहुत मुश्किल है.
And the follow-up from Team Liquid is going to be continue to push
You
into
see,
game
Mr. B,
right now.
7 years to get 100 million.
Waiting
so.
for this one way to fade, and it does.
At the same time that they apply a deep smoke into mid, they prowl in main. And yeah, it's counter.
Looking for Forsaken, he's going aggressive. Jing 2 with the recall at the same time. And Scream's getting his ult up. Mind Freak has it all to do right now.
You're dead.
There are a couple members here. You hear the ult that's been used, the paranoia out to provide some cover. Scream drops the molly and takes the space, but he's got an icon he's gonna have to do. Soulcast finds Forsaken. Ult takes the space, but no kills found. Javai on the spam finds
Team
one.
Flash.
Reading flash हो
He's
गया.
looking for another no. Yampi's off, cleans him up. Benkai falls too. Is this how it ends for PaperX?
भाई ये एक बार ऑलरेडी प्ले कर चुका है वो दो बार एक्चुअली शार्प पुलबैक के बाद एक
Everything. I mean, Jing went
max
for this
है भाई.
recall
Max तो 1
smoke
kill ले
push.
सकते हैं ना पोपा जी उधर से.
So aggressive.
हाँ पर
It's the type
इतना
of play
वाइड
you
भी क्यों आ
expect
रहा है
from them.
वो?
But it doesn't work out. Scream versus Jing. And they're one round away from doing it. One round away from continuing their streak of never missing groups or playoffs.
Oh, and ball, it's a heavy stack B.
सिर्फ
पर second ult है
बहुत
ना,
prep किया है
Have
लिक्विड
some
ने
mid
Prep
split.
तो बहुत
Yeah, you
है
see
भाई।
CAD has been smoked off. Deep mid has been smoked off. That's exactly what they're going to go for. But
Oh,
Forsaken here
no.
flashed up, not able to get back to his rendezvous.
Beginning of the end.
The TP backside too.
Liquid was Liquid overwhelm everything. Paper X have no defenses. They try to stream onto the
What's
site
the
and they
score now,
overflow the paper dam that's left. No defenses around, nothing to be seen. 𝘼𝐼 and Jing with way too much before them. And now Jing's position spotted, given away. A 5v1 to keep your tournament life alive, to keep the year alive, and nothing is found. Liquid with the prime gaming flawless to survive.
The last pillar from LCQ to be erected for champions.
In the chat.
And it does not topple to Paper X. Your final SEA representatives, your final APAC representatives.
सब APAC teams हो गए।
And the second place curse lives on.
भाई second place curve
What
lives on
a
क्या
round,
बोल रहा है ये
man.
थोड़ा
And you can
पागल
see the writing on the wall.
Second
Smokes went up,
किधर
they
आए
took
इन
the
लोग
space, the flash was there, Forsaken not able to get back to the rendezvous. It was clinical. That last round may have been the cleanest one of the half.
And we have to say again, huge props to the coaching staff on Team Liquid. This was a prep diff.
भाई बहुत ज़्यादा prep
And
किया है रे भाई
it's great
Liquid
to
ने
see.
I think the man that you just saw in your
आजा एक
stream
पक
there
खेलते रहो
baked into
जल्दी
so much work behind the scenes for
That
Liquid,
है
and you saw it
हाँ?
all on display there.
Sad feel हो रहा था थोड़ा।
हाँ तो अभी आजा पक खेलते थोड़ा और sad feel करते
ये अभी कोई APAC teams नहीं है भाई, बहुत mindfuck है भाई।
अभी हाँ DRX है सिर्फ
DRX है ना?
हाँ
चलो।
अभी Zeta अगर Loud को हराता तो Zeta भी आ जाएगा
ये ना।
Bhavin,
या
5 stack करना है?
नहीं भाई गेम ही नहीं मिलता है एक गेम खेलेंगे फिर नेक्स्ट Zeta वर्सेस ये चालू हो जाएगा ना Zeta वर्सेस कौन लाउड
चलो भाई गो करो।
चलो होंडा वीटेक क्या लिख रहे हो DRX लॉस्ट हो कुछ अच्छा DRX को ये लिख रहे हैं क्या लास्ट टाइम सेकंड आए थे ना तो सेकंड प्लेस कर्स लिव्स ऑन बोलने के लिए ये बार भी सेकंड आने चाहिए ना
सेकंड आना चाहिए हाँ।
सेकंड मतलब
फाइनलिस्ट
ओह अभी व्हाट्स नाउ लाइक अभी कौन सा लाइक क्वार्टर फाइनल्स
बस प्रेप किया भाई
मस्त
अभी कौन सा है बाबा
आई पोजीशन जी उसने प्रेप के हिसाब से लिया उन लोग ने अभी तो ग्रुप स्टेज चालू है रे जैसे
ओह या
हाँ वो स्क्रीम का पोजीशन फुल प्रेप का ही था कि वो ट्रैप उधर ही लगाता है
अच्छा मतलब सेकंड प्लेस कर्स मतलब ऐसा है कि जो लोग भी सेकंड प्लेस आए हैं ना तब कैसे बताओ
वो ग्रुप्स में ही बाहर गए हैं क्या
Which map did you got?
We haven't gotten a game yet.
Shit.
You got a game?
Yeah.
Basically, जो भी सेकंड प्लेस आया है ना उसके बाद का टूर्नामेंट गंदा गया ऐसा मैं अभी ट्विटर में देखा कि फेनाटिक क्वालीफाई नहीं हुआ बर्लिन मास्टर बर्लिन 2021 सेकंड प्लेस आने के बाद ऑप्टिक भी ग्रुप में ही बाहर हो गया चैंपियंस बर्लिन पे M3C भी क्वालीफाई नहीं कर पाया मास्टर्स 2022
अच्छा ऐसा
लाउड भी ऐसा जो लोग भी सेकंड प्लेस आए उनको ऐसा हो गया ऐसा
ऐसा बोलो ना फिर सेकंड प्लेस कर्स बोला तो मेरे को लगा कि
मेरे को भी पता नहीं था अभी मैं देखा ट्विटर पे
Rasi got money to buy the Celestial fan.
आया वॉशरूम हो क्या?
हाँ.
You got?
Yeah.
फिर मेरे को दे दे.
Nice joke Sefi.
मैं हावर कर रहा हूँ केओ पे, तू पिक कर ले चाहिए तो.
अभी निवेरा हूँ ब्रो. अभी आएगा जी HellrangeR निवेरा हूँ. हाँ पापा जी सही बोला ना. गाली देगा अभी मेरे को.
वो गया रे. वो होवर करके ना वो गया.
Oh fuck है. हाँ. ये नहीं तो बाइस. आओ देनी क्या? यार रेली तो. हाँ. No. Please, my bad. Don't do that. Bye.
User disconnected from your channel.
Vera who we have HellrangeR. हाँ. ये नाइफ देख के F4Q वाला मैच याद आ गया. ये forever रखूंगा ये नाइफ. क्या कर सके गेम में पता नहीं ब्रो.
Careful of the edges. Not sure if I could catch you in time if you fell off.
Ah, he's so good, boys. The knife.
Hello.
Bye. Thank you, GG. It's okay.
क्या हो गया?
क्या हुआ?
It's okay किसको बोल रहा है? भाई मेरा फ्रेम हो रहा है गेम पूरा.
Rush B में भी हम.
गेम रिस्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा इसके बाद.
ये बात करो. चल रहा रहे तो करो.
I smoke CT first.
अरे फ्रेम हो रहा है आज नहीं बोलोगे.
Bring them down. Where are you? Mark one. Got him. Someone's in defender spawn.
जो कभी अपन इको पे जाएंगे तभी रिस्टार्ट करता हूँ भाई. ओ भाई क्या हो गया इसको?
पिस्टल खेलना हो देना मुझको.
वीमेन फ्लैश दो क्या?
हाँ 1 सेकंड.
Yeah, wait for a second. Yeah, we can go back. We're just clearing women. Flashing.
Flash. Suppressing.
3 से खेल रहा है.
3 लोग हैं. I think. 3B. 2 तो है और ओमन का स्मोक इतना फास्ट है तो वो भी उधर ही है मोस्टली.
हाँ. one shot.
कुछ डैमेज है?
नहीं. स्पेक्टर है उनके पास. केयर करो.
I have a flash for door. All flash door. Flashing door.
Flash.
Heaven.
They're suppressed.
ये हर बार का ही है.
हाँ भाई मेरे साथ बहुत हो रहा है भाई तो हमेशा
With 3 goals.
We never buy we lose
Buy, you can buy.
all good
ये ले स्पेक्टर ले
हैंडल चाहिए
नहीं खेल वापस देता हूँ फ्लैश ले
बाय
कॉल
Smoking short.
क्या कर तू ही कर फ्लैश
Flashbang. Shutting them down. There's a flash.
I'm with you. Good.
ये किधर है भाई
Flash.
को लगा मारने के लिए फ्लैश कर रहा पापा
Blind. Flashing back.
One market, one side. 2B only, guys. You guys can come in.
अरे 120
Only one.
Come. He's Gen or somewhere.
ट्रैप है बॉक्स पे ट्रैप
I have the spike.
लास्ट गया -120
One HP.
अरे किधर तो ट्रैप लगा भाई
Spike planted.
नहीं कूदा है रे
अच्छा
अरे हेवन पे भी ट्रैप लगा देता कुछ तो कर
कोई नहीं पापा जी आपका मैं देख लिया पापा
हाँ रे मैं ओडिन एक्सपेक्ट कर दिमाग में
ओडिन को बुर
मेरे लगा ओडिन वाला प्लेयर है उधर खड़ा है लैगिंग हाँ लैग हो रहा है लैग भाई कर नहीं सकते
You are a capable fighter.
let's
Okay, that is all.
My ult is ready.
पापा साइड के लिए इधर से
Here,
फ्लैश दे
there.
सकते हो कुछ ऐसा ऊपर
किधर फ्लैश हाँ है ना
फ्लैश हाँ
इधर ये स्टेयर्स और इधर वाला
मैं
एरिया
ना
फ्लैश
डैश
होएगा
मारता हूँ ठीक है स्मोक के बाहर आने के बाद फ्लैश आना चाहिए
हाँ अच्छा होएगा पर जो तेरे को स्मोक इधर डैश मार फिर किधर तो तेरे को देखते रहेंगे वो ब्लाइंड रहेंगे
हाँ वही फ्लैश
Yeah.
Oh, bad smoke spawn.
One more step. Stairs. हमारा ओमन छोड़ दिया उसको
Spike retrieve.
सही है हाँ क्या ये क्या नसीब है भाई मैं स्पाइक लिया जस्ट
Until then, survive.
इको वन गाइस प्ले स्लो स्ट्रीम लैगिंग क्योंकि मेरा गेम लैग हो रहा है स्ट्रीम का कुछ इशू नहीं है वैसे क्या बोलूं FPS लॉक करो पोपा जी अरे उससे कुछ नहीं होएगा
Slow.
You want to play? Let's play.
Flash. Shutting them down. Enemy
Oh shot.
Shadows traveling.
And bottom mid upper.
So we have to kill my double. So be it.
Come in. After his one-way smoke, I'll flash over and then we can rush in with my ult. अभी ठीक है क्या स्ट्रीम?
There.
Wait, don't do anything.
I'm a jet.
Oh shit. R1 नहीं लिया.
Flashing.
Copper.
Flash.
cold.
He's stuck.
Flashbang.
Going. Marking on the.
Spike planted. The hunt begins. Shutting them down. Flag it. They're suppressed.
Nowhere to run!
Door in.
Okay.
It seems these strangers want me. They are so dead.
Can we take?
Try B-Rush again. Once again. They're gonna play only side.
I don't have a flash.
Can you buy? Because it's very important.
Only one.
You can take my Vandal if you really want Vandal. Give me a Spectre.
Need a drop. Thanks.
They support agents.
Flash करो रोसी.
Throwing charge. Flash.
Nice.
One more.
Clear. No, one more.
Planted. Shadows traveling. No charges. Knife deployed.
One CT over.
Both. Market on both.
There.
Nice.
Full lag हो रहा है. मैं क्या बोलूँ भाई?
Trust me.
Game
they
restart
will make
करना
Anyone
पड़ेगा.
feeling generous?
When they do,
Need a drop.
take advantage.
Teşekkürler. Thank you.
क्यों लैग हो रहा है मेरे को ही नहीं समझ आ रहा है गेम मेरा पूरा. अभी रुको गाइस, एक राउंड में जब खेल ही नहीं पा रहा है रोसी.
There.
He's gonna Odin spam.
Okay.
Charlie Mike, let's move.
Smoke shot maybe and.
Play slow.
Cover going out.
He's shot opening it.
Enemy B.
Flash.
Smoking deep mid.
Market.
Flashbang. I have the spike. Shadows traveling. Cover going. Throwing charge.
Side clear.
Market one.
Market.
Away with you.
One more market.
Can you plant?
Nice.
Smoke spawn.
Again.
Shadows traveling.
ये बंदा को भाई चेंबर खेल गेम रिस्टार्ट करके आया रोसी.
जल्दी.
अभी ठीक हो जाएगा गाइस लैग. होपफुली. राउंड हो गया तो बोल मेरे को.
Nice.
Gun off or no?
Gun here.
Yeah.
Let's make a plan, then execute.
I'm gonna counter Odin's spam in that B.
Let's go. Papa, what is it? What's up, process?
Play slow, guys.
ठीक है guys.
Smoke short.
गणेश ओडिन स्पैम करेगा ना मैं उसको मार दूंगा फिर तेरे को क्लोज फ्लैश देता हूँ ठीक है इधर से तब तक ला के रखना है राइट साइड कोई पुश कर रहा था उसको
You're up somewhere for sure.
Cover going out.
एक फ्लैश डाल रहा है
Flash.
अरे यार माइंड फक है भाई यार
Chamber shot.
There. Reloading.
करना वापस काम करना है थोड़ा
Shutting them down.
Omen's here. They know I'm here. They know I'm here.
Flashing jet. He's blind. He's blind.
They shot one.
लास्ट गाय सिटी बेस क्या कर रहा है रे ये
भी मरेगा वो
ये क्या खेल रहा है भाई सोवा भाई
Odin or no?
No.
Just let them try to catch me.
Need a drop. Thank you. Can't even remember the spot. Need a drop. Thank you.
प्रॉपर्ली एनिमी नहीं दिख रहा है मारने
Still lagging. गाइस पता नहीं मैं अभी क्या कर सकता हूँ एक ही गेम खेल रहे हैं वैसे भी इसके पास तो वॉच पार्टी ही है
मेरा इनिशिएटर उधर किधर तो जा रहा है मेरे को इधर ड्राइव पिक करना है कौन तोड़ना मेरा
फ्लैश कर रहा हूँ
Flashbang.
ऊपर वाला
ब्रो माइंड फक है भाई चुतिया टीम है कल्चर
Flash. Grenade.
This way.
We found one. Nightmare, take them!
I can do this all day.
Come B. Yes. Smoke city base.
Do we know where?
You need to go and help. I think kill.
No
We're
choice.
gonna be coming from behind.
Knife deployed. Enemy suppressed.
120 damage. अरे side was clear. Why should I चुतिया लोग हैं रे इतने बच्चे. चुत खुद तो नहीं. अरे वो बोला you need to go and help.
Oh, one flash.
There they are.
5 seconds.
Teleport's ready.
120 damage on Sova.
Nowhere to run.
Bot on market.
40 jet. 40 on you.
Where are you? Mark one.
Bro, the site was clear. Why are you forcing me to go? You could have just smoked market.
I feel the strain. Lock it out.
Let's go to be fast. Fade use your mid.
I'm gonna suppress market and come late to main.
Smoke shot.
Begins.
Smoke shot. Recon mid.
Cover going out. Knife deployed.
Follow.
No, one market. Rena somewhere. Not sure where.
Back.
So one way.
Blind.
One stairs. One stairs.
Flashing there.
Flashing.
Flashbang.
Two side, one CT. Two guys side, guys.
Again.
Flash. Spikes down.
One inside.
On. अरे call कर बस.
One inside now.
One city.
Emergency reset required.
No one inside.
Oh, market. No one side. The fuck?
They are so dead.
We're moving out. Pack heavy.
Let's go. Can you flash Emil like this?
On my way. There.
Can you flash like that and push? I'm gonna throw from here and clear and backside for you guys.
Is the flash? Or...
Little help.
Yeah, flash it.
You want to play? Let's
Get
play.
out of my way.
Flash. Suppressing.
Why is no one coming?
Take it down.
मेरे को ही blind कर दे यार. का सो perfectly आ रहा है इधर.
मैंने वो छोड़ अपने बंदे घुस ही नहीं रहे भाई.
I got the spike.
Enemy
Rolling
spotted
होगा.
A.
Can break drone. Can you break drone? Oh my god. What's the
Like it.
Triple clear.
Wait.
Enemy A.
I'm a good shot.
सब लोग हैं उधर mostly.
स्पॉट हो ही रहा है भाई.
Reloading.
I don't know why the fuck are you making
The
sounds
hunt
from
begins.
that side.
Reloading.
Fucking-
No more.
Good shot.
Typical.
Left side close.
I have the spike.
अरे क्या पागल है भाई. बोल रहा हूँ लेफ्ट साइड क्लोज स्विच मार उसको.
They think they know pain. They can't begin to comprehend
You
it.
have a mic, Fade?
Guys, like, I don't know, man. There are 3 people A, our teammate is in mid, I smoked to cross, but my guys keep shooting, keep taking down. I don't know what the intentions are. So annoying.
Stay awake. They strike again.
Shutting them down. Enemy suppressed.
Does mid.
Fragment.
They're not in yet.
Yeah, do use both their smokes. They're coming in now. They fell back, falling back. One might save you, man. One women.
More.
Duck.
Only one.
Mid. Going short.
Aim in.
One guy coming tiles mostly.
Aim in.
3. Enemy A.
Behind it.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and
Get out of here.
Weapon here.
Gun here.
भाई ये फेड कौन है मेरे को जानना है गेम के बाद. पिंग से लग रहा है कोई
हमारा ही लड़का
इंडियन या पाकिस्तानी है. हाँ साउथ एशिया का ही कोई लग रहा है पिंग से.
तो मेरे लिस्ट में है भाई टीम.
कौन है?
पता नहीं कोई तो है सेम स्कोर वाला बट पता नहीं.
Shutting them down. They're
Get outside
suppressed.
the main somewhere.
Yeah. They smoke short. Watch your mid.
मैं ट्रैप में फ्लैश पिक करूंगा.
शॉट करता दूर से.
उन लोगों को बैकअप दे दे। मिड पे ट्रैप है मेरे पास और फ्लैश है।
वो किसको?
ए वालों को। बी पे तो पूरा
कंट्रोल है पूरा एमएन डीप।
वो प्लेयर्स के ऊपर भरोसा नहीं है ना फेड के ऊपर। देख रिकॉन से स्पॉट होके भी खड़ा ही है उधर किल के लिए। गन ले लेंगे।
अरे स्मोक क्यों करता है भाई? Now they can take the gun bro.
Close.
They can take the gun I mean. इधर भी हो सकते हैं भाई, वाइन्स भी हो सकते हैं वो लोग।
Okay.
Short.
Multiple.
3 short.
Oh my.
Fucking fade. Coming in main bro. तू खेल रहा हो यार
They can like take fade gun and I cannot see them bro, and I don't know whether they can go vines or back anything. I have zero info with the sheriff.
Anyone feeling generous?
Fade wants sheriff. After all this, he has the audacity to ask for it. Bro.
क्यों भाई वो ऐसा क्या? उतना क्या किया भाई?
अरे भाई कॉम नहीं कर रहा है चुतिया। एक और राउंड में रिकॉर्ड में स्कैन होके 4 लोग के सामने खड़ा है, फिर भी फाइट लेके मर रहा है। ऐसे क्या मतलब ऐसे लोग के हाँ तो ऐसे लोग के से गेम
है भाई।
देखिए
B.
I think he's throwing for them. He has a friend in
Enemy spotted B.
How much money bro to throw? $5? $10?
In the smoke push. Oh no sir. Jet is low guys. 80 hit. फैंटम कैसा आने रहने से हमारा फीड दिया है भाई, बहुत रो कर रहा है।
मेरे को तो लग रहा है वो बूस्टिंग सर्विसेज वाले होते हैं ना $5-10 में खरीद।
वो तो let's go guys. Fight them, we can come back.
घंटा कमबैक नहीं होता है।
I hate to say it, but probably best to play.
वो बंदा देख वापस वाइट सिंग करके मरने वाला है। लाइक ही नहीं है ये गेम।
क्या पोपा जी?
अरे बहुत टिल्ट होते रहे ऐसा गेम्स।
कोई नहीं।
ना बकरा बना के भी इको राउंड में सिर्फ फाइट करते हैं। जो राउंड घुसना था जब तो अपड्राफ्ट कर रहा है वो राउंड बकरा बनाया मेरे को सब लोग ने।
Focus now. Eyes off.
Marked one.
Not deployed.
I didn't see anything mid. There a shot.
Size. No one was even close.
B means on.
B का ही split होना है। I'm leaving you.
Hitting over. Can you smoke B main? Droning. Can you break the drone?
Okay.
KA guys, KA.
Nowhere to run.
I think it's taking here.
B.
Oh, B है.
Market.
Market.
They're
I'm
on
blind. There mid.
Not market. Care B man.
Spike spotted B.
Flash दे रहा हूँ। Call कर।
Flashing for you.
Flashbang.
दे। वाइट करते हैं ना।
Flash कर रहा हूँ।
Flashbang.
Outrun me.
I'll make them remember. They're only human. I need this. Thank you.
I have no trip.
Let's go.
Just gonna play here.
Knife deployed.
A.
Grenade out.
Not in yet, not in yet. Yeah, molly
Jet
out.
was not
Oh,
suppressed.
there's some.
Jet
Cash
was
shot,
for
cash
it.
shot. Break the drone, break the drone.
Main jet.
Running back, running back.
चेंबर का ट्रिप किधर है?
Chill, chill. Can go back. Deep it somewhere.
I think it's a fake.
Yeah. It's like running back, he's running back.
Can you resmoke him?
Re- re-
Smoking.
Can you
B
jiggle?
पे backup देना है. Yeah.
साइड जाके बैठ एक्चुअली बेट करता हूँ
Can middle.
Shutting them down.
You can go, kill.
Enemy
Chamber
suppressed.
amen.
You can hide fate, I'll wait for you.
You can leave, kill. Just
Yeah, I'm leaving.
Can be mid, I don't trip.
Don't worry, we got B for sure.
The hunt begins.
I'm smoke short.
Oh, it's short.
Not so fast.
One mid.
Two short. One more short.
One shot.
Short, I mean.
Nice.
There. I'll find you.
Oh, heaven.
Mark one.
One aim in, one box. Nice try.
Their teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
They are so dead.
Visual checkers करते ना पोपा जो. Omen, can you come towards B?
There.
And flash B mid. We're gonna push mid. Let's can push B mid.
It's down. Guns up. Get deadly. Flashbang.
Where takes them?
One mid. A.
Suppress it.
It's okay, I'll kill two guys. Wait. I can kill two of them.
Heaven in.
Went back.
Oh, Reyna 1 HP.
Bad guy down.
Reyna 1 HP यहाँ पोपा. ऑफ भी नहीं कर पाया भाई पूरा गेम.
Win. Show me where to go.
Op कब बोल रहे थे?
हाँ?
इन लोग
मेरा मूड खराब हो गया भाई. अटैकिंग में ही मेरा मूड खराब हो गया.
मेरा बहुत खराब हो गया. टिल्ट हो गया मैं टिल्ट. मेरे को देखना है बस ये फेड कौन है.
Shadows traveling.
Flash.
Mid.
Get out of my way.
Nowhere
to run.
Enemy spotted B.
One switch. Push. Inside, bro.
What? Oh, shit. What the hell? Guys, nice shot. अब जा रहे हो पापा?
क्या? हाँ मैच स्ट्रीम करूँगा.
Ranked खेलता और.
कौन है मेरे को देखना.
I saw, yeah. Fuck dude. 88 rank हो गया मैं. What the fuck? वरोता था हमारा वरोता. वॉच पार्टी नहीं गाइस जो भी वॉच पार्टी मैच देख रहे हो पोपा जी के स्ट्रीम पे जाओ. पोपा जी कर रहा है. मैं
Potentially. The thing that does give me a little bit of concern, and it does make me think that it is something that they've worked on, they've tried to, you know, master it a little bit more, was that last time they did play it was a 16-14 against Blue Bees, so not even one of the squads that was in the top 2 in the region. So they have their work cut out for them, and okay, well, this makes
this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think this has always been one of the strongest maps of Loud. It's a map you've literally already beaten Zeta on within this tournament. Although it did actually start quite well for Zeta. It was going onto that attacking side where they really struggled. So I think there were definitely aspects that they can improve on this map. And I do think there is always risks of picking the same map again, because your opponent can actually work on that. The thing is, though, I still think Loud are very favored.
Yeah, this just feels like bread and butter for them. It'll really come down to whether or not Zeta have been able to counter-strat them on that map based on what they saw before.
Does this mean we head for Fracture, though? Because that's
Haven's
the map.
been left open.
The map, though, that I would lean towards for both teams is Fracture. Like, I think it was a very close one for Zeta going through. Like, it was a map where they were winning a lot of opening duels, and then it was swung back in Loud's favor. And actually, Loud are going to take it out, even though they won it last time. An intriguing one, and especially leaving it to Haven, which is, again, another map where I don't think either of these teams are particularly comfortable.
I guess Loud banning Haven last time, 𝐼𝐽𝐿𝐼 sending some signals to Zeta maybe that they might not want to play this.
That is a meta game and a half. That's like, okay, we'll do this ban so that when we lose the next game, we can pick it in the next. Like, that's insane.
Well, give me an explanation then, Tom. Why are we seeing Haven?
I think the map last time was close enough that Loud feel like taking this to a fresh ground is better than going back to one. As I said, you look at the opening duel stats, a lot of them were going the way of Zeta. It was clutch plays from players like Sadak that were dragging them through the map. If you give time for Zeta to work on that, I think they could take that map away. So take it to a fresh place. Take it to Haven, where they literally lost to Boom the other day. Loud probably feel quite comfortable there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is you've watched them play this. I mean, they themselves also do have, you know, the most recent time that they played Haven, a loss versus Crew on that map. Yeah. But you got some recent tape on Zeta. You see that they lost to Boom. That was the one that they dropped in that series. Maybe they just looked at that and they felt really good about being able to counterplay against, you know, Zeta's playstyle on that map. Yeah. So that'd be my best guess.
Yeah, I mean, the bind is a surprise, and I'm looking forward to going to that. But before that, we're going to take a quick break and come back with Agent Select right after this.
में आया ब्लैक कॉफी बना के
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions and our final match of today. Let's bring out the two teams fighting for a spot in our top 8. It's Zeta Division and Loud.
Cadre. Crow. Less. Sugar Zero. Sardark. Saucy. Last. Bars. XQQ. VCT.
This is the big one, everyone. This is Japan versus Brazil, Zeta versus 𝘼𝐿, and a shot for one of them to make it to the playoff stage of the biggest Valorant tournament of the year. And it just dawned on me, guys, that this is the last time we're going to see one of these teams walk out on a stage this year.
Yep.
We might not see them again, even as a full roster. Who knows what's going to happen for next year? And now I'm sad.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I think the fact that both of these squads again have gone from a position in Reykjavik where they're literally like fighting for the title, and now one of them is going to go out in groups. It feels like that in every single decider game that we currently have in the tournament. There isn't a team that deserves to go home. Unfortunately, we can't just play the groups forever. We eventually have to kick someone out. So
I don't wanna.
I mean, this is
Let's not do that.
This has so far been like, you know, the most competitive event that we've had.
On the floor.
Yeah, they just they got to get rallied together. So the unicorn's got to go on the floor for a minute. It's just taking a nap.
Yeah. Unicorns of love. Sorry, I had to. Let's talk about Bind here, because you both said that they haven't played, either teams have not played Bind in a hot minute.
Yes.
What are we expecting right now, considering the meta and the type of agents that both teams have already showed here at Champions?
It's really hard to get a read on this for these two teams in particular, because the question is, do you want to play something that's a little bit more standard? You haven't shown this map for a very long time, or have you maybe engineered something a bit different that you're expecting will catch your opponents off guard? So that's the biggest question here for both of these teams. What do you decide to run? You take a look at 𝘼𝐿, typically going all the way back to the last time they played it versus NIP. You've got Brimstone, Fade, Raze, Skye, Viper, so somewhat stock standard there. Going with the double smoke, and it's fairly similar for the side of Zeta. They have the Chamber in the mix there alongside Fade, then OMEN, Raze, and Viper. So I wouldn't be too shocked if we honestly continue to stray in this general direction.
Yeah, I think, again, it's kind of what you expect from these two teams in the sense that 𝘼𝐿 very controlled in the way that they play. I would be fairly surprised if they change too much about their composition, even though it's, again, a map that we haven't seen them play for a while. When they were playing originally, it still worked very well. So I don't think they're going to be uncomfortable sticking to their guns. On the other side of things, they kind of still went for the double controller, but actually lent more into the OMEN, which gives you more options to be aggressive, I guess.
Oh, well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. A surprise map here at the lower bracket of Champions, and surprise
Okay, so we got
picks.
Jet straight off the bat. So
What is
it
happening?
looks like it's going to be a little bit more aggressive.
It's a double duelist.
And a Raze. Okay.
Ooh, I don't know if I like this, especially I believe they're starting on that defensive side. So just trying to basically almost push out on the extremities of the map, and it puts a lot of pressure onto Crow to set up a lot of these plays. Like the value of that Fade is you can sort of clear a lot of these angles more easily, but you also have the ability to get a lot of information for free. That can be done by 𝘼𝐿, but it's a much tougher task.
I'm really curious to see how they're going to play this starting on the defending side. Are they going to look to take first contact, go for some aggressive pushes?
They have to.
Do you do that, or do you concede the site and then go for a retake? Because this could be a fairly explosive retake as well.
I guess, but I feel like, again, like a Jet on this map, at least on the defensive side, it just screams that you have to go aggressive. On the other side, again, I feel like this is going to be that more controlled meta. I think a lot of the agent picks fit really well for the players, especially Sassy going onto that fade has been an absolute joy to watch so far in this tournament. I like the fact that, again, on the other side, they've clearly taken quite a big risk. The worry I have is the focal points on this map. Aspas, he's not had the greatest tournament for his standards. His standards are like 280 ACS. He's in the like 220s. It's not crazy. But like, realistically, it's the other side I worry about as well. Like, Ten has not had very good success in opening duels. He is in, I think, 20% first death, 10% first kill. That's not great if you're that Raze going in. And I don't think Depp is much better. So with both of them on the board, they're going to have much better games, because now Laz is in a quote-unquote supportive role and not on his just chamber hard carry.
I mean, it's the pick of Zeta, so I can't wait to see what they have in store for us. We have 10 exceptional players on stage right now, and I'm going to throw 2 more exceptional people at you guys at home. It's Pansy and Hyper.
That's so sweet.
The bribery's paying off. Fantastic. No, thank you so much, Indu and the desk. And already Zeta cutting quite the aggressive figure with this agent select coming through. But Michael, let's talk above that. Let's talk bigger picture. Give me your predictions. Talk me, expectations now seeing this.
I mean, this is a tough one to even have to call, right? I mean, my heart says Zeta, my brain says Loud. And actually coming in here with the composition, to say face and credibility, you got to say Loud have the better equipped composition here. But for Zeta, this is almost archaic, right? It relies a lot on just being fully invested in what they want to achieve. It's going to be tough. I mean, the desk have touched on a couple of things. We need to see big games out of 10.
Thank you for becoming a member, bro.
And actually, Laz now filling a very different supportive role, right? There's a lack of that anchor, which actually has been the cornerstone of some of Zeta's success.
Yeah, this is going to be a brutal game. Again, that fairy tale we saw really hit for Zeta. It's always so poignant. But it does seem to be the exception to the rule. However, we already have a good start. 10 are going to get things started, and we want to see a big performance from 10. He needs to have a heated game, especially, as you noted, with the composition tailoring towards that. As it stands, first pick, and the tempo gets held.
Spike actually now regrouping towards short. Less hasn't been given a peek just yet, but Depp is unnoted. Actually, the wall's going to cut that off as well. Got to be careful here. Second smoke goes up, and actually 𝘼𝐽𝐺 able to catch a headshot onto Pankada.
How many rotations does this pull? It was only a spot on 1.
Actually, with the deep position on long, I'm curious as to why they've sent that. Loud will actually find themselves a favourable numbers advantage here on A site. Depp slowly making his way back here, but
the window's closing.
Yeah.
And the rotation's going to be maybe not going to be at least at the forefront of the hip, but the fight comes out well for less. Carve some space and 10's removed, so back to a 4v4. Spike going to be planted. I don't doubt that's going down. Depp, though, happy to dive in, put life on the line for this. Pankada a little lower. Boombot there. Do they swing this? Not yet.
Crow's actually still posted up. He actually gets dealt with. Depp will find his second now, though. And actually,
how's Depp standing?
How?
Finally goes down. Pankada the last one there, and a little bit of an up and over.
Let's go.
And they do work this one out. I was amazed that Depp kept his life for that long.
I mean, they played it very cautiously around the boombot, actually. I was saying the Cloudburst cutting off one of the angles there, but I think Loud are just so scared to dig any deeper.
Yeah.
Crow at this point, unnoted, I think, finally dealt with by Pankada, but great round from Depp, actually. Just getting ahead of this smoke.
And even just holding this.
Yeah, completely. Wow. Getting away with murder, actually coming away from that. Nobody even anticipating the possibility, but a nice opener from 10 here. Immediate pick off the rip outside showers, and as you noted, really slowed things down.
Good for confidence building too. If you're going to go for a composition like this, you have to play to what it entails, what it means. Those agents do lend to aggression. They don't stand the test of time when they elongate these rounds. So for them, they have to keep being somewhat proactive. We go back in though. We do see the sheriffs coming out, so no armor behind it, not too much utility either, very much a bare basics here coming out for Loud, but we've seen already plenty of damage can be achieved with these sheriffs.
Actually, the Phantom in hand. Depp. 10 trying to get back outside showers that fault line as well, but no damage actually comes through.
Ooh, they crept up so quick to this. Depp's very aware, and Crow's trying to be in pretty much a complementary position, maybe get contact and slip CT if he does feel as though he's lost that, but they need to be really cautious on this timing. If they leave this gap open, there's the first spot, but one player's ahead. Aspas already there, Depp's in a little bit of danger, but he has full faith in his teammate, just focuses on what's in front of him, but he finally falls. That spins him down, and that's a 2-for-1 trade out. If that rifle got recovered, that could be an issue, and maybe it's an issue anyway. Utility invested, now the spike going down. A 3v3, and if they could get their hands on that gun, it would be wondrous. And oh my wordless, how did you just get to? Now Les, how is he still standing in this one? Les backing away here. This is so dangerous, Laz. Okay, he saved it, but barely, Mike. I mean, this is already, that's a warning throughout the rest of the game.
Absolutely. It just so happens that there's nothing really to secure, obviously, front sight control and retrieve that weapon.
If
that
that
could have
Phantom
gone
got
completely
back.
the other direction. I mean, even still came down to one. I think actually Lad's taken 2 tags there with the Sheriff. Only 40 HP to drag that one across the line.
Hello,
great round 2 from Loud, actually. I'm interested to see what Zeta's decision-making is here in terms of the purchase. The Phantom saved across, but whether or not everybody's even going to be able to get... well.
No, well, that's telling.
Just the 1 rifle, 2 Sheriffs and a Frenzy. So they're going to try and ride this out for round 4. Allowed to keep this clean. Zeta actually has 4, looking to get very, very aggressive outside hooker.
Full commitment behind this too. Flash to follow, and they really want to crunch towards this. Sassy's in a little bit of danger, and Aspas going to try and bail him out, and he does do exactly that. Gets away with his life, but the follow-up flash will keep them tamed, but still, this is good early work to deal with this aggression. Loud, fully aware now, and sharp work coming out. Leaving the 2 danger players, the ones that had the rifles, or at least at the end, still standing, Depp being one of them, but irrelevant to the outcome of the round, it feels at this point, as Loud so equipped to handle that.
Yeah, definitely. With the remaining credits, do want to see some damage, at the very least, but Loud, happy to wait this one out. I mean, there's still a minute left on the clock here. The swing punished. Asked for it to be clean, and it's a prime gaming flawless here for Loud.
Peripherals बाहर हो गए, हाँ.
Really well handled.
आप परेशान क्यों हो?
And these are the sorts of rounds that actually Zeta have to try and pull off, especially if they find themselves at a deficit here on the defense. They have to really take the initiative, take the fight to Loud.
Heard in the interviews they wanted pressure, Zeta feeling they thrive under it, but Loud, I feel just somewhat in the same. I don't think we've seen a bad look from Loud yet either. Keep in mind, obviously, this is a rematch already, one of the opening games earlier.
Well, actually, just to double down on that, Zeta are probably going to be feeling as if, yeah, we've got to switch up playstyle, right? If they came away from the first, you know, feeling a little dishevelled, expect big changes on their side. Obviously, this comp leads into that as well. Aspas tasked. Clears the hook a little bit. A 3rd player committed towards this B-site hold again. This is 10 in Depp. Bladestorm in hand, actually, for Depp.
Clean opening work. That's devastating as well for Zeta, losing out so early on 𝘼𝐺𝐴, and that really shouldn't happen so comfortably. A deep paint shell comes in, and Aspas is just happy to take the space. It's pretty much, there is supporting utility behind it, but it is only really him dedicated to this so far. If they get another pick, I mean, Zeta will be in tatters.
Depp actually coming across now, but he's going to try and act upon, oh, well, I was going to say a flash from Crow, but with that molly going down, going to prevent any progress through CT. It's a double stack towards elbow.
And for this late mid play as well.
Look how disconnected Les is.
Super ratty position. The timing should be fantastic for it as well. Lovely work from Les, very heads up, keeping control of the longer flank, but also the TP on audio Q. Now, on the other side of things, though, Zeta did finally get a bit of success. Crow can take down Sadak, and the burst towards the site. 1 favorable kill, but it's instantaneously traded back. And again, the last 2 players for Zeta already tagged up, and the time being purchased perfectly. And Laz looking good at it, but still he's got to get a move on. Pancada just playing the time here, slipping away towards long. Flash gonna come out, does not quite find him. They're running out of time, and they're running out of options here, Mike. It's just Laz alive, and it does not matter. Loud with just keys to the castle there. Walking straight on in through hookah, pick on towards site, game on.
And again, just a little caution shown on the side of Zeta as well. As soon as that first player falls, Aspas finds the first blood, and again, the Trailblazer goes through, but there's no real way for them to slow this down. I mean, the paint shell obviously stops things coming out of that smoke from CT. The molly to then follow up on that. Zeta just don't have a lot of options in this retake, to be honest with you. Unless it comes from, you know, Crow and Depp making use of that Bladestorm. Almost locked down before the Spike's even making his way onto site. And bear in mind, Spike was not committed until Aspas had all this free space.
Yes,
because there was no re-challenge, that's when the information is relayed.
I don't think they even expected to have that much success, to be fair. And if he keeps getting away with this, it will command that someone from Zeta fills that void now. They have to respect this. Dangerous games being played.
Yeah, that's nearly losing his life there.
5-10 minutes though.
Unfortunately, Ten's painter actually bounces across to the left. So that got forced into that position, but the pre-fire will remove him.
Loud look good today. I'm going to be honest. I'm a bit... It's very early in the game, but the indicators I'm seeing from Loud already really very, very telling. But Zeta, not much of a purchase this time. It is just odds and ends, so you know, take it for what it's worth. Pro already tagged up. Going to switch things out. And so much information revealed. This is just... Zeta have no way in. There's not even a chance of chip damage just yet. No, not at all. Loud taking it to him. This is aggression. This is confidence, but it's not overdoing it. There's a little bit of temper to it. I like this so far. So I see can't adjust in time, and 𝘍𝐺 giving himself a chance. Slim not letting him take space. Look at this double stack walking through. He gets the one. The spacing's not great. Aspas is there now, costing them 3 lives. Sure, round on the board regardless.
Decent buff in terms of the finances. This is one that now can build a little bit of momentum behind. Ultimate's coming online though for Zeta. There's an opener again with 10 just showing his positioning. Heads up pre-fire here to catch him. Yeah, actually on the other side of things, Loud have everything but the showstopper now. And this is the round that you might choose to invest a little bit. I mean, it's required. Does have the operator online now. He's rewarded. He's trying to get ahead of this wall as well. Which now I've used a couple of times just to creep up and try and play contact off of.
See how he fares here. It's a gamble. Now he's going to know obviously Fade is there. Waits for it as long as he could. Does eventually have to give up the angle. So once again, the early work is being achieved here. Dice these rounds up into a couple of moments. The shower fight, the fight towards short, the fights on towards long. This time a little bit of a switch up here. Laz committed towards the TP side and has support from 𝘍.
Curious to see here actually if this is a contact playoff. Laz's confirmation with a flash maybe. 𝘍's got the fault line set up.
It's a gamble though, and the timing. Laz makes a meal of it. I'm going to be honest, that doesn't look good. And now the pressure's going to start mounting, coming in as well. Look who's flying on in! Aspas! Barely got his feet on the ground before he was left for dead. And now we're down to a 4v3. 𝘍𝐺, 10 and Dep still standing with the plants in, and the ults have already come out. You can see 𝑠ussy as well, all ready to go if they need it. No threats shown just yet. 𝘍𝐺 warded away from CT. Is there any way back in?
अच्छा वो Dep को jet दे दिया पर
opportunity नहीं है ना disconnected with this orbital strike, and there's no flank coming through, so the fact that the clock has run down this much already, 𝘍𝐺 just finds a blind one. 10 will fall. That should be the round done now, whether or not even these weapons are able to be saved. As Loud try and challenge back through spawn. The operator, the one you ultimately want him to hold on to, but the flash is good.
Yeah, he's going to be hunted, and he's gone. Operator removed. Loud, I've got to say, it felt like it was all banking on long there, Mike.
Yeah, just to note one thing as well, Sanak actually puts a crucial flash to prevent 𝘍 from even following up on his fault line, which, again, you think maybe he's going to find the one into 𝘍𝐺 at worst, but it's little things like that. In the mid-round, they just don't have a lot of recovery tools, right? And this is where we come back to the composition in terms of what they actually have to work with. The lack of information, you can only play one of these initiators with info tools on one side, right? So if you lose that mid-round becomes really, really difficult for Zeta, and it actually leans them more into playing aggressive in the early round, because they have to find something, they have to discover something they can act upon.
Yeah, tangible, something to really draw away and act upon. And this timeout needs to address a couple of these issues here, because that early game, you've got to say it, Loud has been winning out in several of those areas, be it the shower fight, that now we've seen a couple of times. I think it's 10 kind of being forced away from that, not feeling so confident. You look towards short, then you're going to have Dep with that operator, got forced off the angle with the Fade utility coming in. You look towards long. That time, a little bit of an outplay, a little bit of a fumble from Laz, but even then, you add into that 𝘍𝐺 as well, kind of just the step out coming in from, who was it, Aspas?
Well, it's a little bit of a slip up, but the very nature of Breach's utility, right, is it's a committed clear. Again, you can't just post these fault lines and hope for the best.
Absolutely.
That's why it kind of relies on a lot of aggression, which goes without saying with this composition, the defensive side being the more concerning aspect of that. But it's definitely something we've got to see Zeta put something into the next buy round to try and capitalize on that.
Because again, if you're just tuning in and maybe you're not noting the score, but look towards the top here, the first 2 rounds were the pistol round. They're the ones that Zeta got as soon as the rifles have come out to play. It's actually been quite clear-cut for Loud in my mind. It's not been particularly contested. So at this point, a little bit of a half-buy really, Spectres, Stingers and bits and pieces, but it's far from writing home about.
Look at the pinch.
They're trying it, but now just spin on a dime. Sassy unfazed by this. Very, very cognizant. There's going to be further layers to it. 10, though, going to find connection. And they're committing behind this. Stanek still standing. And there's so much damage everywhere. What an unorthodox fight. But the problem becomes that it's just 10 alive on 47 HP. With all that commitment.
PaperX will play next week. No, bro. They're out of the
kill
event.
would be beautiful.
I mean, Loud almost want to police these guns. They want to give 10 any opportunity here, but he's solo HP. That
and Sassy's
should catch it, yeah.
Well, I don't mind the attempt. I never mind the attempt. But those sort of buys try something out of the norm. Try and bring something into play.
But that is the sort of thing you need to see in the buy rounds.
Yeah, you're right.
For it
you're
to be
absolutely
sustainable here on the defense, that's the sort of thing we need to see. Actually, even with Loud actually hitting the panic button with the orbital strike to make sure that they can buy a little time to actually take these engagements. It's about the owner bonus to come out of that round loss on the side of Zeta.
Got to get fired up here, Mike. You don't walk in this map with this composition and then play it out in any standard fashion. You simply can't do it. I need to see them stand up to the challenge here. Early horn towards long to ensure that no one's crossed over towards that TP side. The flash to follow will now note 10. But the switch up on the side, you can already
South
see it.
America. South America strong.
Pull 2.
Early.
And I mean, it's the same. You look at the minimap, it's a carbon copy. Spike not committed yet. This is just the early probe from Loud. And it's actually burning up so much util from Zeta's composition.
Look at this, really now, and they actually clear it. I like the commitment finally from 10. At least they're going to try and get value for all the utility committed and check on this. But they maybe overextend, maybe they get a little hungry for it, but Depp still want to keep this in check. Good trade for V3, finally advantage.
Great timing on the Seekers as well. For Laz to put that out then and just confirm that. And actually does find Pancada on the back of it. So great work from Laz, actually anchoring a side, finds the second onto Les as well.
You could not ask for greater value from Laz, standing tall on his own here. Finally gets taken down by Sassy, but look at these targets, so many, and eventually the one on the left will probably be his downfall. If Depp dares to step further forward, but no. With 38 seconds, what does Sassy do? So much utility still to play with. A little bit of time, but not a lot. It's going around towards
30 seconds left.
Now, eventually 10 will turn.
I was going to say, where's that internal clock actually going to...
The second hand ticks and he turns, and now Sassy, he'd have to really outplay 10 here, and he's done just that, clean enough. 18 seconds, going to be able to clear close. Back of the box as well. Breach utility comes in. Buying precious seconds, 10 now remaining. Horn goes up. Does he get it through for it? Well, he knows one, but the cross is being watched, and he predicts it, but the time is dwindling, and as are the bullets in the mag. Crow gets him, and, well, finally, Zeta hold on. But Mike, talk me through that round, because there's some differences here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the sort of thing I'm talking about. Zeta actually scrambled to take this fight on B side. As soon as contact's found, or at least there's presence shown on the other side, immediately 2 players sent across. And it's talking about the lack of an anchor. Laz still fulfilling that role here. Like I said, perfect timing on the Seekers to actually identify that split coming through from showers. Isolates Pancada immediately. Less actually the freebie on the second. So great play there. And again, I love the commitment. As soon as they come through, the fault line's there. It's a hard clearance this time around. Yep. A little bit safer, playing a bit deeper in garden actually. But that's the sort of thing we want to see from Zeta. Actually back on this operator. Same position again. He's pressured off.
I thought he'd have gone away with that, but you can see Zeta still trying to tend for this. Aspas outdone. Huge impact again and no trade available. That's a
guys, जो भी 500 रुपए मांग रहे जीपे पे ये सब मत
play coming out from Zeta. This is a perfect adjustment.
सबको मैं ban कर दूंगा.
Ticking the box as well, identifying that more often than not, it's Aspas outside here. It's just a double swing from Hooker.
Here.
To remove him from that position.
Zeta को proactive खेलना ही पड़ेगा guys.
Early advantage actually for Zeta.
Risky लगता है पर वो खेलना पड़ता है.
I've got your trail.
Seekers on the other side going to come out. That's going to give Depp a little bit of timing to play with. Not too much anymore. This is precarious. Why are you out in the open? Les wants it and he gets it. Clutches down Depp. Now the ult going to come through as well. Buy a couple more seconds and maybe a little bit of an overreach there. Sassy going to punish Crow. Blast on the trade. Stanek on the swing. Can't get to the back of the side. So hyper aware of it. It's time to run. Pull the plug and get out of there, but Pancada, can you just time? Oh
He's got an operator, so if he gets pinched here.
They're on the TP! He's still alive! But only for a second. And now it's Sassy in a 1v3. Maybe a little more feasible this time. Horn back up in 4. He needs 1 for free. And to be able to keep his life, he needs no trade. Now the paranoia is starting to build. Surely he knows there's going to be 2 here. The timing on this utility, it's got to be, yeah, he's got to know now. The flash goes in, doesn't find it. Spots 1, gets 1. The second, the spray, not good enough. 10 keeps Zeta in this. I think they want that operator. Going to go back for that But Zeta are answering back. Mike, we wanted aggression. We wanted considered rotations. We are getting it.
Absolutely. And again, it's the decisiveness
They
here
break
coming
straight,
out.
yeah, both teams
Isolating
play well.
Aspas. Whether or not Loud are actually going to draw an extra player now, just to be conscious.
Liquid
This
भी
is the
अच्छा,
sort of
Liquid
thing we're getting
full
to the point of the half
anti-strat
now where
करके गए
actually
Paper X
Zeta
से,
probably feeling as if they
prepared
can
for
disrupt a
everything
little
that
bit
Had
on these
to, I
defensive
think.
rounds. Well, Loud actually now lean heavier towards a single site in terms of orienting maybe an execute. Now actually, the economy starting to dwindle, but Loud, a little bit of an offer. Showstopper available for Aspas in one. Zeta actually tapped out now, but Laz and 𝘼𝐽𝐺 back on.
I'm looking at depth right here. I wonder if he commits a little deeper to this. They are at least going to prop up 10.
एक मैच कितने देर तक चलता है? 2 से 3 घंटे.
Coming towards the corner, he's going further, and that's going to be a shoulder shown, but he needs to respect this and back away. What does 10 do with this information now? Does he stick around longer, or does he respect this? You noted there could be even a heavier stack, and there is, leaving just one towards that B site.
Interesting thing, actually, Aspas not reacting upon that. The smoke going to slow things down definitely in Hookah, but Depp and 𝘼𝐽 in tandem make their way back towards B, anticipating Loud leaning back in this direction. Like I said, still no commitment from the spike. So Loud are just anticipating aggression, looking for this opening engagement, but finally stacking up now. Well, no, actually, Sassy's going to post the Nightfall through here.
Here.
Oh, ये depth.
Aspas has still got double satchel here, so he could get himself onto site.
The timing of the flash, Depp has nowhere to go. He has to stand and fight this for now. Going to dip himself in towards the smoke and try and maybe depend on his teammates for a second. But Aspas did still have that pain shell. Going to isolate 𝘼𝐽. Trade comes out. Depp still standing.
Oh my God.
Depp still fighting. Huge pick towards Sassy. And they're holding at the front lines. Unbelievable. And Sadak's getting surrounded. He's got a player behind him as well. Sadak has nowhere to back to. He has to take the fight now. Oh, he tries to go for 10, but he's outdone him. And this is stabilizing work for Zeta. They needed this. This is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Beautiful adjustment from them. And being happy here to send both across after initially not being rewarded for the aggression on A short. They come through, and like I said, Depp and 𝘼𝐽 getting themselves towards the site where actually this utility can come to fruition. Really, really well played.
Beautifully played. It's forced the timeout allowed. I'm going to be honest, I was a little worried that potentially Zeta didn't have the options to go to, that they could have just been overwhelmed by it. Very hard to pick yourself up, be aggressive, be proactive, be concise in that sort of work when you've been under the gun a bit, right? When you're losing out in rounds here and there. But they picked themselves up, they answered perfectly. Exactly what you asked for, what we wanted. Now the question then becomes, does Loud find an answer in these last couple here to maybe try and equalize this up a little bit further or take it back in their favor?
I think with how some of this has gone, and it almost feels unfortunate for Loud because they almost have to kind of gamble. They can't really hedge their bets here on Bind. There's so many considerations of where early aggression is going to come from and whether or not Zeta actually now lean back on one of these contact plays on the back of 𝘼𝐽's utility or potentially Laz as well. It's going to be interesting to see Loud. I do want to see them stack up and try and hit a site here because I think there are gaps. It's just Zeta are kind of gamble stack. One in the previous it was just one. It was 𝘼𝐽 towards B site. All it took was a smoking Hookah to prevent Aspas to really figure anything out. Any tangibles, at least in that round, and it pretty much guaranteed them the round win.
Yeah, it's riskiness.
And
it is just how brave do Loud feel. Do they dare go for an all-in piece off the back of this? Like, even the purchase isn't brilliant. You're gonna have what, 2 sheriffs coming through here with the light armor as well.
मेरा आवाज अभी ठीक होगा देखो.
Sassy on the decent buy. On the other side, look at the aggression again. Switch up this time. Gonna post depth towards long.
So many different looks.
Yeah, and brought into position by the flash too. So again, it's not without intent. Prowler goes through. Analyst desk getting rowdy down there.
Yeah.
Aspas forced off with the flash.
Launching smoke.
And Loud trying to get at least a read of the game. As it stands, filtering back towards that A site.
Set up this time around. Much earlier for Loud to collapse into this formation. This time around, actually, the fault line and the orbital strike, gambling on finding something with that stun. Smoke behind it, and now actually the clock becomes a little bit of a concern.
Certainly does. Walking in blind to this Laz, going to be standing. Okay, just a shot in the dark. Fair enough. Seeker's going to come out. That confirms everything. He goes back in. A little brazen for my taste into this, but 10 considering maybe taking the space in towards shower, ensure some safety here because there's so much pressure coming through on short. 25 seconds, going to try some buy at least a little bit of time, but the Molly not going to really deny too much. Plant's now in 10th position, will at least keep some space here. This post plant won't be all that comfortable.
It really isn't, but even numbers at least. Not a lot of utility to work with as well on the side of Loud. Crow just about got his fault line back up. Tap on the spike, actually doesn't even draw a peek just yet.
10? 10 just flew in, and bhavinkotwani makes light work of 2, leaving all down to Depp. Where'd you find a fair fight here? You just don't.
Back away, try and hold on to this operator.
Yep.
Again, the economy comfortable enough, but don't really want to be giving this over to Loud as well, especially with some of these rounds playing out a little slower than anticipated. Nice conversion. The 10 just a little desperate to get ahead of that, and again, no flash to come through. There's not really much to work off there. Being the only to put into that retake. Slower approach, but like I said, it felt a little awkward. The smoke goes up. That's the point where they got there with what, 1:05 on the clock, and it's just the fault line, the orbital strike, the smoke behind it that buys basically 25-30 seconds.
Now, going forward, the 5-6 is the first answer back for Loud. It was those 3 that was strung together by Zeta that we were quite impressed with those adjustments because the scoreline was going to look quite drastic. The scoreline's actually still pretty good for Loud, you've got to say. Whichever way this ends, purely from the gun rounds alone.
Thank you, Sarthak. Koi amount chota nahi hota hai. Thank you.
Way higher pressure building towards the B side. Instantly, Zeta have to respect this. They've already forced back towards L, but they do not have enough to fight towards the site here. Aspas out. Site controlled. Spike should be able to be planted pretty much uncontested. There it is, time on their side. Loud just picking up pace here. This is much different.
Actually, a double flank coming through here. It's Depp and 10. Les is going to have his hands full here. Actually spots now. Depp goes for the peak, but tagged up. 10 there to pick up the slack on the other side. That's actually both snake bites removed. Whether or not Les was going to rely on those in his post plant.
The gap's getting closed as well. 10 going to be here on the doorstep, knocking on the door. bhavinkotwani answers it, greets it with a smile, no problems there.
He's got his orbital strike.
Another chance, and you're right, another key tool ready to go if required. And Depp going to do everything he can. And can he find Sadek? The bomb flash is so good, he sends it into the dark.
He's got a strike!
He flies in! And he gets flown out. Sadak holds a nerve, and honestly, Loud. Big half here, 7-5. A little bit of correction came in for Zeta there, but overall, Loud looked good.
Absolutely, but again, credit where credit's due. Zeta making this composition work in a couple of these key rounds in terms of the economy, in terms of the timeline. Just really great work from them. I'm excited to see them carry this across to the second half, Lauren.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what the desk has to say about this first half, because it's been quite the tale of 2 halves and some big adjustments from either side.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hyper. Now, we had some question marks regarding the Zeta Division comp. Tom, Jet, defense, bind, yay, nay? What are your thoughts?
I will say initially, nay. Like, I think the initial setup they had, which was basically 10 and Depp on the same side of the map, I was just like, that doesn't make... Like, you've got the utility to set them up.
B side pe
go, hey, 10, do you want to, like, peek that same angle again and see if you can win the duel? But then a few rounds later, they actually started coming up with a few innovative strats, like having those stack on the B side. You had the Anchor of Laz, which... Okay, Anchor on a Sky is definitely not normal, but they use the Seekers to actually get the information from where they need it. So there was some smart stuff coming out of their side. The issue was it took them a little bit of time, and then you have the adjustments from Loud, who on the attacking side, when you have players like Aspas just doing well in the open, it's always going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them scrambling for a bit. For a bit there. Depp started things off incredibly well with that pistol round. It looked like they were going to be in a really, really nice spot, but then a lot of the rounds, they go straight into that anti-eco. They lose so many of their guns. They're barely able to just recover the Phantom at the end of it all. So it was really rough because the wins that were coming through early on for Zeta were not clean ones, which really offset
them. Respectfully, nice.
Looking forward going into the second half, this is going to be a heat map here of Zeta Division where they like to play around on the attacking side.
They really like the sites.
Yes, this is going to be a year collective here, taking a look at the sites. But I mean, widely, it's going to be not that creative. It's just going to be default planting from these guys. It's going to be fairly straightforward.
Might be different though because of the comp, because of the meta, because everything that's happening right now, Tom. So, or they just plant.
It is good. It does help on the attacking side if you plant. I agree.
I think that's a really... I think, like, this is why you're on the desk, Tom.
Honestly, yeah,
One of the brightest
they
analysts.
brought me in for my sheer intelligence. And I honestly, I don't know how the casters will even understand something that complicated.
The upside to it is that they have gotten plants down on this map, so there's hope.
They had over 70.
How?
That's a lot of
How
plants.
dare you assume Pansy and Hypok won't understand that graphic? Come on, guys.
Huh. Interesting.
I wonder which site Zeta are going to hit. Or if they decide to plant when they get there.
Well, it's the big question, Mike. We'll find out in a moment's time. No, but kind of really bring this back now. Let's talk about what this now entails, right? Zeta's composition is aggression all out. It's meant to suit the attacking side. It's meant to look good. Surely they should be able to dip into that now, right? This should be the strong suit, even though I was a little worried about their attack in the previous series that they played against Loud.
I think I have the same concerns, and it's once we get to the point where that plant comes through, if Loud opt for a deeper hold, actually they win out in the utility game, right? Hold that thought for a moment, because Zeta are straight up long here. It's a double stack in hookah. 𝘼𝐽𝐺 will be identified on the outside of this. He's got to slip away, but he's actually marked here. He's going to have a lot of pressure coming through. Sassy finds the kill.
Yeah, he hunted him down. There was no escape from that. And with the plant now down, time good, but the positions, it's almost like a flip. Just spin it around. Laz, the timing's everything on this. Who gets it? Okay, spots maybe two there, I'm pretty sure. Flash comes in, gonna buy some time. Needs to fall away and actually leaves Depp to take up that mantle. Depp still unfazed by this. Can get a little aggressive, the follow-up Flash.
Utility.
So much utility, but no intent behind it yet. Pitch dealt with. Laz turns, takes down Sassy. Zeta holding the line. And Laz will not relent. Gorgeous work from Laz.
Wow.
Brilliant. Between those two, one to hold long, one turns around, catching the push out of hookah.
Indian
That
tournament
could have all
होंगे
fallen
क्या?
to pieces, and it didn't.
I mean, you see the
Kabhi,
sorts of
maybe not
problems that
Indian
Zeta have to deal with, right? If they can get the plant, what's difficult is maintaining control, right? But they actually weather the storm. All of this utility comes through. You notice all it takes is a fault line. There's nobody there to capitalize on the flash, the paint shell, the trailblazer. There's just no space gained on that retake.
Big round for Laz. Confidence builder there. Very aggressive start. You're going to be feeling yourself after that. And this could close the scoreline right back up. 7 apiece if they convert here. And it looks likely considering the purchase that will be obviously alongside Loud. So
And the setup.
yeah, hey, it's a gamble. It is what it is. Towards the side they go. Should be pretty much a free plant. Looking towards the timing on hookah, maybe. They get caught out on that. 10. Going to be tried to be closed down. But actually got a really nice support system there. Making sure there's no easy fight. And sit down CT, it's not pretty. It's not pretty, you know, gets the job done, Michael.
I think you thought you had a Spectre for a moment there, but it's the
Zeta
right
रुक ही
game
नहीं
in
रही है,
forwards
guys.
here, round 2. 5 alive. Carry across all this inventory and good ultimate progress early on for 2 people.
Good night,
Depp and
AKS
Crow.
Gaming.
You want to see actually in terms of... Okay. Once in the highlight reel.
They loved it.
The fans are on their feet. But yeah, just seeing the Rolling Thunder coming close, and obviously the Blade Stormers are actually potential to have this online for the next. Maybe to make use actually if they win this out, lose a couple of weapons.
Bye. Yes,
A couple of tools to offset that purchase. Zeta fancying their chances at B once again.
Less with the trade, though, so no quick springboard towards the site. He has to fall away, though. Will concede at least site control. You can see that deeper prowler coming out. They're trying to get that information on the other side. But the site is available. Quick TP taken, and Aspas going to take 𝘼𝐺𝐺's life. It's a little bit of this viability in half, but you're right. Does Aspas consider this timing? He was thinking about it because he noted the TP was taken earlier, but it's all a matter of moments. Spike now down, and Laz looking towards CT, and the timing's great. Zeta find 2 in combination on opposing sides of this post plant and bring it back to a favorable situation. HP not pretty, though. Depp and Laz low.
We have to fight this one back through, actually. Depp position behind here, and Loud just can't find any peaks. Zeta not giving anything away. Want to hold on to this post plant as best they can. Sassy and Pancada both out now. The first falls. The trade comes through. Last player, Depp, though, he's very low HP, 22.
What does he do with this? Sassy facing his fear. He's holding it
my
down.
God.
He's not going to stop Sassy. Unbelievable. Taking his life in the end as well. And that's brutal for Zeta. That could have been a big round to pull this one right back forward.
But a great positive to see. Oh, we're talking about commitment with this composition. Immediately looking to dive on that first contact. Can't remember who it was that got punished. I believe 𝘼𝐻𝐿 towards long on guarded. Immediately, as soon as that contact comes through, they're throwing bodies on to get that first blood.
And it's a burden they have to bear throughout this game, though. You choose this sort of composition, you cannot ever rest on your laurels. You have to be right back into the action. And well...
But look at the next one, though.
I mean, yeah. Who won the loss?
On the side of 𝘼𝐿, actually, not looking pretty at all. One rifle, a shorty, a sheriff, a frenzy.
God.
Expected to round things out. The Blade Storm online here. The Seekers as well. Again, Zeta lean heavily towards Fountain. This is exactly what I'm talking about. There's 4 people here looking to pressure 𝘼𝐻𝐿 on long. He's going to get caught by the exact same fault line once again, Lauren.
𝘼𝐻𝐿's got in, and you're absolutely right, he does get caught. They've sliced this map up, and the site's theirs. 𝘼𝐻𝐿's going to almost overdo this. He wants to hold CT, but that smoke will at least keep Loud safe for a second as they emerge from the smoke. 𝘼𝐻𝐿 caught napping. Not good at all, losing out to a frenzy, but 10 right on the case. Aggression brimming. This purchase was not pretty for Loud.
Hello,
Lucifer Alpha. Form. But this weapon deadly as ever. 45 HP though, not much to play with here. Gonna maybe clear towards top of B long, but any further would be highly unlikely.
Yeah, even here, Sassy's rifle recovered from the previous. Zeta actually going to be the ones to boom out of this in terms of holding on to what they've got. 𝘼𝐿𝐼𝐿 and 𝘼𝐻𝐿 actually at 4200 after the spike plant comes through. Zeta going to be looking very healthy.
Let's go guys, hit that like and subscribe button. 2K likes.
The next purchase could break 𝘼𝐿's bank, honestly.
See where we go. See how it looks. I'm impressed so far. I think watching back the initial game with Zeta, I was worried about the aggression, the spacing, the timing, and finding confidence in a game like this when you've already lost to this opponent in a couple of very key areas. Seeing them turn it back here already, very, very much a tick in the box for me.
Losing to them though, but playing with no fear, right?
Yes.
Committing behind some of this, well, the few bits of utility they've got to do here is brilliant to see.
Full intent.
Actually, on the flip side of that, 𝘼𝐻𝐿, as he learned his lesson now, this hold on B long has been concerning, to say the least. Like I said, and there's so many bodies to collapse on it. This time around, doesn't want to die to that same fault line. And for the first time, actually, Zeta looking to explore elsewhere on the map. So you look for what this mid-round looks like for Loud, actually. Trailblazer dealt with outside hookah, so probably going to keep 3 players towards B. But presence shown on both sides of the map here. Zazi actually picked off a little ahead of the curve here.
Huge opener, and you can see 𝘼𝐻𝐿 just in panic mode, has to try and slip away from this. You probably have to fall the way to CT here. Zeta have got the site. 𝘼𝐿's going to get the plant down. There's 4 to try and play back in. What do we have? One smoke, ult. Actually, a little bit of utility still left with Loud, so they do have the option to try and work this one back in. There's the ult going to come down, but you can already note it. Zeta sitting deep
wise
to this.
To it. Very wise to it. I think they've seen that that's up and they don't want to prioritize the lamp. So actually the swing from 𝘼𝐻𝐿 is no good. Punished by 𝘼𝐻𝐿.
Yeah, but 10 still here, and 10 likes to turn it up. Turns it only into 1 kill. Quick trade comes out. 𝘼𝐻𝐿 still stands, and we got a 3v3. Let's look at those post-plant positions. Any late game utility. 𝘼𝐿 still has a little bit to bring into play. Notes the spike is no longer being committed to. The molly's in. 𝘼𝐿's going to try and fight this one out, but it's all down to 𝘼𝐿𝐼𝐿.
The molly's won the round.
At the time, they don't have it. They got to back away. TP out. Zeta taking the lead here.
Zeta.
Wow. Just comes down to the one piece of utility. It's something we keep harping on, but Zeta use it to convert this post-plant.
I could not resist. I'm sorry, guys.
This is just held by 2 members allowed. One of them dies. 𝘼𝐻𝐿, faced with a lose-lose situation in that. Has to back away, try and make use of his orbital strike, but like I said, great awareness from Zeta of exactly how to play this post-plant.
-50
Zero risk from the orbital strike.
Love that awareness in pressure situations, though. Easy to make a couple of mistakes here and there, lose that little bit of focus in those moments.
The other thing as well, we're not seeing Zeta completely dive the backlines in these post-plants, right?
No,
they're not getting overzealous. They're happy to actually slip back into a site hold, but
hold on.
That's it so quickly.
Yeah, the decay's there as well. He's got to be really careful, just trying to keep his life. And actually, Aspas comes out the worst in this, down to 45, and somehow 10's in. A little bit of utility now committed, but it's 𝑠ugr0 to find Aspas, and now look at the positioning. Zeta once again stranglehold on this map. The purchase was pretty brutal coming in, and there's the response though. Orbital strike on the other side, now invested. You see the close coming in, a bit of a wrap here as well, but look at the two players deep towards short. That's Laz and Depp, and are they aware of this? Absolutely now.
Laz is posted for it as well.
Yep, waiting for it. It's not an easy way back in now. Nightfall going to come down, but they need to start this one fast. Good work, but a quick trade. And the better shot from Sadak comes out. Depp and 10 in unison. Sadak has no way in. Look at these positions. Still has a flash. Seek has plenty to play with, but it all feels irrelevant to outcome. As the time dwindles, he's trying to at least cause some casualties. A quick flash over the top, but he is getting out of there. It's going to be double digits for Zeta. And considering we questioned their attacking side, we questioned the composition, they have come out looking damn good.
Playing it to perfection, though. And actually, just to note as well, the Nightfall comes through so late there from Sassy.
Yeah.
That there's almost not an awful...
Can't close into it, I feel.
Exactly. Laz, not really noted, but... Wow, I'm really impressed with Zeta so far here on Bind. And actually, even to say, Loud are keeping this within 2 rounds. Interesting to see, actually, Depp is 4-0 on first duel so far. And that's the win condition. You see the double duelist come out, you see the breach alongside it, there has to be value, and it needs to be numerical value behind it.
43.6k के लिए बहुत ही कम चाहिए.
It's like that perfect balance of, you know, the discipline and the control coming in, but also then having to be able to pick up instantly and then be aggressive, but not too aggressive. It's such a long list of things to get right, but Zeta are doing it. And they forced the timeout from Loud here, who've not really had much an impact on this half, Mike. They've been very much at the beck and call of Zeta, as everything Zeta are doing is looking very good. I don't know what the answer is for here for Loud.
5-1 on the half, just to put it in context, actually. And this is the point where you actually look at the money, and this next round could be Zeta almost probability-wise getting themselves to map point, honestly. Loud's going to be broken after this. Aspas one off the showstopper, about the only positive to come out of this.
Sure.
But Zeta honestly could put Loud back against the ropes right here in round 19. Even so, the way they're going to play, it doesn't really matter how many of them get traded out. This can be a scrappy round as well, because they can afford the purchase behind it.
Yeah, the purchase is... It's making me nervous for Loud, actually, seeing how these rounds have gone down. As you said, 5
It's interesting to see as well, with how much pressure they felt on B-Long, the Viper's Pit's going to be invested here off the rip. Again, because it's been such a pressure point for Zeta.
And
look at the backstab.
He's found another way in 10.
Immediately.
Unleashing straight to CT, overcooks it a little towards Pancada. But that's not even where they're going. They're still looking towards A. Depp striding in, and now there's got to be an answer. There has to be some stopping power coming through from Aspas potentially, or that later position kicking in for Sassio towards Shower. Has the Horn still to invest if he needs it. The plant just tapped, not committed, and the fight comes out. He draws out Sassy into the fight. Crow wins that, and now player advantage.
See Pancada the one to find that, so no showstopper just yet, but it's online now. And actually immediately wants to rip it out. Aspas will find the one. There's Laz now in a 1v2. Actually the flank coming through. Does he consider this?
When's he turn? Does he ever turn? He does.
He's turned the wrong way.
Tim, he has no idea where Les was coming from. A shot in the dark and it goes astray. Loud. After what could have been a horrific start, that entry coming in, flying in, clearing sight, but the overpush towards CT kind of gave it away, but I don't blame him for trying it.
You can't fault it. The Viper's Pit gets invested here. You got to assume there's some space between the sites in terms of the setup, in terms of when that rotation is going to come through. So actually really unlucky for 10 not to get much deeper spawn control. And then at that point, Les is really feeling the pressure.
Yeah.
But I love it. It's instantaneous decision making from Zeta. They need to be. They can't afford to, you know, slow play these rounds out. Especially with Loud definitely feeling the heat here in the second half. They have to be the ones to ultimately alter the outcome here. As I say that, Zeta will dial it back a little bit. Maybe wanted to bait a little bit off Sadak's flashes on long. And an attempt at denying some information here, and that's key. The Trailblazer got nothing. The second flash, though, will catch Fountain.
Not enough to pull a rotation, though. Still 3 players dedicated towards A.
Zeta are basically doing the same thing, but you know, 30,
now.
40 seconds later in the round.
Yeah.
And it's just a Prowler. All 3 players are rotating off A now.
Well, they had contact on short and contact coming in through long as well, so it makes perfect sense. 10, though, going to be the first one forward, trying to make them hemorrhage players, and he does. Finds another. His entry work has been sublime. The follow-up not so good. Les gets the better, and the spike's not down yet, so this is not as safe as they'd like it to be, but the plant can come through. And Crow's going to hold on to this, and it looks like Loud want to fight back right now. Paint shell towards the site. He's got a swing. Can he make anything of his life? No. And it's just a brutal battle, and Loud come out on top of this. Leaving 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐒 in a 1v4. The spike scene just being diffused in front of his face. There's nothing to say. It's 10-10. Loud are back in the game.
I think the decision-making coming out of the timeout is first time you see somebody, let's send everybody there, clear the site, even prevent the plant from coming through. Just make sure that they can swing control back in their favor. Actually, it's going to force the timeout right back from Zeta as well, because it's an awkward time. I mean, we were talking about Zeta winning a buy round and ultimately looking as if they might go to map point. Now it's tied up 10 apiece. And with the funds here, it's going to be a Blade Storm coming in. Crow does have the Rolling Thunder, so an opportunity to make something work here. It's not going to be a full purchase. What a way for this to swing back through as well.
Map number 1.
It's allowed to be able to pull this one back off, because I was a little worried they're out of this game.
I mean, they were getting slapped about for the first 5 rounds.
Absolute thrashing in the first few, but stabilized here at a critical time for themselves. Now, the answer for them has been found, at least to get to this point. The question then now sits with Zeta. What do you have to bring out? Is there more depth to this? Is there more maybe on-the-fly calling? Is there a bit of mid-routing to bring out here? Have you learned any sort of traits that you can potentially abuse here or get away with? So that's what I'm looking at coming out of this timeout. But again, with this purchase, we'll see the commitment off the back around it, and that's going to be the relatively telling part, is do they commit everything behind it as well? Or at least a fair amount.
And almost you're thinking, in this round, you want to hold on to this Rolling Thunder for the buy round.
Yes.
Feels a little awkward to pin it on a lesser purchase. It's going to be a rifle coming. I'm just seeing exactly where Zeta end up here. 10 actually buys a rifle down to 600 credits.
Get out of my way!
And no alteration this time around. Lad's actually a little disconnected here. We're playing outside showers, but immediately the flash from A site can cause a trade out of positions. Pancada actually picks up the backside of A site now, and assuming Sadak's come across here to make use of that flash, but 10 punished immediately. Rifle recovered though, but it's Depp with the Blade Storm that picks it up.
Still looking at where they find entry to this. Steps in, gets towards site. Keep in mind where Laz is in all of this.
No rotation yet.
No.
Happy to give away the plant, potentially?
It feels like they have nothing to fight back into it with, so they're going to have to abscond from fighting towards site. Late Prowler comes in, but the late Lurk, I wonder on the timing of this. Laz could potentially find 2 of these players if he gets the timing right, maybe not. At this point, he's going to be too late, so this is going to hit towards long. Depth's now gone, as is 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐒. Loud composure is key, and keeping poised in this. No stress just yet, and the last one alive is Laz. And with 0 vision on the spike, so little chance at this. And the bodyguards are on duty. Loud not taking chances. 5 standing. Perfect work from them. And just didn't look phased in that round.
No, and they're sitting much deeper on these sides. They're almost anticipating Zeta, replicating what they were able to in the first few rounds. And immediately here, even after creating the man advantage, they show a lot of respect to Zeta. They actually back away and wait till they have massive numbers advantage, even throwing the Seekers out here. That's something that you could argue with this matchup is quite surprising. I think that's actually dictated by how the first half went.
I think you're absolutely on the money with that. Now, this is the round that the timeout potentially should have been for if you're Zeta. This is the one you've got all your adjustments in mind with. Let's see what they've got here at 10-11. Loud on the verge. Stringing together rounds in the final hours of the first map. What does Zeta have to bring out now?
Slight pace changes towards A this time around. 3 players sent down B long, past Fountain, racing towards Market already. I mean, Laz is going to have his hands full here.
Laz, no! The beating heart of this team, Laz will not relent, goes back in for more, the flash to go as well. Laz is trying to lock this one down, leaving Aspas, Les and Pancada reeling off the back of this one now, isolated over towards T side, 2 tucks towards CT that can't make it back in now. And Laz can sit on this. The rest of Loud needs to be doing the heavy lifting here to try and find their way back in the timing. No, this could be heartbreak. Laz Goes back and checks. Paint shell now committed. Laz has to pull off this. Responds with the flash to try and slow down the roll. Investment of utility. Aspas is drawing the attention. The rest of Loud are closing in, but Laz, heart still beating, still finding the kill. That's 3 this round, leaving just less alive. And Zeta, I can't believe it. They might be pulling this one back to 11-11. It looks likely. Les can give it a try. You can try and catch him on the way out, and Crow says no. It's 11-11, Mike. It's closed up again.
I mean, switch him off the agent, but he's still fulfilling the exact same role. Delivering for Zeta there, finding 2 out of the 3 flanking players from now. This is absolutely crucial. And the key thing as well is, throws the Seekers out, maybe a little bit of an over-investment, but still buys so much time. He puts the pressure right back on Loud, which are only 2 on the other side of the map. There's not an awful lot you do. This is Laz single-handedly making sure they still have favorable numbers on site. Fantastic work from him.
But they're not out of the woods just yet. Bear in mind, Loud were stringing together rounds. Those 3 rounds look gorgeous with them. And now, perfect implementation of this Viper's Pit. Les could not have been in a better position for this one so far.
Going exploring elsewhere though.
Does Zeta even consider this? Do they clear back through this? They look quite meticulous in approach. They're being cautious, and rightly so. Let's see how well they clear back through here.
Problem being, if they find contact, the Rolling Thunder can be posted here immediately. Well, 𝘍𝐽𝐺 is going to actually does show a little bit of discipline here.
Wow.
You can see immediately, actually, Crow considering it, but...
The forethought to do that is wonderful. And they're picking up the pace off the back!
They catch a Sassy! Oh my god.
You almost had him dead to rights. Aspas, Sassy, and Pancard are now sweating bullets on the side until they commit to the back of this Aspas. He's got the wall in front of him, does get caught, gets thrown up. Yes! They've just traded! 𝘍𝐽𝐺 are going to take down Sassy, but there's still...
Oh my god!
Someone among us here! Aspas, how are you? Oh my god! Aspas! How has he found this many kills here? And he's gone away with his life! Gun out, he finally goes down! Still doing damage in a 2v3! Deb needs a miracle now! 𝘍𝐽𝐺 on 30 HP, Pancard is there, it's surely going to be 12! Deb, do you have it in you? 20 seconds, 3 to find, and Aspas just murdered your team. He's being surrounded, he can hear the steps, he can see the players. Loud gonna make it to 12. How did Aspas do that?
I actually think they clash into each other mid-air. And then somehow Aspas, because he's traded places, but he's gone into the smoke where Zeta are stacked behind.
Yep.
What a ridiculous play.
Show me this.
Oh my god. I mean, Crow's actually blinded back and away, backpedaling here. This kill,
gosh.
Then the showstopper to come through. Absolute heroics from Aspas. You can see as well the difference. Yeah, Sassy, absolutely mind blown.
Take them when you get them. They're few and far between those
guys,
rounds,
hit
but
that like
what a time for it to hit for Loud. 12 now on the board. That one not done yet, but looking better, and Zeta once again picking themselves up, trying to have this aggressive approach, and they have the players now relatively deep, but Loud are so prepared for this depth, and 10 go down. They've lost their front line completely. And this is where the issues really start to mount. The spike left loose, and Les filling that gap. Static by his side. Zeta now down to just 1, and Laz is dead and buried. Loud pick up that one here, and in some fashion.
In the blink of an eye, it's all over. Wow. Again, we had to see that pace from Zeta the last few rounds, indicative of how we expected them to play this, but Loud, man, recovering when it mattered most. Like I said, it come back to that one round where Zeta ultimately buy themselves map point, and Loud actually dig their heels in and flip it back in their favor. What was it, 10-8 at that point, I think it was? And the economy massively against them. The ultimates on the other side of things as well were becoming really concerning as that half progressed, but incredible stuff. I mean, between Def and 10, they managed 10 first bloods. They were absolutely nailing the one win condition they have with this composition. I'm really impressed with the switch up player style, because this is a bold move to bring out a combo.
But I think they kept up to it. I think once again, heroics from Aspas tilted potentially the outcome of this game, but you could say the same for Dep in a couple of these rounds. Certainly had influence, the amount of entries they were working down, but again, you're absolutely right. This game has been wondrous to watch, though, and you've got to give credit there to Zeta to hit those markers, but then even furthering that, Loud responding at the very end there, streak, I think it was those 3 rounds, and making this a close game again.
Coming out of that timeout and seeing much deeper holds even after they find the first blood, they're happy to allow time for the flank to come through, making their numbers work for them. So credit really due in that regard to Loud, because it's difficult to really learn on the fly, right? And make these massive adjustments to how you traditionally like to play a map out.
Yeah, and if map 1 is anything to go by, though, we are on for a belting series. It should be a good one, Mike. Quick predictions. Has this changed your mind, though, after seeing how map 1 went?
I think Ascent is still where my concerns lie on the side of Zeta, but I mean, with this almost rejuvenated elimination stage Zeta, right? Anything's a possibility.
Yeah, the lower bracket Zeta is certainly something to watch out for. So maybe there is a little bit more danger in this, but I think you're right. Ascent was always the one that does warrant a little more worry. But we're not the ones to tell you that, Taylor. With the analyst desk after the break.
Well, there's one head of an advantage for Loud as they draw first blood against Zeta in this elimination match. I'm 𝘼𝐽𝐶 and I'm back here with Tom and 𝘍𝐽𝐿𝐼𝐽𝐿. I didn't think it was going to come down to the wire to that degree after the first half.
Yeah, I mean, credit where it's due for sure. Zeta, they played their hearts out. They put everything on the table in that map, but just unfortunately not enough to take us into overtime. Just a few too many mistakes, especially earlier on when they were on that defending side initially, that ends up leading to them having a disadvantage when they change sides. I think that if they could have cleaned those up a little bit sooner, had some cleaner round victories, not lose as many guns, we could be looking at them walking away with a win.
Yeah, for sure. I think both teams definitely had their sort of aspects that were really impressive within this one. I kind of want to look at some of the, obviously, the players that we had throughout this map. Like, less just, I feel like just chugging along, but it's the same thing we sort of talk about when we look at Loud in general is they're not really needing a hero. They're not needing a standout player, even though maybe towards the end, Aspas probably boosted himself up that scoreboard a little bit.
Yeah.
He was insane.
Yeah, quite a bit. I mean, especially the last round, basically, that we got to look at from him. I mean, he's perfectly matched as far as his ACS is concerned right there with Les. So it was a huge effort from both of them, but it's going to be a bit of a heartbreaker here for Zeta.
Well, this is the thing. I wanted to take a look at a couple of the rounds because you see the adaptations actually coming out from Zeta initially, avoiding some of the ultimates, playing very far back, and then having their duelists who basically didn't have any utility being that little bit more aggressive to buy time. And that's where you start seeing that small amount of afterplant utility. But then there's the adaptations from Loud later. They play more passive, as 𝘼𝐼𝐍𝐿𝐼 said, and then they push very quickly into the site. So they don't allow them to actually get into positions where it's like, okay, we got our afterplants, we got our lineups. No, they're already being shot at the second the spike goes down. And that's what takes a good team who has a strat from the beginning and a great team where they can adapt midway through the game.
I mean, we knew they like to plant. We knew that.
They do like a plant.
They do like a plant every now and then.
Yeah, and that's the strat, isn't it, 𝘍𝐽𝐿𝐼𝐍𝐿? You don't let them plant.
Yeah, I mean, but more so, what Thomas been saying is just don't let them get that set up. Make sure that as soon as the spike is down, you are ready to swarm the site. The pacing, the calls on rotation as well from Loud. They were making sure that everybody was arriving on time so that they could retake those sites immediately. But you can see that they were fanned out until they were fully convinced that that's where the spike was going to go. they would just go ahead and say, okay, you two stay over there. We got the 3 here. And then by the time that you start hearing that initial plan coming through, everybody's already shifted over. So it's just really good game sense coming through from Loud. They're just started really reading Zeta well.
I honestly thought we were going to get overtime, and I'm a little bit mad at Aspas in our Verizon high-speed moment for doing this and not letting us get to overtime, but I don't even know what was going on here. Like, what is this?
The funny thing is it's high speed, but he is also stunned. So it's like what he's doing is incredible, but then he's actually stunned up by the ultimate, switching places with his opposition, but just managed to react individually. And that's the thing, you can see Sassy blown away by the moment, and I'm not surprised because he was in an impossible scenario and managed to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, it was just complete and utter chaos from the very beginning. You barely see 10 go flying past him on one side, like Pansy and Highmark are talking about. They trade places, he ends up in guard, and then just somehow managing to survive there. Can't get the kill on the Crow, and it was great reactions, moment-to-moment decision-making there from him.
I mean, we've highlighted Sadak already in the pre-match, and a lot of what you were talking about, Tom, when it comes to the adaptation would have been his calling. Here he is in the aim lab shoot-around right now, but what an IGL, what an underrated in-game leader he is.
Yeah, I think that part of this is going to be based off him making calls, but I think it's also just the team feeding back this information, the coach coming through as well, being able to sort of take an outside look and slow things down. So I've been really impressed with this team in general by the fact that it isn't just like a lot of other Brazilian teams where you talk about them being hyper-aggressive, like almost just relying on someone like Digizin to do the craziest things you'll ever see. They don't need that because they have the strategy to fall back on, and yeah, this man is at the heart of it.
Yeah, but they also have shown that they can play that style as well, so they're more than comfortable if they feel like, okay, if we just go ahead and change up the pace here, we think that that's going to be able to give us the advantage, we can go on a couple round streak, they're more than happy to make that call. And that is one of the things that makes them so very terrifying, is that there is an immense amount of depth here to this roster and the way that they play the game.
Why is he not pre-firing the wall? He seems to be aiming outside of the wall, whereas in the game he was aiming at it and still killing 10.
That's how he got 10. Time and time again, just death in the showers.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 aim from Sadak there. I know you were talking about the lower bracket buff of Zeta as we move on to the next map, of course, of Ascent. How are you feeling about that right now?
They're just waiting until they're almost being eliminated. That's what they have to do. It's when the powers are truly activated, that's when the muscles really start to come through. I'm a little bit worried too, I'll be honest with you.
Honestly, I was going to bring it up before, but I didn't want to have you be too downtrodden. But well, honestly, the biggest disadvantage is that Split is no longer in the pool.
Yeah, that is true.
That was always the deciding map that allowed them to be able to get those victories, and it's historically, I believe, their best map as far as their win percentage is concerned.
Yeah, and the worrying thing is on the other side. I think best map for Loud might be this next one.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, they've already squared off against each other on this map, obviously, the last time that they did face, and it was...
You're jumping ship already?
I'm not jumping ship. I'm just saying that now they're truly against the wall.
Okay.
And that's how it makes the comeback even more impressive.
I would love to see it happen. I would love to just at least for this to go all the way to 3. If they can win on Ascent, that is going to be such a massive swing in momentum in favor of Zeta, and it might just be enough to make it happen. We saw Loud kind of fall apart a little bit versus Optic when they had to go into that game 3. We expected they would be able to put up a stronger performance on Pearl, but they kind of got blown out of the water. If Zeta can recreate that same scenario, kick them back, beat them on their map pick, then they very well could still win this series.
Well, 𝘼𝐽𝐿, how do Zeta beat them on Ascent? We've seen them play Ascent already. How?
In the face.
I kind of want to see a comp change. I know we're going to be getting to that relatively soon, but just the fact that I don't mind Laz on KO if you have someone else who can replace him in other moments, and you don't. You don't have someone that can do what he does on Chamber. You just don't. Like, Depp has been pretty decent throughout this tournament on the Jet. I wouldn't even mind if they go back to, well, it's not a double duelist, but basically running double duelist, because I just think he is that good on the Chamber that is worth it.
We're into the Priming Gaming Agent Select. And now, last time we saw 2 𝘼𝐽𝐽s come out. I don't remember before that, the last time we saw a 𝘼𝐽𝐽 versus 𝘼𝐽𝐽. But if they don't change their comp, no. So I don't know what. Yes, I owed the right thing. There is a wee change. Sova coming in for the fade.
Yeah, I wonder if that's mainly just a little bit more comfort. I would say in terms of compositions, I do like to see the fade still run on this map, but I think for Crow, it might just be something like, okay, I feel like I can get more done with the Sova, maybe do a little bit more in terms of plant denial. I'm not a huge fan of seeing 10 playing the 𝘼𝐽𝐽 and Laz playing the KO. I think it's it's just not the greatest scenario for them. I love the fact on Bind they went outside the box and they took a risk and they did something that ultimately isn't the norm on that map. This time, okay, maybe it's not necessarily the norm, but I don't think it's comfort for any of their players other than maybe Depp and Sugar0.
Yeah, I think Depp and Sugar, I agree. I think those are the two who are just like, yeah, this is totally fine. Everything else, it's a little bit in flux. It's interesting to see. I would have loved to have had them swap back over to the chamber, but off to...
On the other side as well, something very scary is the fact that I think Sadak is fantastic on the KO. I think his pop flashes are brilliant. Less on the KJ has been an absolute menace. Like, the fact is most players, they switch over to the chamber and their stats improve drastically. I wouldn't even be surprised if his got worse. Like, he just seems so comfortable being able to play around his own utility. And then you've also got Aspas back on the Jet, which, if you weren't a fan of Aspas a while ago when he was basically just that Jet carry, I don't think you enjoyed Valorant, because this guy was basically the pinnacle Jet. Like, him and the Korean Jet were like the final bosses of Valorant. So, yeah, I think we're in very dangerous grounds on the side of Zeta, and they're going to have drastically come up with some counters to what's on the other side, which is easier said than done.
Tom, I saw you on the Japanese broadcast earlier. I'm going to need you to pump them up a little bit. Come on, they have to win here.
I will say, Sugar0 is who I'm looking at. Like, that's the man that when it comes down to those sight locks, I think he can do a lot on the Astra. It's what made him famous, Sue. That's why we know his name.
All right,
I'm relying on Sugar0.
We have a little bit of Kopi on the desk at least. Zeta, of course, they have to win this map, Pansy and 𝘼𝘽𝑃og, if they want to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, you're on the money there. This is now do or die time, and they need someone to step up. Find a bit of a hero amongst them on the Zeta side, because this map pool, Mike, rolling back to the start of the day, you see Ascent, you think, okay, that fits very nicely with Loud.
Yeah, you do. This is going to be an uphill struggle for Zeta. Whether or not we're going to see a total adaptation to the way they approach the map, similar to what, like I said, Bind still, I think, caught Loud off guard. You could see them really tested. In regards to the recovery factor, this one's going to be a little harder to do. Now, Loud did have an uncharacteristic performance in the first half of the previous meeting.
Okay.
But if they can write that, this is where it does get really concerning, right? Because obviously with the side half, we never usually talk about this too heavily, but Zeta need to do exactly the same thing. And like I said, with Loud having an uncharacteristic performance, can they repeat that? Well, we're going to see a lot of set pieces here on the defense to counter that, at least not here in the pistol round. Very passive setup on both sides, actually. Loud awaiting contact somewhere on the map. I think actually that's the trend set from Bind that Loud are very conscious of.
And I don't think it's bad to be cautious. You invest 20 seconds or so. It's perfectly fine. You can see a little mid setup here. Pop flash potentially for Sugar0. That's waiting for it, but for now you can already see them navigating towards short. The spike is still left over towards that deeper side of B, so
here
does eventually start to test Zeta's discipline here to not start over exploring, but a great knife going to reveal two of the players here dedicated and posted towards mid.
Interesting to see actually Sugar0 and Laz both making the decision on the back of that information to gamble stack towards A, and it's looking as if it's the right decision. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath here for the pistol. Audio cues noted on the other side as well.
There's a commitment. First real contact found. Laz up by Heaven. Depp going to be listening to all of this. Notes plenty of players on the cross, but only going to get one. Aspas goes down, but the plant can be tapped. Sugar0 trying to fill the void, but the trades come out, and it is a brutal bloodbath. Laz, the last one standing. And Zeta off to a great start here.
Even a shock dark kill in the mix there from 𝘼𝑃. Great crunch from Zeta. As soon as that pressure comes onto site, actually as soon as Depp loses his life, Zeta dial up the pace a little bit. I'm happy to actually, even there with one player committed towards that spike plant, make sure that they can take these engagements as quickly as possible.
Zeta have a 16-1 record.
Confidence here, especially on the back of that knife, noting both players. And actually immediately they go for that gamble stack. They're fully confident 10 can hold down the 4 B side.
नहीं अरे वो Loud को inform मिला ना knife से कि दो लोग market में इसके लिए उन लोग ऐसा गए.
That'll bring 3 sheriffs to the party here in round 2.
कि Loud इधर आएगा ही नहीं अभी तो अपन इधर ही जाते हैं. उन लोग ने वो read करके फिर गए.
On B side, and we'll be curious to see actually how much 10's going to float around the map, where he's going to play if that does actually enable any defensive aggression on the side of Zeta.
Initial look towards LA site, but no follow-up to this for Loud. Taking the tour of the map, picking the spike back up. Smoke towards mid. We might just see 10 set up and solo hold tested. Pretty telling after map 1, or sorry, excuse me, round 1, that they're happy to leave a lot in this man's hands, considering how many players were on A so swiftly. Tommy, first one to really note the potential, but it is a split. It's a 3-2 split towards the B side. Let's see what you got, 10. Does have help here, he's not alone. Crow by his side. Invest some utility, but Pancada gonna slip forward. 10, good for 1. That's Pancada going. Crow still standing, but it's mayhem. But Laz just barrels onto the site, and it is an absolute shutdown for standing. And that, well, they test the hold, I guess, in 10 passes.
Who's gonna win champions?
So it's crucial as well. The split comes through, and that's what deals with the turret. So they don't really have that, you know, concrete information that the push is coming through from main. So even the nano swarm coming through here, finding the kill onto Pancada. Just no comfortable opening engagement for Loud to find that. Great discipline shown by Zeta. Actually rewarded for it here to come into round 3. Bulldog, 3 Spectres and the Sheriff. Laz already having a fantastic start here, 5-0. Loud actually leaning pretty heavily towards us. Actually, the reveal goes up at Aspas. Finds Depp inside that one-way. A very early advantage here. Let's see what Loud do with this.
Bonus round for Zeta, so trying to make something happen. Take a chance, take a risk. While that happens, Loud gonna take the site. Zeta looking to do some chip damage. Already gonna have to know that adjustment going forward as Pancada is gonna find Laz, so far so good. No real threats found in this bonus for Zeta, unable to do too much.
Yeah,
and Loud looking to take this is really good for themselves. Looks like you're gonna work it out with 5 rifles, and they do. Flawless here, the Prime Gaming flawless in the round 3. So Loud, no messing around once they got those rifles on deck.
No, absolutely. Got to keep 5 alive, and that's actually getting closer and closer to that lockdown. The other side, I think Laz won off the null command, but great early pick, and Loud, they're not barreling towards sight on the back of that. Showing restraint. Actually a big boon to the economy, actually. I think actually maybe 1 or 2 shields purchased on the back of that. On the flip side, just 1 light shield for 10.
Yeah, actually Radhika, they can also win.
That's close, I don't see any gaps in the utility here, so. But Zeta tapped out after that.
Any early information found? Looking to see when this knife gets invested.
That's actually, yeah. I was going to say, just pondering when to invest it, but actually does catch Sassy ahead of the drone, but you're right. It is only 1. And there's 4 other members of Loud stacked behind that. A double hold towards short as well, so Sugar Zero is really going to be tested here. But noted on the drone. I think he expands a little bit through smoke.
Sugar Zero like scrambling for cover. He's scrambling for any semblance of safety, but he's still alive. Aspas on the side though. Gonna make light work of Depp, so that's something. There's so many rotations here early on. There's still so much to break down, and Aspas, he's just a blunt object and is slicing through them somehow. 3 kills already. Zero still standing, surprisingly tucked towards Hell, but it feels like a matter of time until he's taken out of his position. What? He just leans into the smoke, brings it back to a 2v2.
Close 13-11 हारे first map.
अबे कौन सा था? Go back to this. They don't quite. Well, they're gonna know 10's near enough by with this. Do they commit off the back? Oh, 10!
Beautiful.
Quick as lightning to take down Les. And that is the go signal. Pancada wants nothing to do with that, but he's only got 10 seconds to get here. He's got to get a wiggle on now.
User joined your channel.
I mean, 10's going to be able to close the gap. A smoke coming back up in 7 seconds. If we can get this one way towards stairs, he actually opts.
Yes, bro.
To come back towards lane here.
Sound muted.
And 10 cautious of Pancada playing this a little more aggressive. Actually, Pancada gives it. He comes out of that with 36 HP.
10's surely coming off the better in this one. A tap on the spike. Alarm bot to the left. 6 bullets left in the mag. Panic ensuing now. Pancada closing in, and they just they evade each other. 10 almost had him, but Pancada somehow so cool under that pressure. I felt like it was Zeta's round then.
Absolutely. Pancada plays it perfectly again. Just a little bit of timing. Unfortunate for 10. I think actually in another couple of seconds he had the turret back up as well. Great play with the alarm bot just to isolate that one side of sight. But this swing was beautiful to deal with less. You see the timing there. Actually, 10 just slips back inside the smoke.
Wow.
Now get away with murder on that one. So 𝘼𝐿𝐼 heavily tagged up from that first engagement as well. 3 ultimates online though for 𝘼𝐼. Bladestorm, Lockdown, and the TP for 𝘼𝐿𝐼. As we know, Zeta struggling after that previous purchase. So just Sheriffs for them to work with. Zeta very active around the map here in this.
And
Sheikah
beyond
around, yeah. It's
the gamble here, you even pulled 10 across towards middle this time.
It's just Tommy to hold down the fort, holding B main. 𝘼𝐼 actually nearly catches sight of somebody on that flash play, but and there's no real indicator here that it's a stack.
None.
Unless we see, you know, Crow potentially use a dart or something, that will give away the presence of a third player.
Placing swarm grenade.
This is the lineups here coming through. Big knife though. That catches 3, potentially 4.
The information on one, they're going to try and stick this. This is fraught with danger. There's so many players here. Aspas bolting forward, going to find one towards the back of the site. Spins towards heaven, loses it. Crow still lives. 𝘼𝐿𝐼's going to see this. Finds you. 𝘼𝐼's gone now. But 𝘼𝐺𝑎𝑙 still waiting. 2 players still in this 10. Can he do anything now? Did so well before.Maybe a second chance, but no. Once again, 𝘼𝐿𝐼's got his number. And as dangerous as it was, they still survive.
So cautious on approach though. I think actually, misread from me there, it's actually the knife from 𝘼𝐷𝐼 that's invested right on the wall outside main, just to check that, you know, there's no crossfire set up with shorties, nobody absolutely hugging that wall next to bricks. Again, real discipline shown on the way through, and 𝘼𝐼 actually now with a full stack of ultimates. Zeta not far away from the same situation, to be honest. Just missing the Hunter's Fury and the Cosmic Divide.
पोल का रिजल्ट आ गया क्या?
So I get a little nervous that I see the pistol sitting with, you know, two
जो भी नया आया guys, hit that like and subscribe button. 2K likes पूरे करो जल्दी.
Better equipped rounds. It has been 3 on the trot.
जल्दी like 5 more subs to 43.6K.
Great purchases for Zeta. Keep in mind the stacks that we've had coming out, and
look at the switch out again though with this rotation.
So varied. But also the pace change coming out from 𝘼𝐼 too.
First time we've really seen them explore towards mid, other than that eco in round 2. Here, 𝘼𝐼 is going to be the surprise factor with this operator. Does he swing close? Aspas posted for the angle. 𝘼𝐼 just creeping closer and closer.
Who blinks first in this one?
We can see there as well, actually, almost just the smoke to draw the rotation. Did Aspas spot the barrel there? I think he did.
Might have
He's
done.
actively clearing this. The timing's disastrous for him, though.
Yeah, and 𝘼𝐼 not going to follow that one up. He's got problems on another field. Now, at lockdown, yeah, it could be a problem for one, but 𝘼𝐼 finally smoked off. They actually take Crow down on the way in, so Zeta now in danger. 10's got a note that, wait, they don't clear this. 𝘼𝐼 just walked on past, going to pop down the lockdown of his own. Completely unawares of this. And Zeta have a second chance at life. A quick TP out for 𝘼𝐿𝐼. He wants to get the hell away. Over towards the A site. Shut that door. Certainly not born in a barn. And trying to get a plant down, but look who's quick to this again. 𝘼𝐺𝑎𝑙 not far away now. They've got to play together. Still has utility to invest. Still has the paranoia. Smoke goes up. They want that door gone. It's 3 towards heaven and 1 towards door. He's picked the right fight to go for, but 𝘼𝐼 gets to keep his life. And he's going to toy with the time. Oh my word, 𝘼𝐿𝐼 steps in. And this time 10 shows him out. Defuse going to come in.
A lack of awareness here. I think Sassy maybe just not anticipating such a ballsy play from 10, but you stick something like 10 on the Killjoy, you got to be mindful of things like that. The lockdown not actually clearing all the way through the back of Boathouse. There's no confirmation either. There's no dart to come through, no knife to follow up on that. So a little lazy on the clearance here, and actually 𝘼𝐼 went to the collat as well. Missed that one, kill feed, but well handled by Zeta. I think maybe just the confused face, maybe thinking, where did you put the lockdown? It was invested so that it couldn't be wall banged, maybe couldn't be destroyed with any utility close to the wall there. A slight switch up, but obviously it was very visible on the minimap.
Get out of my way!
Oh, this is dangerous for 𝘼𝐼. Going to be under so much pressure very early on if they continue up this path, and yeah, the smoke's going to be invested too. So, Deb, does he stick around for this? Aspas is just going to be trailblazing his way through. Nothing slowed him down, and they had no idea he could get to this point. Loud so fast in this round. Aspas going to get the rifle to hand, but Lad's still on top. The flash comes in, but he goes down. And 10 in the blink of an eye. The rest of his team has just been shredded.
Massive pace change from Loud. Completely blindside Zeta. No real opportunity to find value with the operator. Sassy, the one to close it out. Finds the kill with his Hunter's Fury as well, amidst that chaos.
Blistering pace there, Mike.
So that's just on the back of the knife as well. Able to close the distance almost instantaneously. Zeta actually going to call timeout here. Again, just noted a couple of times of how active they are around the map. Maybe overcooking some of these rotations. Put it down to misreads, maybe just a little bit of pressure there. So conscious to have 3, potentially 4 players on the site that Loud actually lean towards. They're not allowed to actually use that to their advantage now and potentially start, pumping or faking towards one site in particular.
Yeah, if they've been able to kind of extrapolate that information and be able to process that in a way that they can exploit, that's dangerous territory for Zeta going forward. But we'll wait and see. This timeout is Zeta's, so their time to try and consider the next couple of steps, considering the purchase is not good. They have a couple of options to potentially play with, but an overall grip on the game now we've got into the buy rounds is what they need, and they need it quite quickly, because that pace change should have scared the life out of them now, knowing that that's a possibility that Loud can lean into.
Loud a little offbeat now with the ultimates. Pancada getting closer and closer to that TP again that he used previously to try and clutch out that one before, but Zeta have some tools to work with. The Blade Storm, the Hunter's Fury, the Cosmic Divide. Don't expect them to be thrown in the mix here. Unless actually they're able to convert this round in their favour. Well, Depp actually going to get a little bit active with the Blade Storm here. I'm looking towards the map. Yeah, he's over towards Spawn actually. Yeah, actually surprising to see Zeta lean away from that aggression that worked for them. Defense in bind. And this isn't the round really to gauge it by. I say that, they're walking mid here.
Ten has to give away a little bit of the indicator towards this. Takes a fair amount of the contact, but up and over the wall they go. Les just walks in and gets his head removed. Depp, comfy with that. Gonna try and slip away. That's a rifle to be recovered. A second shot at it! And he goes back for more! Catching Sassy completely unawares. What a fumble here from Loud. They're gonna be kicking themselves.
This is where actually you look towards Zeta to have these factors to convert the round, swing it back in their favour. Blade Storm still in action here. Pancada doing his best to fake an A-site hit, but look at the minimap here. Aspas is all the way towards B main. Actually, Sadak unsure of what to do here.
They need Aspas to get this space, they need it fast. Pancada can only sell this for so long. They're already be going, well, this feels a little offbeat now. He's actually following him with this, they're committing towards this. With all that clear to it. And that knife is incredibly telling. And now you're sweating. Now you're not happy with the choices you just made. Now you're alone, and Pancada has no really way to deal with this. Yes, support's on the way, but Aspas is a mile off. And he's got players 2 to the right, 2 to the left, and it does not matter. Zeta, depending on Deb in a round like this, and he just delivers. Aspas, irrelevant to outcome with 10 seconds left. 10 seconds. Loud getting lost in this.
44 HP on Aspas as well. We noted early on in the round, Crow really wants to spot him out. Pancada's done so well here to bait all of this presence on A. I'm not sure of the indicator that Loud are acting upon here. Maybe it's just nobody's swinging through Pancada's smoke. Nobody's desperate to come. But there's 4 people stacked up. The knife comes through at the time where it's like, well, there's 3 here. They're on top of us.
Yeah, it's already too late by that point. I was a little surprised.
This was really strange. Less drifting into this smoke here. Again, no real information behind it. There's no knife. There's no recon bolt. There's no real concrete information to act upon. It's a little strange to see that happen.
Yeah, pretty quite frustrating that that's the round that you get pressured on. It feels, you know, like Zeta did absolutely manage the advantage they were given in a couple of those moments, but a couple of mistakes shown for Loud there.
Left वाला knife मार रहा हूँ आगे ही नहीं आ रहे तब तक पीछे वाला knife मार सब scam.
And now a good purchase coming back in. Not ideal, still light armor with depth, but he's fine. Opting for this. Once again, we question the timing of the knife. When do they invest this? When do they get that information?
Shadows traveling.
Smoke goes in towards middle. Spike is en route, and that gets nothing.
Once again, another round. Zeta are so active on the defense, really looking to get towards the side, but actually,
there's a fake.
On the back of just the drone this time around. It baits the full rotation, and actually Pancala sticks the TP to backside. Ten's completely unnoted it. He's found the kill.
Ten's so unaware at this point, and the site's now just free for the taking. They can flood on in. Nothing's going to stop it now. The spike's going to go down uncontested.
There guys, Jet dash.
That's a lovely bit of play coming out from Loud. Pro. Let's get a fair amount of connection. Up to work off that. Depp already with a step in towards the site, and Loud a little behind the curve, but still, the battle begins. The trade comes out in a 4v3. 3 for Zeta, 𝘼𝐽𝐺 and Laz trying to make something out of this. Pancada's had none of it though. And what a response from Loud there.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. If Loud can use these rotation timings to their advantage, just the tiniest bit of bait. And Zeta are so paranoid to scramble this rotation. There's 4 people on the back of an Aldro.
Yep.
Immediately onto A site. The TP makes it even better because 10 actually slips towards a more passive position, comes back towards spawn, then second guesses himself because there's no follow-up on the Aldrone. It's beautifully done by Pancada. Actually leading the charge here for Loud, 12 and 5 on the scoreboard.
Big read for Loud in that. Again, obviously so obvious to us, but to make those calls to find that information that Zeta have been over-rotating. 10 getting given room here now. Hasn't explored this far. Pancada's noted it. Pretty sure just seen him call this one out.
No ping coming through though, so... Well, maybe a flash coming through here from Sadak, yeah.
Cover going out.
Yeah, Sadak's been called back over. Plays out towards Sub Rosa. 10 on the other side.
Does it bounce far enough though? 10 still gets a kill.
Incredibly, he was able to get away with one.
But look at Depp. Depp's all the way in tiles. I think he is unnoted to this point.
I don't think they noted Depp. No, so unaware. Catching less completely. Blindsided by it.
The flash is perfect as well.
Keeps going, Depp. He's herding them around the map now. And they just have to go towards A. They're just trying to commit towards this now. Sassy's going to greet Laz with a smile. And 𝘼𝐺𝐺 is the one to try and do some damage on this. Depp's going to hear a whole lot, though. And the pressure starts to mount. He can't deal with it. Pancada has been bailing Loud out of some of these situations as well. Crow left in the 1v2. Pancada is low. 27 seconds is always a little bit of danger, but that is removed. Loud once again. Brilliant work. They're noting that mid-presence coming out. Even with 10 doing damage like that, they still get across the line.
This could actually be awkward here. We'll have to see where the funds lie. In round 11, the purchase comes through for Zeta, but great readjustment from Loud. Like I said, actually Pancada, rightfully so, relaying that information, but it's the discipline around it. They wait for Sadak to come through. The flash goes over. The fragment actually goes down to clear the backside of Sub Rosa. Said Depp, unfortunately. I noted to that point, but he's only good for the one in mid.
Felt like he could have gone a second there at some point. It felt super precarious.
You see how desperate Aspas was to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yep, did not want to stick around for that. Don't blame you. 4-6 though. Loud back into the mix here. And looking quite simplistic on approach. It's a 4-1 split. You're going to have that late presence from less, but beyond that, it's all towards A. Maybe see if they can test the nerve, and Zeta are up to the challenge. Depp caught less towards middle, trying to creep up short. Laz unmoved towards Hell, just holding his own, but Sassy? How's he got this many players? And once again, Sadak and Aspas. The damage comes in. It's like they are playing mental gymnastics with Zeta now. You want to go for over-rotation as well. Now we're going to start hitting all in on these sites.
But it's almost Loud's demise here because of how quickly Zeta are in a position to just throw bodies back towards it. I'm not even sure. Depp gets his kill and immediately he's like, right, cool, commit, let's go. Sassy somehow though comes to...
Oh, that's how. That's how.
Beautiful transfer.
Stunning.
And already Loud actually righting the ship in terms of the previous matchup here on the first half, which is what I think Zeta actually closed out 7-5 on the first half. The second half being, you know, the side of concern, but Loud already setting themselves up for success. As I said in the previous, look at the purchase coming through here. No shield for Depp, rifle, but 𝘼𝐺𝐺. How has he got that?
I don't know. But he doesn't get to keep his life this time. Spike can fall back into the hands of Loud. High risk, not sure about the reward just yet. 1-for-1 trade.
We're curious to see here what the decision making is with the lockdown. 10's actually slipped all the way back onto B site. Conscious actually, I think, of Pancada's TP being available now. Has to be on red alert.
Already falling foul to that, you know, once, maybe twice. You don't want to keep getting caught.
But it's tough because the lockdown's such a pivotal tool for the retake that if they overinvest in this triple stack on A, it almost becomes pointless. Laz actually preemptively pops the null command to buy some time. Hunter's Fury posted from deep here.
And look at the combination in timing. Crow did actually get Pancada, which is quite surprising. They still haven't quite broken towards the site. No 3v3, we look at the utility left. They're going to start running low here for Loud on the way in. There's that lockdown coming through.
30 seconds left.
And there's the response.
They're both actually going to cancel each other out, but Loud looking to still try and clear their way through. Aspas good for the one. Laz responds on less, but 30 HP has to back away.
Has to respect this now. Loud eyeing up getting the plant down. 10 seconds. Guard duty now called into effect for Sasi. Has to hold him safe here. Sprays him wildly, dips down towards Hell, and now it's just him in a 1v2. 10 and Laz. Sasi with a almost at the fight on one.
Nearly had the shock dart kill on Laz.
Yep, getting real close to working that out. But the scoreline actually going to get itself back in a really good spot here. It's going to be 5-7, Mike.
Actually, the mirror reflection of that previous matchup as well. But like I said, this sets Loud up for success in the second half.
It certainly does, and I've got to say, Pancada this half to me has been an absolute nightmare to handle, a real nuisance running around this. Any quick prediction who's going out the better here?
It's got to be Loud, surely.
All right, fair enough. We'll leave it at that, because I think the desk will be dying to break this one down as well, leading into the second half.
Thank you very much, guys. I know Seth is dying to talk about Pancada because we speak about the other Loud players so often, and this guy is just popping off.
He's going insane. And one of the people that we were talking about needing to step up, needing to find an immense amount of impact is 𝘼𝐺 with his Astra, but we're not really seeing it. He's currently trending along the bottom of the standings right now for Zeta, whereas Pancada is well out ahead of everybody else in the lobby. He's been putting on an incredible performance so far. 320 ACS so far from Pancada. As an attacking Omen, this is an incredible performance from him.
Yeah, I think in some of the early rounds we saw 𝘼𝐺 able to survive around his own utility, but it's sort of that push and pull of Loud that was so impressive, switching across to either side of the map, and honestly, I feel like because of that, neither of the anchors on Zeta were ever particularly comfortable in their positions, so you saw them get caught quite a lot, or in 10's case, a lot of the time, just having to rotate all the time.
Yeah, I mean, the movement, everything that Pancada is doing is just played pretty much to a T. His aim is crisp. It's very much on point right now. So even if he's just swinging around a corner and not being escorted forward by a thing like a Paranoia, oftentimes he's coming out on top and he's just doming people and taking them down.
Yeah, I think going into this second half is something also that really worries me. Like, I'm looking towards what Zeta are going to be able to do here. Of course, we haven't really seen a massive amount from them, but clearly want to lean in towards that A site. I want to kind of agree with what 𝘼𝐽𝐿 was saying, though. Loud have set themselves up fantastically. Their defensive half last time was 8-1. That's where they brought the game back from a troublesome position. Now they're already in the lead. They have to be in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, and it started with 6 consecutive rounds picked up from that second pistol round. They then dropped one, as you say, and that's the only round that Zeta were able to find for themselves on the attack. So we need to see massive improvements. We need to see everybody stepping up on the side of Zeta if they want to bring this back. 5-7, it doesn't feel insurmountable, but with the way that Loud's playing right now, and with Pancada going over onto the defense, it feels like this could be done.
Yeah, well, Loud, they're on the precipice of making playoffs here at Champions, Pansy and 𝘼𝐼𝐿. Let's see if they can
sleep hell. अरे नहीं भाई मैं टेक्स्ट देख रहा था भाई सो नहीं रहा था भाई.
The swan song of Zeta is certainly on the mind because, as you noted, Tom echoing it there, this is a good performance thus far from Loud, teeing them up into the second half, and they have that map one advantage, of course.
Yeah, they do. And coming into the second here, my eyes immediately go towards Les and Sassy. They were instrumental to shutting Zeta down on the defense previously.
Let's go, boys.
And actually as well, Aspas having a quiet, not a quiet one. He opens his up depth, chomping at the bit to find this first blood.
Oh, and the info off the back, it's just non-stop. Aspas ringing the bell, Crow's down as well. 10 and Laz, can you try and tell me a different outcome to this round? Because I'm not going to believe it until I see it.
It's just ridiculous. Aspas stands his ground. They're actually looking to seal the deal, but 10 responds. Actually, the spam coming through.
Oh, there's nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Gotta stand and fight and Loud, kicking things off. But what a way to begin for Aspas there.
I think this is confidence relying on their previous success, right? And just happy to greet depth with open arms. I was going to say, actually, Aspas had a quiet defensive half last time, but typically he is one that as soon as that operator comes online, he becomes such a troublemaker for Loud.
True. Yeah, and seeing them start to heat up a bit, feeling out the game, the confidence start brimming. That's when you get a little worried when you're Zeta on the other side, because it's easy to go quiet. Because we always say, you know, being that player who's emotional, who puts their heart on the sleeve, which we know Zeta are like, when that loss starts to kick in, it gets bitter, it gets very hard to pry yourself out of that.
Well, it was 6 rounds unanswered last time as well. Now, if you look at the scoreline, like I said, set themselves up for success. That would be map and series here. Depp actually facing off with Aspas here, but Aspas the one to find the tag.
What the hell?
It's just double open B with a classic.
Can you believe it? Absolute scenes. I mean, he's given them a gateway.
He's got the upgrade as well on the Bulldog.
What is
𝘍𝐺𝑒𝑟𝑜's
happening?
found one.
What is happening with these classics, man? That got completely wild out of nowhere.
I mean, it happened off screen, but did 10 literally just W key towards the outro?
It looked like it. It looked like it.
It's just ridiculous.
That close. You didn't see what I just did at home, but that close. There you go, let's see. Yep.
Literally just
shoulder
charges.
checks it. Oh, that's borderline disrespect, man. Look at this. I love it. Oh.
Free gun, by the way.
Free gun,
Costs you nothing.
Best things in life are free, Michael. That's what they say. Well,
interesting decision here, actually. Well, one away from the Bladestorm. Aspas actually going to throw the operator in the mix here. The round 3 operator. You look at the rest of the purchase. 2 Sheriffs, a Bulldog, a Spectre to round things out. Now, I mean, this could be Gigabrain from Zeta reading the possibility because they're playing very cautiously here in the open. And Aspas posted up on a pretty deep angle and not noted with the knife, I think. Yeah, not suppressed.
Now, do they re-clear this knife back? Finds nothing again, similar scenes, but
Aspas अभी
you're not going
उड़ाएगा
to
इसको.
Surely not.
Oh, Laz, no! Easy work for Aspas, just waiting patiently.
The problem being that's the only flash. It's just the only thing really to force Aspas off any of these angles that he wants to re-explore in the mid-round now.
𝘼𝐽 going through the motions now towards middle. Sadak with that flash ready. Underhand's lovely. Really good underhand. It actually going to get you 2. It does. Look at this combination in utility. Loud. Beautiful in approach. That was actually perfect.
And the concerns start to grow. Zeta unable to get anything done on that first buy round. They haven't got many more left to play with. Loud already on double digits. They keep this clean. They almost can't afford to buy themselves out here. Play a couple of rounds off trades alone. Get a little more aggressive.
1 enemy remaining.
Stingers will come out for Zeta. 1 off the lockdown. 2 off the null command. Operator now posted in mid. Actually, Depp going to find the opening. Pancada with a massive paranoia, but no kills. He's going to get closed down here.
I'm amazed that just happened. It felt as though he had potentially 2 for free, but Aspas now going to pick up the mantle, but actually missing the shot will at least allow them a little bit more step towards the site. And tell me how we've got here, but the flank's coming in. That's what worries me, that less is on the way.
Spike planted.
Whether or not Zeta actually going to adjust here in anticipation. Aspas down to 38 HP though. So he's got to be careful. He's got to land this shot.
It's do or die for him. Less though, timing now, everything. Do they even expect this? They look so vulnerable to it.
Close position.
His patience is going to pay dividends. Going to get 2. Let's going to spot the 3rd and finds it. Zeta crushed under the weight of Loud at the moment. This is now 11. Zeta looking a little lost here, Mike. I'm getting worried. The worries were on the half, but now they're starting to really peak.
And it's Les, the one that had such a phenomenal half previously, to steal this one with the 3K. Completely unconsidered. I thought actually with the smoke there was going to be some element of consideration of the flank coming through, but 𝘼𝐽 out in no man's land here. Unless seals the deal with the 3rd. That's 4 unanswered now.
Yep.
Zeta have to make a stand here. in round 17.
It's got to be now. It's now or it's never, at least in this event. Zeta, I mean, it's not comfortable. They are close on a lot of ults. Maybe they can activate some of this.
Here?
It looks all in. And who's on the other side? The close down. Dep's going to be charging on it.
He's blind as well. He still gets the kill.
Frag towards Zadak. And the site is open. One towards shot, but the flank, it's so fast, Mike. There are 2 players on this flank, but he's going to note them. That's huge. Aspas, and now Dep quickly gets to work. He is on the case. Would you expect to? Dep, this is so dangerous. 2 towards heaven, the swing from Aspas demolishes Dep. And now it's game on, locked down from either side, gonna go with the fight, he's gonna split out 3, and Zeta are charging on forward. Pancada now put to task. Laz gets depleted, they're putting everything on the line now, it's 10 and Crow. How much can you do? Loud in response saying absolutely nothing. Diffuse gonna come in and Loud weather the storm and make it to 12.
It's heartbreaking to watch that round for Zeta. There's so many different things they have to worry about. The flank coming through, they have the numbers advantage, they send 2 back, and they still lose out on that. As soon as they lose this, you can see straight away they want to push tree. As 3 people, they force their way back into shore. But Loud play it perfectly, ripping Zeta apart. Loud on map and series point now. Zeta gonna call the timeout. It's do or die. 4 ultimates available. A Blade Storm, Cosmic Divide, the Null Command, the Hunter's Fury.
Timeout both late.
They've got a good hand to work with here, Mike. Perfect time for the timeout, right? You've got what you need. I don't know about the economy behind it, though. That could be lacking in some areas, but they should be able to get somewhat of a decent buy around this. They've got options. Tell me something. Give me that silver lining.
A silver lining, they love pressure, right? It doesn't get much worse than this. It doesn't get much worse than this. A huge deficit. Like I said, if Loud repeat the previous 6 unanswered on defense, it's wraps. It's wraps.
We were worried about this map from the very start. Seeing this in the map pool, there's a reason and map 1 felt like it had to have been for Zeta, but now in this predicament, in this position, this buy is everything. And all these ults to work with, they have to find value. Have to.
Does Dep donate a weapon here?
Surely. I feel like I don't know there's another choice.
They have to spread the funds. See, actually, just the last consideration here. It's if Dep's just they're preying on winning this, so they can get an operator online.
I don't love that.
Yeah,
I don't love that. Get maybe one of the other players up to at least maybe a rifle with the full armor. I don't love this.
If Laz has got the Spectre, give it to Dep.
Sure,
Blade,
sure,
give him a rifle.
Yeah. And Aspas is potentially the one to do this. Divide can go up and playing ahead of it. Aspas with a punish. Finds Sugar Zero and gets away with his life. The shutdown going to try and come in. They're trying to close down on this. Aspas does the
Oh my god!
Oh, he finally goes down. Dep does get the better of him. Just about. And now we look towards the side. They're trying to come towards that B side. The spray and the pray from Sassy. And someone's answering this time, leaving just Crow alive in a 1v3. The reveal towards CT, and he just can't do it. Zeta's heart's broken, but Loud roar their way through the game.
What a performance again. This is the kings of consistency here on Ascent defense, closing this one out so comfortably. And it's hard, but you can still see Zeta trying to drag themselves online, still playing with blistering pace here on Ascent. In the opens, Dep finding 7 first bloods here.
He tried.
Put everything on the line. Loud stand tall.
Yeah, Loud, I've got to say, I mean, we've seen them go out early in events, but you look at the opponents they've gone out to, you look at the caliber that these boys can play to, you look at the map pool they're coming in with. I think today you saw a good version of Loud coming out here, and I think they actually only get better as they go on. I don't think they're a team that's going to fumble here.
Thank you guys for tuning in. ढेर सारा प्यार. Love you all.
And it's never easy to see the other side of the coin, of course, here. But Zeta, got to give credit for map 1 in my mind, Mike. That was their biggest hope.
That's the way you want to see a team come out playing in an elimination match.